When the original Gold and Silver released in 1999, Game Freak said they didn't feel fully complete, not even close. Series creator Satoshi Tajiri looked ahead to the future and prognosticated, saying, "I'm thinking that the best Pokemon game will be released sooner rather than later, but whether or not it'll be the best Pokemon game is something I can't achieve on my own. From here on out, kids who grew up playing may grow up to be game developers, right? And if those kids have the same vision as us, then I definitely think it's possible to expand the world of Pokemon by working together with them." Tajiri's prediction came true. At sunup the day Gold and Silver released in Japan, a young Takao Uno was in line at the store waiting to buy them. 10 years later, he was art director for those games' remakes. Game Freak made Fire Red and Leaf Green in just over a year, but went all out and spent 3 years on Heart Gold and Soul Silver. With the highest review scores in the entire franchise, you could say these are the best Pokemon games that Tajiri predicted. Not bad, considering they were made by a team of just a dozen guys. In this video, we're going to translate some old Japanese magazines and websites to find new information about Heart Gold and Soul Silver, go behind the scenes, and see how Game Freak pulled it off. For preservation's sake, we'll publicly archive every interview translation we did for this video, so you can read them in full, linked in this video's description. The love put into Heart Gold and Soul Silver smacks you in the face as soon as you walk out your front door. In the original New Bark town, there's a sign that says, "The town where winds of a new beginning blow." But you kinda had to use your imagination, because there wasn't any wind. And most kids probably never even took the time to read the sign. In one of these Japanese magazines, Takao Uno says he did read it, and it made a huge impression on him. So for the remakes, he added some windmills and actual wind. So New Bark Town lived up to the promise of that 10-year-old sign. He said, "As a fan myself, I made these games something I would want to play. I worked to make the Gold and Silver I remembered from the Game Boy era a wider, more vibrant, and more fun world. So I hope you'll enjoy exploring it side by side with your favorite Pokemon." Speaking of exploring side by side, you could say that's why the remakes are called Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Walking Pokemon was director Shigeki Morimoto's idea, who said, "We considered a lot of options for the titles, and thought about things like how you can walk around with Pokemon, and the relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia. We concluded that a major theme of these games is sharing meaningful experiences with Pokemon, so we chose Heart and Soul to communicate that idea." There's a section in one of these magazines called The Secret Story of Walking with Pokemon. In the earlier Sinnoh games, you could only walk with Pokemon in one little area, not the entire game world. But Game Freak was determined to make it possible in Johto. They drew overworld sprites for all 493 Pokemon, plus gender differences and shinies, and added animations. Not just for walking, but also thousands of little reactions when you talk to them, or situations that only happen with certain Pokemon in specific locations. Making sure Pokemon didn't get caught up on weird terrain was especially tricky, and the whole initiative was arguably the most difficult part of the entire game's development. Takao Uno was speechless when Morimoto told him they were really gonna do it. Quote, "I was shocked, but it was our dream to let players walk through this wide world together with their Pokemon, so even though it was exhausting work, I just thought, it's gonna be worth it while I was drawing them. I thought, if it'll make the fans happy, I'll do it." After all, they did it with one Pokemon back in Yellow version. All the devs agreed, we can't lose to a 10-year-old Game Boy game. It was Nintendo who proposed the idea of letting players walk with their Pokemon in real life, by bundling every copy of Heart Gold and Soul Silver with a pedometer called the Pokewalker, which let fans transfer over their favorite monsters to take for walks and gain EXP. Pokemon Company president Ishihara actually wanted to try and sell 6 Pokewalkers to fans, so they'd have a full team just like a real Pokemon trainer. It's those kinds of ideas that made him the merchandise kingpin he is today, and earned him the nickname the King of Portable Toys. They ended up not pushing to have fans buy 6 of them, probably for the best, as it would have cost kids a small fortune. The Pokewalker's designer Shigeru Omori did carry 6 of them though. He was another one of Tajiri's predictions that came true. He said, "I was a student when I played Gold and Silver. It was interesting to work on a game that fascinated me 10 years ago. I wish for everyone to have the chance to find something that fascinates them at a young age so they can carry that passion into their adult life." For a lot of folks watching this video, we imagine that last part describes y'all's relationship with Pokemon to this very day. Even though Heart Gold and Soul Silver didn't introduce any brand new Pokemon, they did change a few old ones, in subtle ways you probably never even noticed. Ken Sugimori made all the original Gold and Silver artwork, and he returned to ink a new art set for the remakes. The most obvious change is his entire art style. Back in the old days, he said he was basically using watercolor to imitate Akira Toriyama's style. You know, the Dragon Ball guy. But as he got older, he didn't want to do that anymore, and moved on to something new. In a Nintendo Dream magazine we translated, they asked Sugimori about his philosophy for the remake's art set. He said he didn't want to make any big changes, cause that'd upset fans who loved a particular Pokemon since childhood, and would hate to see it suddenly look different. Quote, "Every Pokemon is somebody's favorite, and Pokemon belong to everyone, so I try not to change them too much. So the new artworks aren't so much remakes as they are remasters with subtle updates, like Meganium's flower, for example. And Stantler's tail, which was originally white, but changed to brown. Gligar's claws and wing spikes aren't white anymore either, now they're pink. Scizzor's got 3 abdomen sternites when he originally only had 2, and Ursaring used to have 4 claws on each paw, but now he's got 5. Sugimori also changed the finger counts on Haunter and Mr. Mime a few years earlier. In our video covering the Kanto remakes, we talked about the Japanese taboo against 4-fingered characters, and how it's considered offensive to people who've lost fingers, like butchers and meat packers. About a dozen Johto Pokemon's poses were identical to 10 years earlier, but Sugimori explained why he changed the rest of them. He said, "There are some Pokemon poses that I've grown tired of seeing after 10 years and made changes to. But if I thought a pose looked as cool as it could get, I left it the way it was. An official illustration needs to be from a perspective that shows everything you need to know to understand a Pokemon, which can be very difficult. That said, I aimed to draw most Pokemon so you could see them from a fresh perspective." And of course, a lot of Pokemon colors look different, but we're mostly going to chalk that up to Sugimori's new art style. Speaking of different colors, there actually was one new Pokemon variant added in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the time-traveling, female-only, spiky-eared Pichu. But she was originally going to be a white Pichu, which we know thanks to Shoko Nakagawa. She's a host of some Japanese TV shows like Pokemon Sunday, and also spiky-eared Pichu's voice actress. We bought Shoko's autobiography from Japan, where she reveals, quote, "Originally, spiky-eared Pichu was going to be white Pichu instead. And I heard they were even thinking about making a brand of white cream stew to go along with it and everything. But they eventually went with spiky-eared Pichu instead." The Japanese words for white Pichu and white stew are nearly identical. Howaito Pichu and Howaito Shichu, so the marketing would have written itself. As the largest media franchise in the world, the Pokemon company's always looking for new merchandising opportunities wherever they can get them. We also got a visual of white Pichu thanks to Shoko. In 2014, there was a Pokemon art exhibit in Tokyo, with strict rules against photography, but Shoko flaunted those rules and snapped this picture. It looks like Game Freak considered a few other variants as well, like Heart Cheek Pichu and Pichu with a bad haircut. They ended up picking spiky-eared Pichu, but you could say she's a lost Pokemon too, in her own way. She can travel through time with Celebi, but she can never be transferred off a Heart Gold or Soul Silver cartridge, so she'll always be stuck, forever, in the Johto remakes. Well, except she is in Smash Bros. Ultimate. Maybe she time-traveled a couple console generations into the future. The game's sound was another major focus, with Heart Gold and Soul Silver being the first in the series to include environmental sound effects. In these magazines, lead audio designer Go Ichinose says Johto'd feel lonely if the sound didn't live up to the new visuals, and recounted his struggles to make nature come alive all over Johto. What you're actually hearing are sound files ripped from the game's data. In normal play, you'd barely hear them over the game's music, which makes the effort all the more admirable. In a speech at the 2023 CDEC Developers Conference, Ichinose said adding all those environmental sounds was incredibly expensive, because they all had to be placed in the overworld manually, tile by tile. To keep costs from getting completely out of control, he says they eventually had to give up on placing those kind of sounds with human hands, and switch to using procedural generation in later gens. That's a surprisingly interesting story all on its own, but it's pretty in-depth and really more relevant to Legends Arceus, so we'll save it for a future video. Boasting 270 tracks, Heart Gold and Soul Silver had a massive OST. A Super Music Collection CD was released physically in Japan. It did release internationally 5 years later, but only in a digital format as a $10 iTunes download. Ichinose said Johto has a strong Japanese motif, so they made its music also sound very Japanese. On the other hand, Sinnoh's music was a bit more mature and a bit cooler. And before that, he said Hoenn was hot, so the musical theme was that its music should be hot too. When Ichinose looked back on that gargantuan soundtrack, one track in particular stuck out in his memory. He said, "When I was making Lugia's battle theme, I looked at a ridiculous amount of artwork and videos, and thought about Lugia all day and dreamed about Lugia all night. At some point, I fell in love. It's my favorite Johto Pokemon. So was it worth dreaming about all day and night? Here's what he ended up with. We'll let you be the judge." By the way, while we're rooting around in the game's files, we found this unused sound effect for Snorlax's snoring. And also some unused wind sounds. Oh yeah, and Heart Gold and Soul Silver's protagonist Ethan is a ninja, but only in the remakes. Ken Sugimori made the original Gen 2 protagonists Ethan and Chris to look pretty Western, but the new art director, Takao Uno, said he remade Ethan to look more Japanese in the remakes. In one of these magazine translations, he says, "We wanted to make him more Japanese, or rather, make him look kind of like a ninja." Someone asks if he actually is a ninja, and Uno says, "He sure is. He has the tapered pants and the tight clothes." Heart Gold and Soul Silver recreate Crystal version's content, so it's a bit strange that Crystal's female protagonist Chris is nowhere to be found in the new Johto. According to Uno, that was sort of an accident, because he started drawing the remake's female protagonist without thinking to look back at Sugimori's Gen 2 artwork. First and foremost, he designed her thinking she'd be walking with her Pokemon a lot, so he gave her good walking clothes, shorts and overalls, unlike Dawn in Diamond and Pearl who wears a skirt. The girl he ended up with looked nothing like Chris, so he just decided to name her Lyra and not try and say she's still the original character. That's why Chris got written out of the remakes, even though Ethan got to stick around. By the way, if you're wondering why Dawn wore a skirt in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it's because Masuda wanted her that way. To quote him from one of these Japanese magazines, he says, "I really like skirts, so I insisted the female protagonist should wear one in Diamond and Pearl." Anyway, we'll get more into these Gen 4 translations in our next Sinnoh video.
Did you know? In the first draft of Mewtwo Strikes Back, Mew could talk, and it was actually kind of a jerk. In one of his Japanese blog posts we translated, the movie's head writer Takeshi Shudo said, "There were lots of points where Mew told Mewtwo, 'After all, you're nothing but a copy.' This triggered Mewtwo's inferiority complex and a burning hatred towards the original Pokemon. These lines were meant to needle at Mewtwo and defend its ego. It was like a drama where they debated Mewtwo's right to exist. Mew's personality is violent and unpredictable, and yet it looks innocent, cute somehow, and doesn't appear to be threatening. So in a way, it's both cruel and effective for Mew to incessantly chip away at Mewtwo's self-esteem." Shudo goes on to say they had a hard time making Mew's voice sound both innocent and offensive, so they just changed it so Mew just flies around looking cute saying its own name. But even though it can't talk in the final script, it's still just as much of a jerk. Shudo made that clear on his personal blog saying, "I don't think Mew's lines in the first draft were wasted. What Mew wanted to say was a copy's just a copy. I can't tolerate the existence of copies made by humans. Both Mew and Mewtwo feel anger towards humans for creating a connection between them without their consent. I think that first draft was necessary to make sure the director and staff understood both Pokemon's motivations. So, if you've been thinking of Mew as sweet and innocent, you thought wrong. That's just its soft exterior hiding a, quote, cruel, violent, and unpredictable personality." In another blog entry we translated, Shudo says the first Pokemon movie was originally planned as a follow-up to an anime episode he planned to write himself that would have established Mewtwo's backstory and a confrontation against Ash. That's why the movie's called Mewtwo Strikes Back. It's a revenge story for what happened in the TV show. That said, they actually came up with the name of the film before anything else. Shudo said, "According to the Japanese TV schedule, Mewtwo is supposed to have already appeared on TV by the time the film releases. He's supposed to have faced off with the anime protagonist once already. Maybe the protagonist even beat Mewtwo somehow. So let's make it a story about Mewtwo's revenge." One of the Star Wars movies was called The Empire Strikes Back, which Shudo thought sounded cool. So that's what they titled the first Pokemon movie. Pre-production was getting started, but soon after, a Porygon episode with flashing lights gave thousands of Japanese kids seizures in an incident now known as the Pokemon Shock. Due to health concerns, the Pokemon anime got pulled off Japanese TV for 4 months, and by the time it returned to the airwaves, the writers' initial plans were so far behind schedule that the episode with Mewtwo's backstory never got made. To be clear, Mewtwo did appear in a few episodes that aired a few months after the movie came out, but these were not the episodes Shudo originally intended. That one never even got written, and the reason Mewtwo is striking back was changed from getting revenge on Ash to getting revenge on Mewtwo's creators.
私は私を生んだ全てを恨む。だからこれは攻撃でもなく宣戦布告でもなく、私を生み出したお前たちへの逆襲だ。
When Shudo was still in the early stages of writing the movie, the higher-ups at the studio hired Masachika Ichimura to play the voice of Mewtwo. Ichimura was the actor who played the Phantom of the Opera in the Japanese theater production, and Shudo was starstruck and super excited to hear he'd signed on to the film. With that in mind, he wrote Mewtwo to basically be a Pokemon version of the Phantom, having a dark past that leads him to isolate himself from society. Controlling, secretive, intelligent, and seen by the outside world as scary and evil, even though in his heart of hearts he's really just tortured by his own existence, an overwhelming sense of solitude. Shudo even gave Mewtwo a castle to mirror the Phantom's opera house. As Ichimura was getting in character to voice Mewtwo, he turned to Shudo and asked, "Mewtwo's character is the Phantom of the Opera, right?" Shudo nodded and whispered, "You're exactly like the Phantom of the Opera." Most fans outside Japan have never heard Ichimura's performance as Mewtwo, although it's really quite good and you should definitely check it out, but him being cast had a profound and lasting influence on the series, not just in the movie, but how fans around the world perceive Mewtwo to this day. With nothing but his appearance in Gen 1 to base the character on, Shudo could have very easily written Mewtwo as a comic book supervillain, or a monster who couldn't even talk. But thanks to the Phantom of the Opera and how it inspired Shudo, Mewtwo will always be known as dark, brooding, and isolated.
私は誰だ？ここはどこなんだ？私は何のために生まれたんだ？
Speaking of Mewtwo's castle, in Mewtwo Strikes Back, it's in a movie-exclusive location called New Island, but where exactly that is in the Pokemon world is never explained. However, some Japanese books published a couple years later featured a map of the Orange Islands, which revealed New Island is actually southwest of Cinnabar. In 2020, a scientist named Yun Xiao discovered 3 new species of beetle in Australia. He named them Binburum articuno, Binburum moltres, and Binburum zapdos. We got in contact with Yun to ask about them, and he told us, "I always feel it's nice to connect popular culture to biotaxonomy to raise awareness for conservation of the amazing diversity of our Earth's ecosystem. And I really appreciate the biodiversity of the Pokemon world, which is actually based on real-world diversity. When we identified 3 new species at one time, an idea of 3 legendary Pokemon who always appear in each generation came to mind. And as my first contact with Pokemon, the first generation's the one that left the deepest impression. That's why I chose these 3 birds. I won't say playing Pokemon is the only thing that inspired me to become a biotaxonomist, but it must have had an influence." Apparently these beetles were sitting in a museum since the 90s unidentified until Yun discovered them. It's unknown where they were actually found in the wild, so it seems fitting that beetles named after legendary Pokemon are classified as habitat unknown. Their rarity was another reason Yun named them after the bird trio. He told us they're, quote, "as rare as legendary Pokemon." In fact, they're so rare that video of live specimens don't even exist. All there is this single photograph. We also want to point out that in red, blue, and green, all legendary birds had 8 toes, except Zapdos, who only had 6. But later on, it sprouted 2 more toes in a stealth update, making it equal with Articuno and Moltres. Speaking of early designs, the November 1996 issue of CoroCoro magazine was the first time Pokemon Blue was ever announced, and the magazine showed off some beta sprites that were planned to appear in blue, but ended up getting replaced at the last minute, including one for Mewtwo. We actually think it's a pretty big improvement over the Mewtwo sprite that did end up getting used, not only in Japanese blue but the versions of red and blue that released internationally. This unused blue sprite for Mew was discovered in a 2019 leak of prototype assets, but a couple even more interesting sprites were discovered in leaks dating back to Gen 2's development, revealing a couple early designs for Celebi. The first is pretty clearly modeled after the Native American fertility god Kokopelli, who's known for being a bit of a trickster. With origins dating back over 1,000 years, Kokopelli presided over childbirth and agriculture, and also represented the spirit of music, and playing his flute was said to chase away winter and usher in spring. While a little less obvious, the later Celebi appears Kokopelli-inspired as well, and displays a strong Native American motif. Game Freak never commented on these leaked sprites, but fans have speculated the designs were scrapped possibly to avoid controversy. Kokopelli was primarily a god of the Hopi tribe, who still exists today but were mostly wiped out during colonization. And Game Freak might have realized that turning their god into a Pokémon wasn't the best idea. Or they may have simply decided to take Celebi in a different direction. Although they never talked about those beta sprites, Game Freak has talked a bit about Celebi's development. Junichi Masuda wrote on his blog that they decided it would have a nature theme. Not much else was officially explained until 2018, when an interview was posted on Game Freak's official YouTube channel. It's in Japanese, so we translated it into English. In the video, Hironobu Yoshida explains that he was a new Pokémon designer brought on for Gen 2, and his first task was creating Wobbuffet, Dunsparce, and Celebi. Presumably, Celebi's nature setting was part of the design specifications handed down to him. In the video, he says, "So when I got to work, I realized Celebi was at the bottom of the Pokédex list. I asked why that was, and they told me it was going to be a legendary Pokémon. It's the same as Mew. So I aimed to design a small, cute, fairy-like Pokémon like Mew. That's how Celebi came to be." Yoshida, Morimoto, and Uno go on to say that similar to the Mew under the truck rumors in Gen 1, after Gold and Silver launched, a new rumor started to spread, that Celebi could be found at the shrine in Ilex Forest. Shigeki Morimoto was the guy who added Mew into Gen 1, and he's known as a bit of a rascal. So everyone at Game Freak accused him of hiding Celebi at the shrine, saying, "You didn't add that in there, did you? What'd you do? What'd you do?" But Morimoto was innocent. It turned out the rumor was completely made up and they had no idea how it started. But then they thought, that's kind of interesting. So when they made Crystal a year later, they added an in-game event where you actually could catch Celebi at the Ilex Forest Shrine. So the mysterious fan rumor actually became a reality. It's at this point the interviewers realized the shrine literally had zero purpose in Gold and Silver, and ask, so why did it even exist? According to the developers, that's a question even they don't know the answer to, which just makes the Celebi rumor all the more mysterious.
じゃあその祠っていうのは何のためにあったんですか？
セレビーが出ると噂された祠は何のためにあったんですか？
イベントっていうのは
僕もちょっと調べたんですけど、
はい、
誰も覚えてないらしいんです。
なるほど。
それこそ謎。それはそれですごい。
祠についてわかる人は誰もいなかったんですね。
Next up, we've got Ho-Oh. Did you ever wonder why it appeared in the first episode of the anime years before Gold and Silver even launched in Japan? According to Takeshi Shudo, it was just marketing. Simple as that. In a couple blog posts he wrote, "When I started writing the script, I was informed that the second generation of Pokemon games was nearing completion. Some felt that Ho-Oh should be shown as a draw for the whole series, if only for a few seconds, so the scene was added in." Over a year ago, we made a 20-minute video entirely dedicated to Lugia, where we talked about how Shudo created Lugia and before it had a proper name, and was simply referred to as Pokemon X. After the video was already published, our friend Aleph sent us this early concept art made by Ken Sugimori, revealing it literally had an X on its belly early in development, which was shown off at the Pokemon the Movie XY exhibit in Tokyo in 2014. In our Lugia video, we also talked about some connections Lugia has with Ryujin, the Japanese god of the sea. One of y'all in the comments pointed out one more connection that we missed. In Pokemon X and Y, there's a small cave where you can find the legendary bird trio. In the English version, this cave is called the Sea Spirit's Den, but in Japanese it's called Watatsumi's Den. Watatsumi is Ryujin. It's the same god, just by another name. The legendary bird found inside strengthens the cave's connection to Lugia, and also strengthens Lugia's connection to the Japanese god of the sea. And as we noted in our previous video, in the Japanese version of the second movie, Lugia is literally called, quote, the god of the sea. Now let's talk about the relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia. You've probably already heard about their connection with the real-life temples in Japan. We already talked about that in a video about 6 years ago, so for today's video, we're just going to focus on all the opposing forces Ho-Oh and Lugia represent. In a 2009 issue of Nintendo Dream magazine we translated, all the top developers sat down for an 8-page interview promoting the release of Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The interviewer said, "This one's a deep question about the world. So Groudon and Kyogre represent land and sea, Dialga and Palkia are time and space, and it seems like every legendary Pokémon has an exact opposite. Are Ho-Oh and Lugia opposites?" They reply, "There's no direct relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia in the story, but as far as their motifs, they represent the sun and the moon, or day and night. That's how I picture them. Like light and shadow, the sky and the bottom of the sea, above and below. That's their meaning. So basically, they're opposites in the sense that they represent day and night and the sky and the sea. That's pretty interesting in itself, but it's what they said next that piqued our interest. Kenji Matsushima, who was game designer on Gold and Silver and the remakes, said, "When Ho-Oh and Lugia first appeared on Game Boy, they had time-related abilities. That idea remains unchanged in Heart Gold and Soul Silver." So what's he mean by time-related abilities? After all, it's Celebi who's the time-traveling Pokémon, not Ho-Oh and Lugia. Ho-Oh can learn Sunny Day and Lugia can learn Rain Dance, but those are really more weather-related, so that's probably not what they're talking about. Looking through their Gen 2 learn sets, there are 2 other attacks that stand out: Future Sight and Ancient Power. It's worth noting that in Japanese, Ancient Power translates more closely to Primeval Power, meaning not just ancient, but even older, the earliest stages in the history of the world. Future Sight and Ancient Power were both added in Gen 2, as was the concept of time itself, with Gold and Silver introducing a real-time clock and day-night cycle. Even more interesting, Celebi also learns Future Sight and Ancient Power. And all 3 Pokémon with these time-related abilities are grouped at the end of the Pokédex together. Lugia representing night, Ho-Oh representing day, and Celebi representing time travel. So the argument could be made that together all 3 legendaries comprise a sort of time trio. Gen 3's Weather Trio, Gen 4's Creation Trio, and Gen 5's Tau Trio also have a pair that are more closely linked, and a third Pokémon that's a little more of its own thing. Time Trio isn't a term currently in use by the fandom, and it doesn't even have a Bulbapedia page. But it's worth noting that even though the Weather, Creation, and Tau Trio do have Bulbapedia pages, none of those terms are actually official. They were all created by fans to refer to groups of Pokémon, so in that regard, the concept of a time trio is just as official as all the rest of them. Which is to say, not at all, but a fun and potentially useful method of categorization. Speaking of fan-made terms, let's move on to the legendary beasts, which even though it's not an official term, you probably know exactly which Pokémon we're talking about. There's been a long-standing argument between fans about whether they're legendary dogs or legendary cats. Their early sprites from Gold and Silver's 1997 Space World demo leaked online in 2018, showing much more dog-like designs. But they underwent some drastic changes over the next 2 years of development, resulting in 3 Pokémon that are almost unrecognizable as the same species. In 2012, their designer Muneo Saito shed some light on the famous cat versus dog question. In a Twitter thread we translated, art director Ken Sugimori said, "Let's try asking Muneo Saito, do Raikou, Entei, and Suicune have any animals they're based on? Like people say they're based on dogs or something." Saito replied, "At the time, I already had kind of a vision in my head for Entei. I was rolling that vision around in my head for a while trying to figure out how to connect Suicune and Raikou's designs, but it wasn't really coming together. I'm a manga artist, so I tried approaching things from the perspective of character creation. I thought of the story behind the Pokémon and worked backwards from there to figure out what features they needed. So a king with a majestic mustache and a rock-like body covered in thick hair and volcanic smoke rising from behind its head, Entei's design was taking shape. It basically looked like a lion, but I didn't want it to look too much like any one animal. So I settled on a silhouette that could look like either a dog or a cat or neither. After that, I settled on tiger-like and leopard-like designs for Raikou and Suicune. Suicune came together easily, but Raikou's design took a lot of twists and turns to get right. There was even a Blue Thunder version with a drum on its back. So basically there are direct tiger and lion motifs, but the main idea is that they're designed to be spirits responsible for each element. Or rather, I aim to make them like distinguished gods. So there you go. They're based primarily on cats. Entei's a lion, Raikou's a tiger, and Suicune's a leopard. But Saito also said their silhouettes were made to look ambiguous, so there's still a little wiggle room for fans who don't want to believe they're cats. Although we should also note that 2022 is the year of the tiger in the Japanese zodiac, which is why Pokemon designers like Saya Saruta and Ken Sugimori tweeted out brand new Raikou artwork to celebrate New Year's. Because it's a tiger. Cats, guys. They're cats. We swear to God they're not dogs. In that thread, Muneo Saito also mentioned an earlier Raikou design, a Blue Thunder version with a drum on its back. Some YouTubers have claimed this Saito artwork is that early design, but that doesn't appear to be true. For one thing, there aren't any drums. Saito probably doesn't mean these kinds of drums, by the way. He's talking about the Japanese-style drums carried by Raijin, the Japanese god of thunder. And also, Saito responded to one of our tweets a few years ago, saying he actually made this artwork to promote a character design class he taught in 2014. This was the website that promoted his design class, and it also features Saito's artwork for a bipedal dragon, these jellyfish fruits, a popcorn family, and a psychedelic orchard. They're all interesting and possibly even inspired by unused concepts from his time working on Pokemon, but this doesn't appear to be the Blue Thunder Raikou he told Sugimori about. Blue Raikou's never been made public, not even in a leak, and doing so himself would put Saito in very, very hot water with Pokemon's legal team. So it seems fans will probably never get a chance to lay eyes on that long-lost legendary design. Moving on to Gen 3, you probably already know that Deoxys' design was inspired by DNA. In the Pokédex, it's even classified as the DNA Pokémon, but you might not have realized its 4 forms actually spell it out: the defense form, neutral form, attack form, and speed form. Together form an acronym for DNAs. In Gen 3, Deoxys can only be found on Birth Island, which is geographically isolated from other Sevi Islands. It's based on the real-life island of Minami Torishima, which is also geographically isolated, with the nearest Japanese island more than 700 miles away. A far-flung island with no inhabitants, it was claimed by the US government in 1889 because it was covered in guano, basically just poop, but valuable at the time for its use in fertilizers. The Japanese and American governments argued over who owned the tiny poop-covered islands for decades, especially when its location became militarily strategic, so America bombed the crap out of it in World War II. The US took control of Minami Torishima soon after, but eventually decided they didn't really care about it after all and gave it back to Japan. In 2015, the now deserted island mysteriously vanished off satellite images, with the Japanese Coast Guard saying, quote, "There is a possibility that the islet has been eroded by wind and snow and as a result, disappeared." Conspiracy theories spread that a government cover-up was in the works, maybe centered around military technology, but the island quickly reappeared soon after, making headlines for an even bigger reason. Huge deposits of rare earth minerals were discovered in the island's mud, which could be enough to supply the world for centuries. There's a good chance that someday the screen on your smartphone will be made from minerals on Minami Torishima, not to mention key components in hybrid cars and missile systems. In other words, the real-life home of Deoxys is one of the most mysterious and important islands on the entire planet. Ever wonder why Latias and Latios are psychic and dragon types? In our Lugia Origins video, we heard Shigeki Morimoto's explanation for why Lugia's half psychic instead of half water. Basically because psychic Pokemon were super powerful back in the early generations, so it was made psychic flying not for design or lore reasons, but just to make it strong. In a 2018 interview, Morimoto explained that's essentially the same reason Latias and Latios aren't flying types, saying, "When we were deciding the types for them, we wanted to give them Psychic type and Dragon type to really express their strength. But once we did that, we looked at them and knew they needed to fly, but couldn't give them the Flying type too, so we ended up giving them the Levitate ability instead." Rayquaza's got a pink tongue in all its official artwork, but early sprites actually depicted with a blue tongue. The blue tongue can be seen clearly in all the Gen 3 games, Pinball Ruby and Sapphire, and even Gen 4's beta, but after Diamond and Pearl hit store shelves, Rayquaza's blue tongue was never seen again. Here's what that official artwork would look like if it kept that early coloration. Again, on the topic of its color, a special shiny Rayquaza was released exclusively in Japan, Nobunaga's Rayquaza. Pokémon Conquest was a tactical RPG spin-off released in 2012, with the feudal warlord Nobunaga essentially acting as the game's villain, as he seeks to conquer the Ransei region by force. In the last mission, he calls upon Black Rayquaza to serve as the game's final boss. To promote Pokémon Conquest's release in Japan, a Black Rayquaza with its original trainer identified as the warlord Nobunaga was distributed over Wi-Fi, but only to Japanese copies of Black and White. We don't have much to say about Gen 3's other legendaries that hasn't been said before, so let's go ahead and move on to the generation most focused on its legendaries. According to the game's director Junichi Masuda, I decided that Ultimate was the theme in the beginning of Gen 4's development. The key element was to create the storyline around the Pokémon in Sinnoh mythology. The relationship between all these Pokémon is the key element. I wanted to express the importance of the balance between substance, Dialga, the ruler of time, and Palkia, the ruler of space, and spirit, Yuxi, Mesprit, Azelf. If the substance becomes too large, the balance of the spirit collapses. I wanted Dialga and Palkia to become counterparts for a sense of balance. Infinite time and infinite space. That to me is the ultimate. In another issue of Nintendo Dream magazine, art director Ken Sugimori explains that Dialga and Palkia were created based on instructions from Masuda, and they went out of their way to make dragons that, unlike earlier designs like Dragonite, Salamence, and even Charizard, were a drastic departure from the conventional look of fantasy world dragons, which is why they don't look anything like the scaly lizards you'd see in Western or even Eastern mythology. To make Giratina's origin form and the distortion world, the developers borrowed a concept from Japanese culture. After directing Diamond and Pearl as the ultimate Pokémon games, Masuda felt they had to go even bigger for Platinum, so he instructed Platinum's director Takeshi Kawachimaru to use antimatter and Sakasa Fuji as inspiration to create the distortion world. Sakasa Fuji translates to reversed Mount Fuji, and it's the concept of a reversed Mount Fuji, the reflection in the lake underneath, a distorted reflection of reality. Trying to explain it, Masuda said, "It exists, but it actually doesn't. It doesn't exist, but it does." That sort of thing. The mountain exists on the lake through human eyes, but it's only a reflection and doesn't exist. It's a diverse world. You see it only because you're looking at it with your own eyes. When designing Giratina's origin form, we paid meticulous attention to the character's details. Our designer redrew Giratina's image again and again to make it a Pokémon from the antimatter world. When Pokémon Legends Arceus released, fans were perplexed at the new origin forms for Dialga and Palkia, but they finally made sense when Japanese fans realized if you combine them with origin form Giratina, all three fit together to make Arceus. There's actually some lore about their origin forms that wasn't included in the game itself, but was published on the game's official website. For Palkia, it says, "They say that the very space in the world where origin form Palkia resides is in shreds, as if it had been torn to ribbons. And for Dialga, the flow of time is said to be in constant flux in the world where origin form Dialga resides, always moving in different directions and different speeds." Dialga also got a unique form never included in the mainline series, Primal Dialga, who only appeared in Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky. In an alternate future timeline, the time gears are stolen from Dialga's home, the Temporal Tower, which strips Dialga of its powers of time control, along with its ability to express logic, reason, and even mercy. In other words, it's not as powerful as normal Dialga, but it makes up for it with mindless villainy, driven only by its primal instinct. Besides its unique lore attributes, it also differs in color. Primal Dialga was also the antagonist in the Blazing Exploration Team manga and made a brief appearance in the Beyond Time and Darkness anime special. But since he's only been seen in the PMD side series and not in over a decade, he's probably not considered canon to the mainline franchise. And since we're already on the topic of non-canon legendary forms, let's wrap up with a couple more from the series' history. First announced in a 2015 teaser trailer, Shadow Mewtwo was designed first and foremost by Bandai Namco, the developers of Pokken Tournament, but Game Freak and the Pokémon Company contributed as well. After a plot device called the Shadow Synergy Stone merges with and corrupts Mewtwo, it becomes Shadow Mewtwo, and flies around the Farum region draining Gaia to become even more powerful. Also, it can essentially Mega Evolve into its Mega X form, although the game doesn't call it that. According to Pokken's producer Masaaki Hoshino, when we were originally coming up with the design, we worked very closely with the Pokémon Company and Game Freak to make sure everything was right. What happened was we at Bandai Namco had the idea of making a really cool dark-colored Mewtwo, so we had one of our designers take a crack at it and then presented that to the Pokémon Company and Game Freak. They all thought it looked really cool, so then we worked together to brush it up. Because everyone really liked Shadow Mewtwo, I have a personal hope Game Freak will continue to use it, but it's not really our decision, unfortunately. Sadly for those designers, Shadow Mewtwo never appeared in any other games after Pokken Tournament, and when Polygon asked the Pokémon Company in 2016 if Shadow Mewtwo was canon or not, they were met with a very non-committal reply, no comment. An even lesser known variant is Fragment Mew. It was created by famous Japanese designer and musician Hiroshi Fujiwara in a partnership with the Pokemon company they called the Thunderbolt Project. Fujiwara is famous for making streetwear fashion, so his Mew design was plastered on shirts, hoodies, hats, and turned into plushies. Even Mew's original creator Shigeki Morimoto was a fan, and appeared on Game Freak's official Japanese YouTube channel wearing a Fragment Mew t-shirt. That was actually the episode where Morimoto explained how he made Mew back in the 90s. Fragment Mew's official artwork was never released digitally, so we commissioned artist Rachel Briggs to trace the hoodie design for use in this video, and we'll post it on Twitter for folks who want to use it. Mew was kind of the project's mascot and got the most unique artwork, but a few other Pokemon appeared on Thunderbolt merchandise too, like Mewtwo, the Kanto starters, and Pikachu. You could say Thunderbolt Pokemon are sort of their own special variants, kinda like Shadow Pokemon. But even though they're officially licensed Pokemon products, they probably can't be considered canon, although there's certainly an interesting footnote in Pokemon history. Unfortunately, they're also incredibly rare pieces of history. A lot of them were sold at limited-time pop-up shops in places like Japan and New York, so if you want to get your hands on one nowadays, you'll probably have to fight like a wild dog for it on eBay.
Did you know Mew was inspired by an invisible F4 Phantom fighter jet and a dog that never existed? We know this sounds bizarre, but it's the truth. So buckle up for about 15 years worth of backstory. It's often said that Gen 1 programmer Shigeki Morimoto inserted Mew into Red and Green as a prank. But that's only a very small piece of the story, and it's not even entirely true. The idea for Mew actually came from Satoshi Tajiri, Game Freak's founder and the creator of the Pokemon franchise. Tajiri is incredibly reclusive and rarely grants interviews, but he did sit down for one gigantic interview at Game Freak headquarters in May 2000, which was later published as 34 pages in a Japan-exclusive book called Pokemon Story. In our search for Pokemon secrets, we recently had those 34 pages translated into English, and what we found was Tajiri's rather bizarre but also completely ingenious explanation for why he came up with Mew. So let's get into it. As a teenager, Tajiri frequently skipped school to spend all day at the local arcade. He fell in love with games like Space Invaders and Xevious, two space shooters he obsessively played in massive marathon sessions. In the interview, he said, "I would really try and take these games on, going at it for 12 hours at a time. At the time, I thought, I'm the only guy who's doing this. But in reality, guys like me were springing up all over Japan, and we started to wonder what made the game tick. When that information started to make the rounds as schoolyard rumors, there was a big mixture of truths and half-truths. Xevious was originally designed as a game about the Vietnam War, but adopted a sci-fi theme during development. An F4 Phantom fighter jet remained in Xevious's internal data as a leftover from its Vietnam roots, but it could never actually be seen by the player. This led to urban legends that while playing Xevious, there was a 1 in a million chance you'd see an F4 Phantom. A Space Invaders legend claimed you could fire a perfect shot down the middle to hit the invader in the back for 1,500 points. Video game magazines heard these rumors and reported them as fact, which convinced Tajiri and his peers that the rumors were true. Tajiri explains further. There were tons of surreal rumors out there, like a dog running across the screen. Nobody could confirm most of these rumors. You'd hear, a friend of a friend down in Chiba says he totally saw the dog, and you'd think, did he really? There were always things you couldn't verify. I had tons of experiences like that, so when I was making Pokemon, I wondered what kind of legends might spring up. I heard this or that could appear if you do this or something. Let people's imaginations run wild. With those urban legends in mind, I came up with Mew, a character that exists but doesn't appear, just like the F4 Phantom. Legends get talked about and live on. It's these kinds of urban legends that spread through word of mouth that you really feel in your bones. He goes on to say that what makes Mew special is that unlike the F4 Phantom, players can actually catch and keep it for themselves, or trade it to a friend, so it lives on forever instead of appearing for a brief fleeting moment. So Mew was actually Tajiri's idea, not Morimoto's. But what about the design itself? To hear Morimoto's side of the story, we need to move over to Game Freak's official YouTube channel. The channel was created in 2018, and top developers like Junichi Masuda practically begged their fans to subscribe to it. But as of 2021, they've still only managed to pull in 40,000 subscribers. But despite its low view counts, there are actually some hidden gems in there including 2 interviews with Morimoto where he revealed some secrets about Mew's creation. They're all in Japanese without subtitles, so we translated both videos as well. According to Morimoto, Game Freak wanted a Pokemon that could serve as Mewtwo's origin. Red and Green already had references to Mew scattered throughout Cinnabar's Pokemon Mansion, but Mew didn't have a sprite, stats, or anything tangible. In that sense, it was sort of like the original dragon from Gen 5, a creature you hear stories about but only exists for the sake of the game's lore, and you never get to see it. After Pokemon's 6-year development, Nintendo spent a fortune debugging the game. In another interview, Tajiri says it was the most expensive debugging process in Nintendo history. Game Freak was under strict orders not to tamper with the game after debugging was complete, but removing the debug features freed up a tiny amount of space on the cartridge, about 300 bytes. Game Freak already had to cut lots of Pokemon so Red and Green could fit on a Game Boy cartridge, but now they had just enough space left over to squeeze in 1 more Pokemon. Originally, it was supposed to be Ken Sugimori who would design Mew. After all, he was the guy who designed Mewtwo and the art director, so it was natural that he'd do the honors. Then, as the programmer, it was Morimoto's job to physically add Mew into the game, but as Morimoto explains it, I asked Sugimori if he could design it, but he never made the time to do it for me. There was no time left, like, Mew had to get put into the game now or it wasn't gonna happen. I had no choice but to design it myself. I made its Pokédex entry and its stats and all that. Then I just put it in. He goes on to explain why Mew's design is so small and simple. 300 bytes just wasn't enough space for a large and detailed Pokemon sprite. So while Mewtwo and the legendary birds have sprites that are 56 pixels squared, Mew's sprite is only 40 pixels. Morimoto says there wasn't even enough space to color it in, which is why the Mew we know today is pretty much one solid color. Morimoto notes that even though the lore says Mewtwo was created as Mew's clone, in reality, the opposite is true. Mewtwo came first, and Mew was created essentially as a simplified clone of Mewtwo. Everyone at Game Freak was in on the plan, but no one told Nintendo. They eventually found out when fans started encountering a glitch that made Mew appear in their games. Nintendo was furious, but their anger subsided pretty quickly as urban legends about Mew lit up the imagination of fans, just as the dogs and phantoms had done for Xevious a decade earlier. Red and Green sold decently right out the gate, but sales exploded as rumors about a secret 151st Pokemon started spreading around Japanese playgrounds. According to Pokemon Company president Tsunekazu Ishihara, the monthly sales we had had up to then began to be equaled by weekly sales, before increasing to become 3, then 4 times larger. By the time it ranked number 1 in weekly sales, more than a year and a half had gone by since the game was first released. Pokemon might have never become such a huge hit if it wasn't for Mew, and probably never would have been localized into 6 languages and become the worldwide success it is today. One of the biggest urban legends was that Mew was hidden under a truck near the SS Anne, which you could only reach by engaging in a mild amount of tomfoolery. That was just a baseless rumor, of course. In reality, there was nothing anywhere near the truck, but the rumor eventually made it all the way to Game Freak HQ. So in honor of the urban legends that inspired Mew in the first place, they hid an invisible lava cookie by the truck as an Easter egg in Fire Red and Leaf Green. And in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, they left a revive that respawns once a day in the exact same location. The rumor was also referenced in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, where there's a beauty who says, "There's no Pokemon under a truck, maybe you'll just find a muck." Fans seem to have fixated on that particular spot because it's the only truck in Kanto, which led them to believe it must have some significance. But actually, it's nothing more than a leftover from earlier in development. In 2019, Red and Green prototype assets were leaked and then published by preservationist group Helix Chamber, including this proto map of Kanto, which includes a small city in the center that was cut from the game's final build. This proto map matches the 1990 concept art that labels the Lost City with the letter C. If we zoom in on the Lost City, we can see the exact same truck parked right out front. So after reworking Kanto, it appears Game Freak just never bothered to remove the old truck tile set from that rarely visited corner of the map, or they might have even forgot it was there. The legend of the truck and all the other urban legends about Mew were just a bunch of schoolyard rumors. The truth was that Mew could only really be seen with a glitch. In those video interviews, Morimoto admits that he programmed the glitch into to the games himself, although it was completely by accident. The mistake was mostly due to the fact he had virtually zero programming experience before working on Red and Green, but luckily it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as the Mew glitch was arguably the best thing that ever happened to Pokemon. Once the secret about Mew became public knowledge, Game Freak decided to host a Mew giveaway through Japanese magazine Koro Koro Comics. More than 70,000 fans mailed in letters hoping to acquire one of the only legitimate Mew in existence, but only 20 lucky winners were chosen. The number was kept so low because Morimoto had to personally create each Mew on his computer, then manually transfer them to the winner's cartridges with a standard Game Boy Link cable. He gave each Mew unique ID numbers ranging from 0001 to 0020, making them the rarest Pokemon to ever exist. To this day, he still says Mew's his favorite Pokemon. Morimoto even made Mew part of his signature. Here you can see what it looks like when he signs his autograph. So Tajiri came up with the idea of Mew, and Morimoto made the design, stats, cry, and Pokedex entry. But the Mew he snuck into Red and Green was still far from finished. Like all Gen 1 Pokemon, Mew's sprite was designed first, then art director Ken Sugimori came back later and made revisions with his watercolor artwork. Sugimori discusses this in depth in his 2014 art book, which we also translated into English. He says, each artist's sprites retain their individuality. The appeal of Pokemon comes from the wide range and diversity of designs. There's so many designs mixed together that couldn't have possibly all come from the same mind. But the only images for Pokemon we had were their sprites, so I had to draw them all anew, based on the pixel art. I also modified design elements that I was displeased with. That's how they all became my characters in a way. And since then, I've been in charge of unifying the designs of all Pokemon. Apparently, the part Sugimori was displeased with was the fetus aesthetic, which he dialed down significantly. And through Sugimori's revisions and unification process, Morimoto's original design gradually evolved into a Mew that's barely recognizable as the same creature. In fact, we never even got to see Morimoto's Mew in the West, since that original sprite was only ever used in the Japanese Red and Green. But even after Tajiri, Morimoto, and Sugimori's contributions, Mew was still just a collection of images showing what it looked like from the front and from behind. Who created its three-dimensional appearance, its personality, and its trademark floaty movements? No one at Game Freak can take credit for those details. They were actually made 2 years later by OLM Inc., the animation team who worked on Mewtwo Strikes Back. On Game Freak's official channel, Morimoto looked back with amazement at how they brought his 40-pixel sprite to life, saying, "You know, that was the first Pokemon movie ever made. So I went to go see it and I was like, whoa, Mew is moving. Mew has such a huge role in this movie. I made that Pokemon." It was very emotional, so much so that I watched it in America too. When you think about it, all I did was make the sprite. To see it move around was so cool. During this video's production, we got a chance to speak with OLM's Sayuri Ichishi, who confirmed for us that she was the one who drew Mew from every angle. She made these reference sheets for the first movie, along with Mew's iconic animations. Sayuri was also animation director on the very first anime episode, and a big part of her job is taking Sugimori's still images and faithfully bringing them to life. And he must be pretty satisfied with her work, because they've brought her back again and again. And as of this video, she's done animation for pretty much every Pokemon movie ever made. From the 80s arcade to the first movie's release in 1998, it took about 15 years for 4 creators, driven by the urban legends spread by millions of fans, to create the Mew we know today. In Pokemon lore, Mew gave birth to all life, but in reality, you could say it was all life who gave birth to Mew.
This is Nob Ogasawara, descended from Japanese Emperor Seiwa. The Ogasawaras are a samurai clan who once ruled over the Shinano province, as well as parts of Kyushu, the real-life basis for the Hoenn region. Born into Japanese nobility, and as the eldest son of an eldest son, Nob would someday inherit his father's title as feudal lord. But after Japan's defeat in World War II, a series of reforms stripped the Ogasawaras of their land and gave it to commoners, making their nobility clearly entirely symbolic with no actual relevance in post-war Japan. In 1968, Nob's family moved to Canada to start a new life. Nob would grow up to become a translator, and one day be hired by Nintendo of America to translate a new Game Boy game called Pocket Monsters Red and Blue. Over the next decade, he localized 26 Pokemon games into English almost single-handedly, and to memorialize his efforts, 14 Pokemon games have non-playable characters named after him. He translated all of the game's small text, but the big text, like city and Pokemon names, were mostly handled by his boss, Hiro Nakamura, with some help from Nintendo Treehouse. But Nob did name some Pokemon, and also came up with some names in development that were never used. Nob officially left the franchise after Pokemon Platinum, but today we've asked him to make a return in an unofficial capacity, because there were some Pokemon who never got English names, Pokemon that Game Freak created and gave Japanese names to, but scrapped in development before they ever went through the localization process. So in this video, we'll be discussing these lost Pokemon, their development history, lore, and entertaining a what-if scenario where they were never cut and Nob got the chance to name them. He just had one stipulation for us, that he'd only name lost Pokemon who had official Japanese names, because that's how the process worked back when he was Pokemon's official English localizer. That means some lost Pokemon who never had a name at all won't be covered. But before we get started, for clarity and legal purposes, we need to stress one more time, these are unofficial English names. We'll also be using unofficial artwork by Rachel Briggs, some of which we commissioned specifically for this video, to recreate the beta sprites in the art style of their respective generations, and we'll include Game Freak's official beta sprites as well. And now that we have all that out of the way, let's begin. According to Pokemon's creators, Satoshi Tajiri and Ken Sugimori, the first 20 or 30 designs they came up with were all based on the kaiju they saw on TV as kids, most notably in Godzilla movies and the Ultraman TV show. With an index number of 1, this Godzilla-inspired design might have been the very first Pokemon sprite they ever made. Game Freak named it Gyaun, the Japanese word for Godzilla's roar. So, Nob gave it the English name Gawarhead, retaining that original roar reference while also alluding to a warhead, the weapon humans frequently use to try and kill Godzilla. Along with Gawarhead, these next 5 lost Pokemon were all revealed in a biographical manga telling the life story of Satoshi Tajiri. Released in Japan in 2018, the manga included some real-life design documents from Red and Green's development, like the shark Pokemon with a harpoon on its snout that Nob calls Sharpoon. Most official Pokemon names, like Blastoise and Arcanine, are portmanteaus, the combination of 2 or more words mashed together, and many of Nob's names follow that precedent. This Pokemon's name was just Cactus, so Nob named it Cactormus, a portmanteau of cactus and torment, and this one in Japanese was simply named Deer, though it appears to be more of a moose, so Nob named it Ramoose, a portmanteau of ram and moose. This creepy crocodile he calls Goblin, which is Gavile, a type of fish-eating crocodile, combined with the word villain. Interestingly, the manga shows that designers sketched spikes onto its beta sprite, but a back sprite that leaked in 2019 shows us a slightly different Goblin with spikes in place of hair. So, it appears the wacky hair version was made first, then Goblin's hair was later replaced with spikes before ultimately getting scrapped altogether. This balloon Pokemon was likely cut in favor of Jigglypuff, whose Pokédex classification is the balloon Pokemon. This lost Pokemon's Japanese name was Balanda. So, just like many Pokemon whose names aren't portmanteaus, Nob simply anglicized the original name to make its English name Balumba. Another kaiju Pokemon seems to be inspired by Mechagodzilla, an extraterrestrial mechanized villain that first appeared in 1974's Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. One of the few times fans got a peek inside the Forbidden Vault, its beta sprite was officially revealed by Pokemon Company CEO Tsunekazu Ishihara on a Japanese TV show in late 2018. Its Japanese name was Omega, so Nob calls it Omegaj to incorporate the word gadget, a nod to Mechagodzilla's ability to launch finger missiles and various other weapons. First appearing on Game Freak's website in 1997, 2 of the earliest lost Pokemon ever made public were scrapped Weedle evolutions. The middle stage is a pupa, so Nob named it Pupal, combining the word pupa with pal, as in a friend, and the final stage appears to be some sort of beetle. According to its designer, Atsuko Nishida, it ended up being replaced with Beedrill because the original just wasn't cool enough. Nob calls this scrapped final form Carapthor, derived from Carapace, the exoskeleton covering a bug's thorax. thorax. We asked him where the suffix Thor in Karapthor came from, and Nob said nowhere in particular. He just thought it sounded cool. Many official Pokemon names are portmanteaus and anglicizations, but lots of them, just like Karapthor, were chosen for no other reason than sounding cool. This flying fish Pokemon was found in leaked files from early in Gen 2's development, and it was the only beta sprite in that particular leak that came with a name attached, Sato, which may have translated to fish bird. Nob gave it the self-explanatory name Sailwing. In 2018, Gold and Silver's 1997 demo leaked online, revealing dozens of lost Pokemon the fanbase had never seen before. Chikorita was the grass starter in the demo, but instead of Cyndaquil, the original fire starter was Hanuguma, which roughly translates to bear. Nob calls it Cubburn, another portmanteau, this time for cub, like a baby bear cub, and burn. Thanks to a series of leaked sprites, we can see that Cubburn was gradually revised into Teddiursa over the next 2 years of Gold and Silver's development. Cubburn evolves into Flambear, a combination of flame and bear, which together also sounds like flambe, a cooking method involving setting your food on fire. The family's final stage is Bruinous, a reference to Bruin, a folk word for bears, as well as ruinous. Instead of a crocodile, the original water starter was based on a plesiosaur, a type of marine reptile that first came into existence about 200 million years ago and went extinct the same time that the dinosaurs did. Nob calls it Palsio, derived from plesiosaur as well as the word pal, because as a starter it would have been your little buddy. Its first evolution is Presio, and its final form is Donmarine, referencing a head honcho like a mafia don, as well as submarines. Some fans believe they were scrapped in development for looking too much like Lapras, who's also based on a plesiosaur, but since Game Freak never officially addressed this leak, we can only speculate. The 1997 demo also introduced baby and fully evolved forms of Tangela, which Nob dubbed Burgula and Jungula. Burgula uses Tangela's Gela suffix, and the prefix Berg derives from bur, a type of seed, as well as the word burgeoning, which means to grow or flourish quickly, and Jungula is derived from jungle. Quillfish also had a scrapped evolution, Kazapalin. The Kazap part comes from the lightning bolt on its forehead, and the overall name references its visual similarity to zeppelins. Interestingly, another Gen 2 leak contained what appears to be an even earlier beta sprite for Kazapalin, with a more simple blowfish design. This three-stage family consists of a sunfish, a shark, and a gulper eel, with each stage representing a real-life animal that lives progressively deeper in the ocean. The first stage, Molambino, takes its name from the sunfish Mola Mola, as well as Bambino, the Italian word for a baby or child. The shark's Japanese name was Ikari, which translates to both anchor and rage. Its discovery in the demo led some fans to speculate that it was the original namesake for the Lake of Rage, which in Japanese is called Ikari no Mizu Umi. And if that's the case, the lake probably would have been full of Ikari, the anchor-tailed shark Pokemon. Nob calls it Angor, a mix between anchor, anger, and gore, like a gory shark attack. And its final evolution he calls Lureel, a portmanteau of lure, surreal, and eel. In the 1997 demo, Girafarig also had a pre-evolution appearing to be a pair of conjoined twin ghosts. Nob calls them Bipola, derived from the words bipolar and polar, since they're pulling in two different directions. A leak from later in development actually shows a more refined design for Bipola, where they're still twin ghosts, but no longer attached. The leaked file was dated June 1999, just 5 months before Gold and Silver released in Japan, so it seems Bipola almost made the cut, but ended up getting scrapped in the 11th hour. Bipola's design makes a little more sense when you realize that in the demo, Girafarig originally had two equally sized giraffe heads, which was pretty clever since both the English and Japanese names are spelled the same backwards and forwards, just like the design itself. The demo also contained a Ditto evolution Nob calls Mimeo, named after mimeographs, machines that duplicate text, as well as the word mimic. It also ends with the O sound to match Ditto's name style. Just like its pre-evolution, Mimeo could only learn one move, transform, so its redundancy was probably why it didn't make Gen 2's final cut. It would have evolved from Ditto when it was traded holding a metal coat, so some fans have speculated that Mimeo influenced the design of Melton 2 decades later. These two Pokemon's true forms are kept intentionally mysterious, since they hide their real selves underneath the skin of a wolf. This may be why they ended up getting cut, as the existence of wolf pelts can raise some dark questions about the Pokemon world. Nob calls the first stage Warfurs, a combination of war and furs, and its evolution is Werelican, a mashup of were and lycanthropy, which is a word to describe werewolf transformations. Both names are also a play on Bofors and Orlikon flak cannons, two brands of flak cannon common in World War II. Warfurs and Werelican were originally brown in Gold and Silver's 1997 demo, but Game Freak changed their colors to blue later on in production, presumably to reflect their ice typing. This Pokemon appears to be the creature latched onto Slowbro's tail, although its data in the demo doesn't indicate it was actually related to the Slowbro family, which could mean it was entirely independent, or Game Freak simply hadn't gotten around to programming the data just yet. Its Japanese name was Taban, suggesting it's the turban that Slowking wears on its head. So, Nob gave it the English name Disturbin, a portmanteau of turban and disturb, as its very existence is somewhat disturbing, just like real turban snails. A family of dark-type felines had a bell theme and were only capable of being female, so Nob named the first stage Moibel, a combination of Mademoiselle and Belle, and its evolution he calls Beldaum, a mashup of Belle, Dame, and Bedlam. Their signature move was Heal Bell, which can also be learned by the Skitty family, a moon-themed cat family introduced in Gen 3, who some fans suggest are sort of spiritual successors to the Moibel family. If it hadn't been cut, this bomb-carrying seal would have been the series' first dual-type water and fire Pokemon. Nob calls it Grenmar, short for grenade, marine, and mar, an old-fashioned word that means to inflict serious bodily harm or to destroy. A fitting description for what a bomb does. This one, Nob called Belignin, derived from bell, belligerent, and malignant. It would have been a branch evolution for Weepinbell when it touches a poison stone. In the final game, Sprout Tower's only 3 stories tall, but the internal data reveals lots of unused floors that would have made it 9 stories tall. This might explain why an NPC in the final game still says the tower's central pillar is a 100-foot tall dead Bellsprout. Some fans speculate that Belignin and the Poison Stone were originally meant to play a prominent role in this much larger version of Sprout Tower. In the game's final build, however, Belignin and the Poison Stone got cut entirely, and the tower got shrunk down to just a third of its original size. There was actually an alternate Belignin design discovered in a leak from much later in development, so it seems it was one of the last Pokemon to get removed from the game. These electric tigers are what Nob calls Tyker and Strigar. Tyker is a portmanteau of tiger and tyke, a word for a small child. This was a name suggested to Nob by our artist Rachel Briggs years ago, and when we saw that he chose it for the video, we asked him not to use a fan name, but he said if a name was good, he actually would have been fine using a fan name back in the 90s. Strigar is a combination of strike, tiger, and taiga, the winter forest biome where you can find Siberian tigers. One leak revealed Tyker and Strigar were created during Red and Green's development, which means they actually got cut from 2 generations back to back. They even had an additional evolution in Gen 1, but only its back sprite was found in the leak, so we can only speculate about its frontal appearance. The leak also didn't include a name for the final stage, which means it won't be getting a name from Nob, since he's only giving English names to lost Pokemon with Japanese names. 2 decades before Farfetch'd got an evolution in Generation 8, Game Freak almost gave us one in Gen 2. Nob calls it Luxswan, a combination of the words luxury and swan. It first appeared in Gold and Silver's 1997 demo and later got an updated sprite with a new color scheme. But ultimately, Luxswan didn't make the final cut. Perhaps the creepiest Pokemon in the demo were these 2 ghosts based on Asian culture. The first stage is based on a bear and Waraningyo, which is a straw doll that originated in Chinese rituals. They're also used in Japan, where they're nailed against trees to curse people, similar to how voodoo dolls work. It appears the attack Curse was created as its signature attack. Even though the straw doll Pokemon ended up getting cut, Curse still made it into the final game. Nob calls this one Stroman, derived from straw man and omen, like how bad omens foreshadow tragic events. Its evolution is both a panda and a Jiangshi, also known as a Chinese hopping vampire. Though their depictions vary from story to story, Jiangshi often wear traditional Chinese clothes and hop around with their arms outstretched, searching for victims to kill and absorb their qi. You can kill a Jiangshi by writing a spell on thin yellow paper and sticking it to their foreheads, which explains the little piece of paper incorporated into its design. Nob calls it Fandarin, a mashup of phantom, panda, and mandarin, as in Mandarin Chinese. Stroman and Fandarin were cut pretty early on in Gen 2's development, probably due to their occult origins and being a little too creepy for the Pokemon brand. Scyther got a new evolution in Gen 2 in the form of Scizor, and Pinsir was originally planned to receive one as well, which Nob calls Tricules, due to its 3 horns and the fact that it's based on a Hercules beetle. These colors were changed from brown to pink later on, before ultimately getting cut just a few months before Gold and Silver's release, possibly to make room for Heracross, who's also based on a Hercules beetle. The demo had a total of 17 baby Pokemon, but apparently Game Freak decided that was too many, so they ended up cutting it down to just 7 in the final game. One of these lost babies was a 3-tailed Vulpix pre-evolution Nob names Volpe, with the 3 eyes referencing the Roman numeral for 3. Nob actually would have preferred to theme the whole family in this style, telling us, "I wish I could go back in time and convince them. It could have been Volpvi, and make 9 tails Vulpix, with Roman numerals representing the number of tails." Volpvi was actually created and then cut during Gen 1, and later got cut again during Gen 2's development, just like these next 3 babies, who also all got cut from both gens as well. Starting with Coinpurr, a Meowth pre-evolution who gets its name from coin purse and purr. Coinpurr's sprite has 3 different coins above its head, but they're not present in its back sprite. This has led some fans to believe that they weren't actually a part of its design, but were placed there by designers as options, so they could later pick which coin shape would appear on its forehead. Baby Ponyta was Colta, derived from Col and Colt, the word for a young male horse. It also ends with ta to match Ponyta. And Orfry was baby Goldeen, whose name comes from Or, which means gold, because the Goldeen family are all goldfish, as well as Fry, the word for a fish that has just hatched. The rest of these scrapped babies were only cut from Gen 2, and as far as we can tell from all the leaks, were never intended for Gen 1. Baby Doduo is Dodory, beginning with DOD to match its evolutions, followed by Airy, which means bird's nest, and in Old English refers to a family of birds. Even though its 3 heads make for an interesting bird's nest motif, the fact that its evolutionary line would have gone from 3 heads to 2 heads to 3 again may raise some uncomfortable questions about where that 3rd head goes as Doduo, which might have been why it got cut. Paraspore gets its name from its evolution, Paras, and also the word spore. Paras and Parasect show a parasitic mushroom increasingly taking control over its host insect, but paradoxically, Paraspore appears to be growing out of its mushroom. This runs counter to the evolutionary narrative of its evolutions, and similar to Dodory, the fact that it doesn't quite make sense might explain why it didn't make the cut. Baby Grimer is called Smudge, whose name and design are both pretty self-explanatory. Smudge was originally pink, but in a later build had its color changed to gray, possibly to make it look less like Ditto before the developers decided to remove Smudge from the game altogether. There's also a Growlithe pre-evolution, Puparon, derived from the word pup, and also pepperoni, because it's a hot and spicy fire type. Another leak from earlier in Gen 2's production contained what appeared to be an even older design for Puparon. Unfortunately, that particular leak didn't include names or evolution data, so it's impossible to be 100% certain that it is in fact an early Puparon. And there's only one Lost Unova Pokemon discovered so far that has a name, a dual-type grass and ground Pokemon labeled Nekoyagi, which is Japanese for root goat. It was shown for only a few seconds in a slideshow at Tokyo's Meiji University in 2010. With the help of Helix Chamber member Luminosis, we enhanced and translated that slide to get a better understanding of its concept, which may have eventually evolved into Gen 5's Sawsbuck, or Gen 6's Go-Goat, or possibly both. Nob calls it Tuba Capra, named after root vegetable tubers, and also Capra, the scientific word for goats. And just as importantly, it rhymes with Chupacabra, the mythical blood-sucking goat monster that was supposedly first spotted in Puerto Rico in 1995. The last Pokemon on our list is none other than Gorochu, the Raichu evolution cut from Gen 1. According to Game Freak's Koji Nishino, the developers had no choice but to remove several Pokemon from the game, as they'd run out of cartridge space. As a result, some 3-stage families got cut to just 2 stages. Not only Gorochu, but also some of the babies like Volpe and Coinpurr. No concept art or front sprite sprite were ever leaked or officially revealed by Game Freak, this artwork is based on its back sprite and a description by its creator, Atsuko Nishida, who told Japanese newspaper Yomiuri that it had fangs and horns and looked like a god of thunder. Since Pikachu and Raichu kept their original Japanese names in virtually every language around the world, it seems fitting to leave this one unchanged as well, and refer to it simply as Gorochu.
Did you know there's actually several Japan-exclusive Pokemon games on one of Nintendo's most beloved handhelds, the Game Boy Advance? Nintendo created several mini-games based on the Pokemon series for the GBA, but these weren't part of a standard retail release. They were distributed through the Pokemon trading card game. Special edition cards were released for the TCG that could be scanned into the Nintendo e-card reader. This was a device for the Game Boy Advance that could read encoded strips of data, similar to a magnetic strip reader on a credit card machine, which could scan a line of code from cards and then send that data to the GBA. Some of these cards would hold additional content for full retail titles, but in the case of Pokemon, some cards were released that held their own exclusive, fully fledged mini-games. We say fully fledged, but they weren't exactly going to stun the audiences with their incredible gameplay, though we wouldn't call them a waste of time either. A fair amount of these cards were released internationally, but Japan had a collection of promotional cards which never had any publication outside of the region. These include Exciting Hide and Seek. This one's less of a game and more of a simple animated cartoon, likely based on the animated short Pikachu's Peekaboo, known in Japan as Pikachu's Exciting Hide and Seek. There are two different possible versions of this animated skit involving Pikachu and Larvitar hiding from one another. Next is Imakuni's Ball. Based on the Ball Game & Watch title, it involves juggling balls by using the left and right buttons, though in this instance, the player's character is replaced by Tomoaki Imakuni, a Japanese musician who performed several songs for the Pokemon anime, and promotional material for the TCG. He was even featured on several Pokemon cards, including the card required to play this game. There's also Wooper's Juggling Game. Taking on the role of Wooper, the objective here is to use the Wooper's water gun attack to keep Poliwag and Totodile off the ground. After a short while, Psyduck then gets dropped into the mix, with Poliwag falling faster than Totodile, and Psyduck taking 2 blasts before being projected higher. Then there's Big Fruit Strategy. Here, the player controls Totodile as the Mon swims in the water, with the goal of collecting as much fruit as possible while avoiding a number of Tentacruel. The player then obtains different point values depending on which fruit is collected, and the game finishes once the player crosses the finish line of the course. And last but not least, there's Toko Toko Truck. This game has 2 Pichus riding a handcar while passing different train stations. Their final destination is the Pokemon Center in Tokyo, but they have to get there before the time runs out by jumping over boulders left on the track along the way. There are plenty more Pokemon games exclusive to Japan which we'll be covering in this video. As usual, we'll be extensive, but we won't be counting demos or games that later got a comprehensive release in other regions, such as Pokémonster Stadium or Great Detective Pikachu, Birth of a New Duo, or even Pokemon Green, as the original Green and Red were basically just less polished versions of what we got in the West. We also won't be counting apps that have no game-like elements, like Pokemon PC Master, which essentially just taught kids how to use a PC. We'll also have one pretty unique game we want to talk about at the end of the video, so stay tuned for that. Now, we try not to be biased on this channel, but the next game we're talking about is definitely our favourite game in this video. The Pokemon trading card game on the Game Boy was a huge change to the original games. Developed by Hudson, these games translated the mechanics of the Pokemon trading card game into a video game format. The game received an international release to wide acclaim, so it was surprising to learn that the game's sequel remains exclusive to Japan even to this day. Also by Hudson, Pokemon Card GB2 Here Comes Team GR boasted several new features and improvements over its predecessor. An optional choice of the player's gender was added, a training mode was included to teach people how to actually play the game well, and a deck diagnosis system was introduced to rate the player's crafted deck. Compared to the first game, which had 228 cards, GB2 was bumped up to a total of 445 cards. Probably the most iconic card added to GB2 was Great Rocket's Mewtwo, which was featured prominently in the game, and a real-life version of the card was distributed in Japan, bundled with special edition Celebi-themed Game Boy Advances, which means GR Mewtwo was Japan exclusive both physically and digitally. Here's a translation of the card text. As you can see, its abilities essentially make it the captain of all dark Pokemon. It wasn't just the card count that was increased, but the size of the entire game was increased massively. Rather than a simple collect all the badges plot, a rival team was introduced known as Team Great Rocket, led by King Bidarichi. This group kidnaps the club masters from around the island featured in the original release, and steals everyone's cards. So the player assumes the role of a hero that sets off to rescue the masters and restore the status quo. Similarly to how Pokemon Gold and Silver introduced the second island, TCG GB2 is also made up of two different islands. The island featured in the first game, and a second island called GR Island. This was partly to address a common complaint with the first game, its rather short playtime. The game's graphics were also noticeably improved, with areas having much more deep theming, characters having more animations, and a new selection of coins for the player to use during the match's initial coin toss. Another introduction to the card game sequel was a game center, where the player is able to play a variety of minigames similar to that of the main series. This may be our bias speaking as fans of the Pokemon TCG game on the Game Boy, but this title is actually very enjoyable as a sequel, holding up even today. But this begs the question as to why it never saw an English release, and sadly, this isn't a hard question to answer. Pokemon Card GB2 released at the late date of March 28, 2001. This was just a week after the release of the Game Boy Advance, and with the original Pokemon TCG Game Boy release taking years to be localized outside of Japan, if this title was localized into English, it probably would have been released in 2002 or perhaps even 2003, meaning this sequel would have been in direct competition with Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. And with GB2 essentially being twice the size of the original game, it would have been more prudent for Nintendo to put those localization resources towards a GBA game instead. Lucky for the Pokemon franchise, the collectible creatures managed to become such a strong brand that they didn't have to be constrained to one genre, or even popular genres. The world of sport saw its own Pokemon game with extremely limited availability. Pokepuck Fishing Rally DS was available for just a few months in 2005, and could only be obtained through the DS Download Play kiosk. These kiosks could originally be found in Pokepark, a theme park dedicated to the franchise, though they would later be placed in Japanese Pokemon Center stores and at Pokemon Festa, an annual Pokemon convention. The title's gameplay takes place on a river flowing into the sea, with the area changing over time. The top screen would display the shadows of different Pokemon underwater, and the player must cast their line onto the screen, pressing the A button when the floater is pulled under, and then repeatedly tapping to pull the catch. Each Pokemon caught is displayed on the touchscreen, with their different scores being shown on the top screen based on the size of the Pokemon, level, and rarity. Scores would be tallied at the end of play, with the top 50 scores being sent back to the kiosk and placed upon a score list shown on screen. Not only is the game limited in its release, only being available via a region-specific kiosk, but there was also no means of actually storing the game, meaning that should the player's DS be shut down, it could no longer be played. While one could, in theory, keep their DS powered up and the game left running at all times, it would still be unavailable long term, as the game was also restricted to a 12-hour time limit. Partly due to its limited distribution and semi-permanent state, the title has now become lost media, with the only known ROM being held by a private collector who refuses to make the ROM public despite constant requests from the community. Although he did, at the very least, record himself playing the game to give us a better look at how it functioned. But some of Japan's Pokemon exclusives were on popular hardware, very popular hardware. The region received 3 versions of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon created exclusively for the Nintendo Wii, made available as WiiWare downloads on the Nintendo Shop channel in late 2009 for 1,200 Wii points, or about $12 each. These titles were Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Keep Going Blazing Adventure Squad, Let's Go Stormy Adventure Squad, and Go For It Light Adventure Squad. Developed by Chunsoft, these entries mark the only time that Mystery Dungeon has appeared on a home console. They're also the only entries in the sub-series not to receive an international release. Often referred to as the Adventure Squad series, and contrary to other Mystery Dungeon games, these 3 titles put little emphasis on storyline. The game's plot starts with a group of Pokemon being sent by Slowking to rescue a lost Shuckle. After returning to town, he explains that he was searching for some delicious food, a story that will continue to unfold as progress is made. This then opens up the game's bulletin board, where Pokemon post requests for the player to undertake in exchange for a reward. Depending on which of the 3 iterations of the game is being played, the hub world will differ. For Blazing Squad, the location is a Pokemon village near a volcano. In Stormy Squad, the player is based at Pokemon Beach, and for Light Squad, the hub is a Pokemon Garden, which is held within a forest. The games made use of the same 3D graphics featured in My Pokemon Ranch, another WiiWare release which simplified the graphical style of each Pokemon. And according to IGN, the game's developers were aiming for something which resembles a picture book. Additional missions can be added to the game through the Wii's Wii Connect 24 feature, which will download while the Wii is in sleep mode. For a short period after the game released, several promotional codes were distributed as well, which could be entered through the game's Wonder Mail menu. These codes could be used to unlock unique Pokemon who the player could then use throughout the dungeons. These titles never saw a release outside of Japan, but this doesn't mean that they were never intended to be translated. Copyright filings were made in the US for each game's title, not just with their direct translations, but also a second set of filings for reimagined subtitles, which put the elements at the end of their names. The names were Forward Adventurers of Flame, Let's Go Adventurers of Storm, and Aspire Adventurers of Light. During development, IGN reported on the games multiple times, assuming that they'd receive international localization, but this never came to fruition. To many, the lack of a stateside release was surprising, seeing as the Pokemon franchise has always had a strong following in the West. The Wii had a massive install base in 2009 and 2010, so why the game never surfaced in the West remains a bit of a mystery. In a positive turn of events though, a team of people at Project Pokemon released translation patches for all 3 games, making them playable in English over a decade after their original release. These translation patches not only aim to localize the game in a similar manner to that of previous official English releases, but also brought back almost all of the online features, including downloadable event missions and legendaries. Moving on from Pokemon games on popular hardware to Pokemon games on a console which some people have never heard of. The Sega Pico saw an exceptionally limited release worldwide, but was particularly popular with Japanese schoolchildren. Despite their association with Nintendo, the owners of the Pokemon brand, the Pokemon Company, aren't exclusively controlled by Nintendo. They have the option to create products branching across multiple video game platforms, which allows the series to reach a wider audience than just those interested in Nintendo hardware. Before we explain the Pico's Pokemon games, we should first give a brief introduction of what on earth the Sega Pico even is and where it came from. The Pico was released in Japan in 1993 and saw an international release a year later in 1994. The system held some mild success for a number of years, though it was ultimately discontinued outside of Japan in 1998. In Japan, however, the system would see continued support until as late as 2005. As of April 2005, 3.4 million Pico consoles had been sold at retail, with over 11 million software sales across 300 different pieces of software. The Pico hardware was derived from that of the Sega Mega Drive or Genesis, though differed dramatically in control and function. The Pico is shaped somewhat like a laptop, but without a screen or full keyboard, instead having a pad controlled by a, quote, magic pen, as well as some coloured directional buttons. Cartridges for the console aren't actually cartridges in the traditional sense either, referred to as storyware. Each game comes in the form of a picture book with a slot on the bottom which connects to the top half of the system, with the game progressing as each page of the book is turned. While the system saw a limited international release, none of the Pokemon titles made for the system were ever localized in the West. One of these region-locked titles was Pokemon Catch the Numbers, which released July 23, 2002, and featured the second generation of Pokemon. It was designed to teach children numeracy skills, with the story following Pikachu and Togepi after Team Rocket steals all of Ash, Misty, and Brock's other Pokemon. The player is faced with a selection of minigames that must be completed in order to retrieve the lost companions. As a side note, within the data of Catch the Numbers, a sprite of a Weezing can be found, which would ultimately never be used in-game. Another title is Pokemon Advanced Generation I've Begun Hiragana and Katakana, which released November 17th, 2003 and used the third generation of Pokemon. It was designed to teach Japanese children how to read and write hiragana and katakana script. The story again involves Team Rocket, with them deceiving Ash, Brock, May and Max by disguising themselves and telling them that they need 25 Pokemon to progress to the Pokemon stage. Each Pokemon is caught by correctly drawing 5 kana. If Pokemon on a Sega console wasn't enough, the Pikachu Pico was a Pikachu branded Pico released in 2004, a year before the end of the Pico's life cycle. This system had no technical differences to a standard Pico console, and of course was made solely as a way of boosting the system's sales. The console came bundled with a copy of Pokemon Advanced Generation I've Begun Hiragana and Katakana. And the last game published on the standard Pico was Pokemon Advanced Generation Pico for Everyone Pokemon Loud Battle, released on July 13th, 2004. The game again includes the third generation of Pokemon. The game stars Ash, Brock, May and Team Rocket, and the game is mainly based around reading and playing minigames. The title came with a Pikachu-themed controller featuring various minigames that were playable in a competitive 2-player mode, with both players using either side of the controller. Inevitably, the Sega Pico would come to the end of its life cycle in 2005, but the Pico brand wouldn't be entirely scrapped. Instead, a new and improved follow-up to the console was created for the Japanese market. This successor, the Advanced Pico Bina, was released in 2005 and is often referred to as simply the Bina. The two systems were very similar in design, though the Bina features an additional set of buttons on its right side to accommodate left-handed children, as well as built-in speakers and new ports for add-ons, such as an SD card reader, which can be used to save game progress and store images. And of course, the Bina got more Pokemon titles. Pokemon Advanced Generation Pokemon Number Battle, released on October 1st in 2005, the game uses the third generation of Pokemon. The game mostly involves finding hidden Pokemon in various scenes, as well as solving math questions and puzzles. After this, intellectual training drill Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Letter and Number Intelligence game was released on the 21st of April 2007 and featured the fourth generation of Pokemon. The game was geared towards teaching children general knowledge, words and numbers, asking them to do tasks such as counting Pokemon and grouping them together based on on-screen prompts. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Search for Pokemon Adventure in the Maze was released on September 17, 2009, again using the fourth generation Pokemon. This title seems to focus more on the Pokemon brand itself, with the player having to use the book to highlight Pokemon either based on their silhouettes or finding them in on-screen mazes. The game also encourages children to learn the Pokemon by name alone rather than relying entirely on images. And lastly, Pokemon Best Wishes Intelligence Training Pokemon Big Sports Meet was released on December 4th, 2010 and included Generation 5 Pokemon. The player takes on the role of Ash through various games which involve learning hiragana, numbers and English, as well as completing a number of exercises in order to win medals. Through the use of the Bina SD card reader, sold separately, it is possible to save and print images created in-game. Our next game that never left the land of the rising sun was also educational, well, sort of. After the success of the first generation titles, Pokemon had solidified itself as a huge player in gaming. Nintendo naturally wanted to capitalize on the series' fame and ejected Pokemon into its new series of Picross titles, the Picross NP series. The series was exclusively available via download using the Nintendo Power Service in 1999 in Japan. The service allowed players to store a game on a blank Super Famicom cartridge using the in-store kiosk and take it home with them. Picross NP Volume 1, the first in the series, kicked things off by putting Pokemon front and center. In total, the game features 12 different Pokemon-based puzzles, one each for Meowth, Mr. Mime, Psyduck, the Clefairy Doll, Togepi, Electrode, Gloom, Pikachu, Zapdos, Rapidash, Poliwag, and Snorlax. Since the Picross NP series was made exclusively for the Nintendo Power Service, and the service never left Japan, it's safe to bet that this is why the series never came to the West. You could argue that Nintendo could have just slapped all 8 Picross MP titles on a cartridge in English for a quick buck, but 1995's Mario Picross was a flop in both US and Europe. This would make an English localization of Picross NP a risky move, one that probably wasn't worth it. Remember that awesome trading card game we talked about earlier? Well, there were a couple more trading card games that stayed with Japanese audiences exclusively, though they lacked a fully fledged adventure mode like Pokemon Card GB2. One of these TCG titles was a Japanese exclusive browser game called Pokemon Card Game Online, which released in 2009. Be sure not to mistake this game for a similarly titled Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, which is entirely different. Built in Flash, this massively multiplayer online card game is simply a means of playing the physical card game with others across the internet, utilizing unique access codes included with Leafeon vs Metagross Expert Deck CD-ROMs. For users with a Pokemon Daisuke Club account, signing up for the service also deposited 2,000 action points, the in-game currency, into their account for use via the club's action point system. This game would allow players to use fixed decks against players made up of cards included in their pack purchase. The service only ran for about a year before being discontinued. A few years later, the West would get the aforementioned Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, making a localization of this original title redundant. Yet another card game entry was Pokemon card game How to Play DS in 2011, which served, unsurprisingly, as a means of teaching the player the rules of the card game, but on Nintendo DS. The game includes a digital rulebook covering how to play, along with a variety of tutorials. Once completed, 5 CPU-controlled opponents will become available to practice with. The game boasted a pretty neat feature, however, making use of the DS download play function, allowing 2 players to compete against one another with only 1 cartridge. The title even came packaged with 90 real Pokemon cards so that you could take that sweet TCG knowledge you just learned out into the real world with you. Though Pokemon is at home on handhelds, many in the West didn't realize that the Pokemon franchise actually had moved to the mobile market earlier than the launch of smartphone. Not only that, but the first mobile application for the series wasn't even created by Nintendo, but rather Square Enix. Released in 2006, Pokemate was a phone application that let players send and receive messages with friends or participate in live chat, but also catch and store Pokemon. When starting the game, the player is given a random Pokemon along with 10 Pokeballs to capture more. Rather than utilizing mechanics of fighting or leveling, instead, the game serves as a virtual pet simulator, with the player caring for their caught Pokemon, just like a Tamagotchi. Players were encouraged to sign up for the game's subscription service, which would grant them additional Pokeballs, extra media features, and the ability to catch more than just 3 Pokemon. While only released in Japan, the game was demonstrated in the US during E3 2006, with many assuming the worldwide launch would be coming at some point. As the result of low interaction from users, the service was discontinued in 2008. Around the time, it would have been unlikely to see an international release. The game can no longer be accessed, and all that remains are a limited number of videos and screenshots, making this another piece of Pokemon lost media. Pokemon's return to the mobile market came with the launch of smartphones. In 2011, Pokemon Say Tap became the second Pokemon mobile game after Pokemate, and is even more limited in scope. Developed by Creatures Inc., the application is a rhythm game based on the trading card game, with the goal revolving around tapping cards displayed on screen in time to the music and icons as they pass a circle. More points are awarded according to accuracy for the player's timing. This simple feat becomes less impressive after finding out there is only a single song available to play, and it's the ending theme to the Japanese anime at the time of its release. Can you name all the Pokemon, BW? In a similar vein, just a few years later in 2015, Dancing Pokemon Band took the concept a step further. The player takes control of a Pokemon summoned by Hooper and must tap 3 different icons, donning different Pokemon faces as musical notes pass over them, with more points being awarded for better timing. Each correctly timed tap fills a meter at the top of the screen, which, when maxed out, causes 2 additional Pokemon to jump on screen for a 10-second dancing round, where buttons can be tapped freely before the song finishes. finishes. After the game ends, the player is given a rank and a Pecha Berry worth different amounts depending on score. These can then be spent to unlock additional Pokemon to play across the game's selection of 4 songs and 3 stages. There are also 3 additional Pokemon that could be unlocked by entering special passwords revealed across Pokemon shows on TV. Pokemon Say Tap and Pokemon Dancing Pokemon Band were only made available for a few months in 2011 and 2015 respectively, and as such were never brought to the West. One could assume that around the mid-2010s, limited releases of internationally renowned series would become an outdated practice, but that simply wasn't the case for Pokemon. The series continued to see more games that never got localization, despite the clear appetite for their availability among fans. A free downloadable Pokemon game limited to Japan was released for the 3DS in 2014, developed by Marvelous, called The Thieves and the Thousand Pokemon. The game's plot revolves around recovering stolen diamonds, supplementing the plot of the 17th Pokemon movie, Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction. Essentially, a group of thieves has been using their Pokemon to steal valuable diamonds from the Diamond Domain, where they are used as a form of energy. The player takes control of a squad of Chespin, Fennekin and Froakie, with one designated as their leader, to recover the stolen artifacts and return them to their rightful place. Players are initially given 50 of whichever starter Pokemon they choose, which can then be taken into a stage as a spendable resource, with additional Pokemon being obtained through Street Pass, or by spending the Nintendo 3DS's Play Coins. The Pokemon obtained via Street Pass will be whichever starter Pokemon the passing player chose as their leader, while the Play Coins are redeemed to obtain more of the player's initial choice. Before selecting a stage, the player must designate how many Pokemon they intend to take with them, with any remaining Pokemon after a stage's completion being lost. Stages are made up of different challenge types, with 3 different types in total: battle, sneaking, and obstacle clearing. Battle stages involve the player defeating Pokemon in order to advance to a stage, with a battle gauge on top of the screen indicating how the fight is going. If the bar reaches the left, the player loses, while if the bar reaches the right, they win. This is manipulated by sending additional Pokemon into the fight, while the enemy may also send in additional reinforcements, with type effectiveness having influence over a squad's power. After each fight, the player may lose a number of their Pokemon. Sneaking challenges have the player attempt to use stealth to bypass a fight. By holding down the X, Y, or A button, Chespin, Fennekin, and Froakie will attempt to sneak past the opponent, only successfully getting past if they cross a threshold. If the button is released before they make it, they will retreat back to their starting position. The guarding Pokemon may stir and check behind them. If they see any of the player's squad making an approach, the stage will change into a battle scenario. If they don't spot anything, they will move closer to the player's starting position until eventually they spot the player's team and commence in a battle. Obstacle clearing stages face the player against objects which must be cleared by sending Pokemon in. A gauge on top of the screen will indicate progress, though unlike a battle, there is never any pushback. No Pokemon are lost during these challenges either, so it's more a sort of gate that can only be passed by having enough Pokemon to meet the threshold. If at any point during a stage the player chooses to stop their progress, the group of Pokemon that had been sent in will remain at the point at which the player quit, being able to rejoin the squad once they reach that point of the stage again. As a result of the Pokemon being expelled after a stage, a player's Pokemon count will become limited before long, leading to them needing to seek out other players to obtain more via Street Pass, or bolstering their initial leader Pokemon via Play Coins. This results in the game being almost impossible to complete in a single sitting, forcing it to be played over multiple days at least in order to progress. Initially, only stages 1 through 16 are available to the player, covering the story of Marilyn and Riot, who appeared in the 17th movie. Additional stages surrounding Argus and Millis are unlocked after stage 6, while 4 additional stages could be downloaded by players that attended a screening of Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction in theatres or other special events. By completing these locked stages, a code is awarded to the player to unlock an additional Master Ball that can be used in Pokemon X and Y. The Thieves and the Thousand Pokemon is the most recent regional exclusive Pokemon title in this video, but there's one game we didn't mention yet, and it comes with a request for help and a $550 bounty. A demo for a PC edition of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, subtitled Gold Rescue Team, was released in the midst of 2007. It was available exclusively in Korean, with the demo being distributed as a free download to anyone who made an account on the Korean Mystery Dungeon website. The demo's size invokes an interesting possibility, being 450 megabytes. The demo took up far more space than what is needed for the limited segment that is playable, leading many in the community to believe that this data may actually contain the full game. Information on this game is immensely scarce, with the only real discussions around it being held on Korean message boards, with essentially no preservation of the original files.
Did you know? Blaziken was the first Hoenn Pokemon. Not only that, but it was intentionally created to make players stick it in a PC box. According to Gen 3 art director Ken Sugimori, I thought about how wide the variety of Pokemon could be, and wanted to push the envelope of what would be accepted. So the first one I made was Blaziken. I wondered if people would go for such a humanoid Pokemon. I was intentionally testing the waters. Over the years, we've developed an image of what a Pokemon looks like, but this time we decided to push those boundaries and weaken the idea of what can't be a Pokemon. Ruby and Sapphire was about taking on new inspirations for Pokemon unlike anything we used before. Blaziken was in fact one half of this Pokemon, which was designed early in development and appears to have been split in two, with the other half becoming Latias. Just like Charizard in Gen 1, Blaziken was created first, then its pre-evolutions were designed by working backwards. Ken Sugimori went on to say that Torchic is based on painted chicks. Back when he was a kid, it was pretty common to see them for sale at fairs and festivals. Parents bought them in the same way they might buy a goldfish, sort of like a toy they don't actually have plans to care for long term. When a painted chick grew up and wasn't cute anymore, a lot of kids would just throw them out like a broken toy. Sugimori said, "I think people from our generation have certainly experienced buying painted chicks. So this one's orange, and just like a real painted chick, it starts out cute, then grows into something fierce and hard to look at. We wanted to recreate that experience, which led to Torchic, Combusken, and Blaziken. We wanted people raising them to feel that sense of disappointment, while also acquiring something more powerful. So if you're the kind of kid who didn't like what your starter grew into and shoved it in a PC box, you're like the Japanese kids of Sugimori's generation who threw out their painted chicks. But if you kept Blaziken in your party, you're probably a pretty good pet owner." This tale of Hoenn's Firestarter comes from a 2003 issue of Nintendo Dream magazine, which featured a 9-page interview we recently translated into English. Inside these exclusive translations, we found lots more info not previously known to Western fans, like that Ruby and Sapphire weren't originally planned to include any Pokemon from past generations. Game Freak eventually used this strategy to make Gen 5 feel like a soft reboot, but the idea initially started with Gen 3. Sugimori said, "The goal was to make something that felt new. A lot of people said that not much had really changed in Gen 2, and we kept wondering why that was. And I think it's because there were too many familiar Pokemon appearing in Gold and Silver. The first Pokemon you encountered was a Pidgey, and while nostalgia's fine and all, I wanted to draw lots of new Pokemon." The game's director Junichi Masuda was also present in that interview, and said, "From the early stages of development until past the halfway point, we planned on Ruby and Sapphire featuring nothing but brand new Pokemon. Since Ruby and Sapphire weren't compatible with the earlier Game Boy games, there would have been no way to trade Kanto and Johto Pokemon up to Gen 3. Well, at least not until Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Coliseum released a year later. This would have made Gen 3 a pretty hard reboot, even more so than Gen 5, where old Pokemon could still be found in the post-game. But Game Freak ultimately decided to scrap the Hoenn reboot idea due to balancing issues. Basically, there just weren't enough Pokemon of certain elemental types, so they peppered in older Pokemon to quote fill the gaps. But because the change was made fairly late in development, the game's origins as a reboot still ended up leaving some pretty significant impacts on Ruby and Sapphire's final builds. For one thing, it explains why there's so many new Pokemon in Gen 3, and also why older Pokemon make up such a small percentage of the Hoenn decks. And according to Sugimori and Masuda, it's also why you see nothing but brand new Pokemon until after you've made it past the 3rd town, because originally, it was all supposed to be a Pokemon reboot. The scrapped reboot idea is also the reason some of the new Pokemon exist in the first place. As Sugimori explains it, when we decided to have only new Pokemon in these games, it became necessary to make Pokemon that fill the same role as Pidgey, and make a weak caterpillar Pokemon like Caterpie. For some people, Ruby and Sapphire will be their first Pokemon game, and showing them a caterpillar turning into a cocoon, then a butterfly, is the easiest way to introduce the concept of evolution, so we intentionally made Wurmple to be like Caterpie, but a little different. In other words, Pokemon like Wurmple and Tailo would have never existed if Gen 3 hadn't spent a chunk of its development as a reboot. Other Pokemon came into existence by working backwards from their names. Game Freak came up with the names Zigzagoon and Slackoff, and thought they were so hilarious they just had to design Pokemon around them. Their names are essentially the same in both Japanese and English, by the way, with Zigzagoon coming from Zigzag Raccoon, and Slackoff derived from Slack Off and Sloth. Then, the design team gave them families based on themes. Sugimori said, Slack Off goes from a sloth to being motivated, then deciding it wasn't worth it after all. Then the raccoon goes from being a zigzag to a straight line, which is how they got Linoon. 15 years later, Sword and Shield's art director James Turner continued that theme with an obstacle-based Pokemon. James posted all this art on Twitter just in case some fans didn't catch the wordplay. Just as their initial idea to exclude old Pokemon was a reaction to fans' criticism of Gold and Silver being too been there done that, the actual designs of Hoenn's Pokemon were very much a response to criticism of Gen 2 as well. According to Sugimori, Gold and Silver had a lot of kiddie designs, and some fans were starting to say Pokemon had become too babyish, so one theme for Ruby and Sapphire was returning to the coolness of the monsters. We added more and more cool, tough-looking and monstrous Pokemon, which is exemplified by Groudon. Sugimori also says his team broke free of limitations hoisted upon them by the anime and merchandising sides of the business. When they made Gen 2's Pokemon, they kept the design simple so they'd be easier to animate in the cartoon, and also cheaper to make toys out of. But for Gen 3, Sugimori said, quote, screw it. As an example, he points to the complex lines covering Groudon and explains that his new attitude definitely resulted in Groudon and lots more Pokemon looking cooler than if he was still restrained by the anime and merchandise. But for Gen 3, there was another restriction on the design team that most fans probably would never have expected. Here's how Sugimori explained it. A lot of the Pokemon had a troubled development. Like at one point I said, the tail on that Pokemon was annoying me, so I got rid of it. Then someone else shot back, what? But I already programmed in some tail moves. So we had some constraints where we couldn't get rid of a Pokemon's tail, and as a result, we had to change their shape or find some other workaround. He goes on to say the same thing happened with Pokemon's horns, where he wanted to get rid of them later in development, but couldn't because other developers already gave them horn moves. We were curious who he might have been talking about, so here's all the Pokemon in Gen 3 who learn tail moves by leveling up. We think the most likely culprits are Lairon and Aggron. They're pretty easy to imagine without their tails, and they can both learn the attack Iron Tail. Interestingly, their pre-evolution Aron can also learn Iron Tail, even though it doesn't have a tail. As for the Pokemon who weren't supposed to have horns, Ralts, Kirlia, and Shuppet fit the bill visually, but none of them have horn moves, so they couldn't be the ones Sugimori was talking about. In fact, not a single Pokemon added in Gen 3 can learn Horn Attack, Horn Drill, or Mega Horn, and the ones who can learn Peck all have beaks. So honestly, we're a bit puzzled which Pokemon might have had their horns on the chopping block, so let us know in the comments if you've got a hunch. Speaking of unfinished Pokemon designs, Sugimori also says they sent early builds of Ruby and Sapphire to Nintendo for testing purposes. This included unfinished designs for lots of Pokemon. There's been quite a few leaks of Pokemon beta sprites in recent years, including a text-only Pokédex that described an early version of Rayquaza as the White Dragon Pokemon. But so far, there hasn't been a leak of the actual beta sprites. It seems there's at least 2 sets of beta sprites, the batch sent to Nintendo for testing, and a later batch used in a Japanese demo. About 4 months before Ruby and Sapphire released in Japan, Nintendo toured an event called Pokemon Festa around a few Japanese cities. Several screenshots were published showing slightly different designs for Pokemon like Sharpedo. But to this day, what else could be hiding inside those Festa demos remains a mystery. Maybe someday these 2 beta sprite sets will leak and we'll finally get a chance to see White Rayquaza, the Grass-type Sprinklermon, and countless more scrapped monster designs. Now let's talk about why the games are called Ruby and Sapphire. According to Masuda and Sugimori, part of the reboot concept was a desire to return to the series' roots, so they were looking for titles that could be represented by the colors red and blue to match the Gen 1 games. But beyond that simple concept, the details got pretty complicated because Game Freak staff couldn't agree on the exact titles, and some of the titles they could agree on were already trademarked by other companies. As a result, they didn't come up with the names Ruby and Sapphire until 4 months before the game's release date. The reason they picked those titles specifically was because the previous game was Crystal, and they wanted to continue the theme of crystals by using gemstones. By the way, if you've ever wondered why Crystal was named after a mineral instead of a color, Game Freak explains why in this Japanese Japanese magazine. Masuda says, Crystal's title came from the crystals used in electronic transmissions, so he picked a title that fit with the game's contents, with Sugimori adding, especially since Crystal was meant for the mobile system GB. They're talking about the internet features of Japanese Crystal, where you could hook up to a cell phone and battle and trade online, get news updates, and access a special event to catch Celebi. Back to Gen 3 though. So there's a type of crystal called corundum. Red corundum are called rubies, and every other color are called sapphires. Blue sapphires are the most valuable, and Game Freak thought the dual nature of corundum crystals seemed pretty clever, and also gave them the red and blue colors they were looking for, so they finally came to an agreement. But then the Pokemon company actually objected, saying they didn't want more games named after crystals, but it was already super late in development, and ultimately they had little choice but to give it their blessing. As for the eventual third edition, green corundum do exist, but they don't have a special name. They're still just sapphires. So Game Freak picked another kind of crystal called an emerald. It's not a corundum, but it brought them back to their roots with Gen 1's colors of red, blue, and green, which was their initial goal from back when Gen 3 was planned as a reboot. Speaking of Gen 1, when the interviewer asked Masuda where Hoenn's located in relation to Kanto and Johto, he basically said they aren't connected. Quote, I think it's more fun to think of them as separate worlds. When we designed Hoenn, we also made a rocket launch pad, and we had ideas like maybe that's where Team Rocket came from. But we decided it was better not to spell things out concretely, especially as far as the media is concerned. In other words, even if that's how they thought of it in development, they didn't want to make it canon, probably so they had the freedom to change their minds at some point in the future. As Ruby and Sapphire's development was nearing completion, Masuda's wife went into labor with their first child. He rushed her to the hospital, but the games were in such a critical final stage of development, he kept getting messages on his phone asking to sign off on last-minute revisions. She was born in September, which, as Masuda notes on his blog, makes Sapphire her birthstone. Even as he held her for the first time, he could still hear emails arriving in his phone's inbox. Masuda named his daughter Kiri, and to commemorate her birth, secretly added her into the game. She's a young girl in Sutopolis City who gives away free berries, and unlike most NPCs, her name was left unchanged in the English localization. If you talk to her, she'll say her parents named her Kiri so she'd grow healthy and warm-hearted, and also says she was born in autumn, just like the real Kiri. But there was more to Gen 3 than just Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Pokemon's third generation featured over a dozen spin-off games, but we just want to focus on the big one, the series' first home console RPG, Pokemon Colosseum. Colosseum wasn't made by Game Freak, or even Pokemon fans at all. It was mostly made by a small team of top talent that Nintendo poached away from Sony. At the same time Game Freak was wrapping up development on Ruby and Sapphire, Nintendo spent about $1 million opening a new studio called Genius Sonority. The man they put in charge was Manabu Yamana, who up to that point was best known for directing Dragon Quest games, some of the most popular RPGs on PlayStation. Many of Colosseum's other core developers came over from Dragon Quest as well. In an interview on Nintendo's Japanese website, Colosseum's lead programmer said, I hadn't played any GBA or GCN Pokemon games before we started. There actually wasn't a true Pokemon expert in the entire studio. But that didn't change our deadlines, haha. The Pokemon Company approached this brand new team of non-Pokemon fans and asked them to make the series' first 3D RPG. Thinking about what kind of game they wanted to make, they thought, well, most of the kids who played the original Pokemon games were about 11 years old. Gen 1 was a coming-of-age story, and these kids have been coming of age in the real world too. So let's make Colosseum's protagonists the same age as the fans who've been along for the ride since the very beginning. 6 years have gone by, and the fans are 17 now, so let's make the protagonists 17 as well. In that same Japanese interview, the game's concept lead, Akihiko Miura, said, I wanted to produce a game that was different and also targeted a slightly older audience than previous Pokemon games. Therefore, the main characters are about 17 years old, and they wear a lot of dark-colored clothing. We wanted to make the hero into a kind of dark hero, someone that the gangs are actually afraid of. But as you go through the game, you'll learn that he's really not a bad person, even though he steals other trainers' Pokemon. Genius Sonority wanted a more mature setting to go along with their older protagonist, something totally different from every other Pokemon game. All the mainline games were set in lush environments based on Japan, so they decided on a dry, urban world in a desolate desert, so basically the opposite of what had come before. They created the Ore region and based it on Arizona, which made it the first Pokemon region based on the United States. According to composer Tsukasa Tawada, we actually tried to make a lot of the game resemble Phoenix, Arizona in a loose way. There's a city in Ore called Fenak, which was founded when the first mayor of the town drew water into the city. Fenak's origin story actually draws from the real-life lore of Arizona's capital city, Phoenix, which was founded when a guy named Jack Swilling had canals built to bring in water. The new canals followed an ancient canal system built by the Hohokam people, and the communities that sprung up were built on top of the Hohokam's ancient ruins. The city was born from the ashes of a former civilization, so they named it Phoenix. By the way, we know some fans pronounce it Or, but the only audible reference for the region's pronunciation is a TV commercial where they pronounce it Ore, so we're gonna follow their lead.
Darkness has fallen over the land of Ore.
Back to the game though, you can even see a small piece of Arizona in the game's cutscenes. When Wes drives his motorcycle from one town to another, you can spot a rock form in the distance, but only for a brief moment. This appears to be an homage to the Mittens, two famous rock forms in Arizona. To us, it looks more like the West Mitten Butte, but it could also be the Eastern Butte seen from the opposite side. You can see the Mitten on Ore's horizon in several more cutscenes, but it's always so quick. Blink and you'll miss it. In issue 85 of the German magazine N-Zone, the game's director identifies one man as the visionary behind the Ore region, Shinichi Hiramoto. At the time, he was most famous for illustrating the Star Wars Return of the Jedi manga, and he'd later say that as a non-Pokemon fan, the only reason he was willing to join the Colosseum project was so he could introduce that grittier element into the world of Pokemon. A stylistic mismatch, cute Pokemon in a decaying world. The very existence of shadow Pokemon was his idea as well, along with how they looked. Very little concept art for Pokemon Colosseum was ever made public. In fact, there's only 3 pieces, and they can only be found in a limited edition strategy guide. That guide came bundled with an art book that's mostly just 3D renders, but also includes that rare concept art. We tried to find a copy for sale, but they're pretty hard to come by nowadays. So a big thanks to one of our viewers, Davo Gato, who scanned his copy for us. The first piece is Pyrite Town's initial concept, where the town's Colosseum was originally a raised planetary globe. And there's the Arizona Mitten right there, present from the very beginning. The next one appears to have been made later, showing a much more detailed version of Pyrite Town. In addition to the more mature plot and setting, Colosseum also catered to an older audience by being a lot more difficult than the mainline games. One detail that made Pyrite especially difficult was that it didn't have a Pokemon Center, but this concept art reveals it was originally designed to have one. Also, Pyrite's final build has a bridge that lets you cross the chasm, but it's missing from the concept art, with arrows indicating the only path to the Colosseum was through the long cave system packed with gang members. Otherwise, the concept art matches pretty closely with how Pyrite appeared in the final game. The only other piece of concept art is Myra B, one of the main villains, and still the only character in the entire series whose trainer class is Wanderer. Colosseum has one of the series' best soundtracks, which Tsukasa Tawada mostly wrote in just 10 days. Now, almost 20 years later, we recently got in touch with Tawada and asked about the time he spent in Ore. He said, "Not all the songs are inspired by Arizona, but some are, especially the harmonica solo music, which was clearly inspired by the dry air feeling, like a sandstorm in Phoenix, Arizona. Actually, I made some music which didn't get used in Colosseum or XD Gale of Darkness, but I'm not allowed to share it with you now. Hopefully someday we'll get a chance to hear it. Although there's actually one piece of Colosseum music that did get released, but only in Japan. That's what you're hearing now. In fact, there's an entire virtual reality mode that fans in the West never got to experience, which unlocked a few Japan-exclusive shadow Pokemon. Those were the days when Nintendo was cross-promoting their hardware by encouraging fans to connect GameCubes with GBAs, and also connect their GBAs to scan e-reader cards. The Japanese e-reader cards unlock the VR mode and 3 difficulty settings. If you beat all 23 trainers on easy, you unlock one more who's got a Shadow Togepi you can catch. Beat them all on normal and you'll get a chance to catch Shadow Mareep. In hard mode, all the trainers are about as strong as the game's final boss, but even more difficult because there's 24 of them. If you can make it all the way to the end, Shadow Scissor's your final prize. There was also a Japanese bonus disc that gave you a Celebi, and you could transfer it over to your Gen 3 games as well. Pretty much all this extra content is still on the disc in American versions of Pokemon Coliseum, and Nintendo already went through the trouble of localizing most of it into English. Unfortunately, all that content is artificially blocked off so you can't access it in-game. Those e-reader cards were never released internationally, but they could have just as easily made the Japanese VR mode accessible in the base game for free. Adding it all back in would be a great bonus for a modern-day re-release, like say on Nintendo Switch, where they could also make it widescreen and bump the resolution up to HD, a big upgrade from the GameCube's aging 480p. Coliseum got a sequel in 2005, Gale of Darkness, but the Ore series has been dormant ever since. No re-releases and no sequels. In 2016, Junichi Masuda was interviewed by the Spanish edition of Nintendo Official Magazine, who asked, "Here's a question that many fans who've been around since the beginning of the series have been wondering. Is there a possibility that we'll see, one day, a game in the style of Pokemon Stadium or Pokemon Coliseum?" Masuda replied with just one word, "No." And then he laughed. It seems Game Freak and the Pokemon Company aren't too interested in Ore nowadays, but there is still one man keeping a candle lit, Coliseum and XD's composer, Tsukasa Tawada. In 2017, he performed a live piano rendition of the Fenac City theme and uploaded it to his YouTube channel. And in 2021, he composed an arrangement of the Relic Forest theme. Even if everyone else has moved on, it's nice to know that at least one member of the team still has a place in his heart for the Ore region.
In this episode, we'll be talking about an add-on to the Pokemon series called the Pokemon Mini. Not to be confused with the Pocket Pikachu, you may be wondering just what this thing is, and we wouldn't blame you for that. So, allow us to give you a little rundown. The Pokemon Mini was a console designed and manufactured by Nintendo, specifically made for Pokemon-centric minigames. The system was unveiled in September 2001 at a Nintendo event called The Nintendo Show. Held at Westminster Hall in merry old London, England, it was advertised as a major Pokemon announcement. The Mini was released in North America in November of 2001, with a Japanese launch nearly a month later, and later still in Europe, being released in March of the following year. It's possible that Australia may have been the first market the Mini was available in, with classification for the system's launch title cited as October 3rd, 2001, though the release in the region isn't well documented. The Pokemon Mini aptly holds the title for the smallest cartridge-based Nintendo system ever made, with it weighing in at a grand total of 70 grams, battery and game cartridge included. The cartridges themselves are roughly the size of a postage stamp. Even with its small stature, the console boasted some impressive features, especially for the time. It included an internal real-time clock and timer, being able to keep track of time even when the system was off. It also had an infrared sensor for multiplayer games, with one game in particular able to support up to 10 players at a time. It also came with a built-in rumble feature, as well as a shock detector, which let you control Pokemon on screen by rattling your hand like a, quote, poker fan possessed. The console's battery life also clocked in at a whopping 60-hour lifespan, with the use of a single AAA battery. The Mini came with one game, and was available in 3 different colors: Wooper Blue, Chikorita Green, and Smoochum Purple, a few of the most popular Pokemon, according to Nintendo UK. The console wasn't as big a success considering it carried the Pokemon name. Marketing was practically non-existent for the system, and it came out the same year as the Game Boy Advance. Despite some of its technical prowess, it couldn't compete with the GBA's capabilities, and was seen as more of a toy than a gaming system. The Pokemon Mini could be found stocked in stores for roughly a year, factoring in all markets. Only 10 games were developed for the console, and of that total, only Japan received the entire library. 4 games made their way to North America, and 5 were released in Europe. North America saw the likes of Pokemon Pinball Mini, a pinball-style game where Pokemon like Diglett took the place of a pinball plunger, the self-explanatory Pokemon Puzzle Collection, and Pokemon Zany Cards, a collection of card games featuring characters from the Pokemon anime. Pokemon Party Mini came bundled with the system, and served as a showcase of what the console could do, utilizing all of its features across 6 minigames. Games that were Japan exclusive included a platform racer hybrid called Pokemon Race Mini, an adventure game called Togepi's Great Adventure, a sequel to Pokemon Puzzle Mini featuring 80 new puzzles, and a follow-up to Party Mini featuring the Pichu brothers, characters that made their debut in the anime short Pikachu and Pichu, shown alongside the third Pokemon movie. The last game released for the system was Pokemon Breeder Mini in December 2002, a virtual pet-style game, similar to a Tamagotchi. The Mini was released during the second generation of the Pokemon series, with Gold and Silver having released the year before in North America. With Breeder Mini in particular, the system briefly overlapped into the third generation, as it features the starter Pokemon from Ruby and Sapphire, which released in Japan a month prior. There's evidence showing a couple mini titles were considered for a wider release, but it's likely these plans were hampered due to the system's low sales. Puzzle Collection Volume 2 had been classified by the ESRB under E for Everyone, and would have gone under the similar title Pokemon Mini Puzzle Collection Volume 2, but it ultimately stayed in Japan. Similarly, Pokemon Tetris, the game which received localization outside of Japan but did not see release in the United States, also received an ESRB classification and would have been titled Pokemon Mini Shock Tetris. While every other game for the Mini was developed by Japanese studios Jupiter or Denusha, Pokemon Tetris is the one game in the Mini's library to be developed by Nintendo themselves. As an aside, it's also the last game where Jinx is depicted with its original skin coloring. This version of Tetris is regarded as one of the best games released for the Mini, and has a high asking price on the second-hand market. The European release is especially elusive, with only a few thousand copies ever being printed. The Pokemon Mini concept would be tackled one more time the following year, showing up on the Nintendo GameCube release of the game Pokemon Channel, where it likely received the most exposure. The game has a built-in emulator for the Mini, and games are obtained through the Shop and Squirtle channel, where the player can buy various items. The games available for play are altered or stripped down from their original versions. Half of the games came from Pokemon Party Mini, and it's likely the remaining 3 from the collection weren't ported over due to the unique nature of how they controlled and played on the original hardware. Pokemon Channel also featured an all-new game exclusive to the title called Snorlax's Lunchtime, where the player helps a Snorlax decide what's edible and what isn't. If Snorlax tries to chow down on a Pichu, the game ends. While the Mini didn't leave much of an impression, it did find another lease of life in a different realm of the gaming scene. With the advent of the console receiving an emulator on the GameCube, it allowed people to understand the hardware better, eventually leading to a homebrew scene among hackers. A group of coders under the name Team PokeMe went under the hood and developed a flashcart demo called Shizzle in 2004. This demo was first shown off at German demo scene Breakpoint in 2005 and excited the community, showcasing 3D effects and many other features previously thought impossible on the Mini. They've since made the tools available for others to create their own games, and a number of titles are available for the system, with a few more in development at the time of this video. All games are featured on Team PokeMe's website, PokemonMini.net. The community has also taken the time to preserve the original hardware with scans of some of the original game's instruction manuals, as well as enhance the console itself, with customizable colors and even a mod to introduce a built-in backlight. Over the years, the team has also taken the 5 Pokemon games released only in Japan and given them full English translations, with the final game being translated in May 2019. All games are available via flashcart or emulation, including the GameCube exclusive Snorlax's Lunchtime. The team also covered news of a Pokemon Mini prototype that was up for sale on eBay in 2016. The seller had said the system wasn't working anymore, and it came with a cartridge reading Sample 01011. It's not known what this cartridge might have held, be it an early prototype of a final game, an unreleased game, or possibly something else entirely, as the person who bought the system has remained anonymous ever since.
Did you know? The Johto region was heavily inspired by the Kansai region of Japan, with Ecruteak City, the region's cultural center, being based on Kyoto. Kyoto is famous for its traditional Japanese architecture and sites of historical and religious significance. Among these sites are the two Buddhist temples that lie to the northeast and northwest of the city. To the east lies Ginkakuchi, or the Temple of the Silver Pavilion, known for the statue of a silver bird that sits atop its roof. To the west lies Kinkakuchi, or the Temple of the Golden Pavilion, which has a statue of a bronze phoenix on top. Kinkakuchi was actually burned down by a novice monk in 1950, but was soon repaired in 1955. If you've played Pokemon Gold, Silver, or Crystal, this should sound familiar to you. The two towers of Ecruteak City were based on these two real-life Buddhist temples, and they're famous for the legendary birds that were said to roost on top of them. Ho-Oh perched atop the Bell Tower to the east, and Lugia perched atop the Brass Tower to the west. However, Lugia fled to the Whirl Islands when the Brass Tower burnt down under mysterious circumstances, which is a clear reference to Kinkakuchi. Something worth noting is the fact that Ho-Oh and Lugia seem to have swapped places from their real-life counterparts. Ho-Oh is associated with the Bell Tower to the east, while the Bronze Phoenix sits atop the Western Temple. Lugia was associated with the Brass Tower to the west, while the Silver Bird is located to the east. In a previous episode, we mentioned that the legendary Pokemon Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza were based on the Behemoth, Leviathan, and Ziz of Jewish mythology. These were said to be gargantuan monsters that dominated the land, sea, and sky respectively. There are differing accounts of the creatures' eventual fates. Some stories say that God will slay their creatures and serve them at the Messianic Banquet, a banquet shared between God and the righteous. Other accounts state that the Behemoth and Leviathan will slay one another before they are served at the banquet. This latter account seems to be the inspiration for the battle that takes place between Groudon and Kyogre in Pokemon Emerald. Additionally, Ziz is said to be the messenger of God. This is perhaps reflected in the game's depiction of Rayquaza as being the only thing that can quell Groudon and Kyogre's wrath. If that weren't enough, Generation 3 also included Regirock, Regice, and Registeel, Pokemon that are based on the Jewish myth of the Golem. The Golem was a crude image of a man constructed from clay and brought to life. In the Middle Ages, it was commonly believed that the Golem could be brought to life and controlled by using any one of God's names. God's name was to be written on a piece of paper and either inserted into the mouth of the Golem or placed on the Golem's forehead. This legend evidently had an impact on the design of the Pokemon as well, as each of the legendary Golems has writing on their heads that bears a resemblance to Braille. The Pokemon Arceus is said to be the creator of the Pokemon world, having created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, three Pokemon that control time, space, and antimatter respectively. Arceus also created the late guardians of Sinnoh, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf that brought knowledge, emotion, and willpower into the world. Appropriately, Arceus appears to be based on various creation myths from world mythology. Most prominently, it appears to be loosely based on the creation myth from Shinto mythology, which states that before heaven and earth were divided, they were a chaotic formlessness described as a cosmic egg. Eventually, the pure part of this egg was drawn out to become heaven, and the impure part became earth. Afterwards, divine beings were created, starting with the being Kunitoko Tachi no Mikoto. This being created two more deities known as Izanagi no Mikoto and Izanami no Mikoto. These two beings, using the Spear of Heaven, created the mythical island known as Onogorojima and erected a great pillar in the middle of this island. The Shinto creation myth and Sinnoh's creation myth share many similarities. Arceus' Pokédex entry in Pokemon Platinum reads, "It is said to have emerged from an egg in a place where there was nothing, then shaped the world." Arceus' creation of Dialga and Palkia to rule over time and space is similar to the creation of Izanagi and Izanami. Finally, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and through hacking, even Arceus itself are all encountered at the top of Mount Coronet in an area called the Spear Pillar. The Spear Pillar sits at the center of Sinnoh and was said to be the point of Sinnoh's creation. Onogorojima was created by a spear and a great pillar was erected at its center, hence Spear Pillar. Arceus also takes some inspiration from Buddhist mythology. Its Pokemon Diamond Pokédex entry states, "It is described in mythology as the Pokemon that shaped the universe with its 1,000 arms. The image of a deity with 1,000 arms is evocative of Avalokiteshvara, the personification of perfect compassion in Buddhism. Avalokiteshvara aspires to help all sentient beings be free of samsara, the endless cycle of reincarnation." Another possible connection between Arceus and Buddhism is the wheel on its back, which is reminiscent of the Dharma chakra, the wheel of the Dharma, which represents the path to nirvana. Two of the starter Pokemon from Generation 4 are also based on world mythology. Torterra is based on the myth of the world turtle that can be found in many mythologies around the world. For example, Chinese mythology states that the creator goddess Nu Gua used the legs of a giant tortoise to prop up the sky. Certain Native American mythologies tell of a giant turtle that supports the entire Earth upon its back. Torterra's Heart Gold and Soul Silver Pokédex entry reads, "Ancient people imagined that beneath the ground a gigantic Torterra dwelled," explicitly referencing its real-world inspiration. Infernape may be based on Hanuman, a Hindu god that appeared in the Hindu epic poem Ramayana. Hanuman was a monkey that was granted immunity to burning by the deity of fire Agni. He famously caused massive destruction to the mythical city of Lanka when he was held captive and his tail lit on fire. As the fire could not harm him, he escaped, and he used his tail to burn down large parts of the city. While the legendary Pokemon Keldeo was based on D'Artagnan from the Three Musketeers, it may have also been inspired by Scottish mythology. The Kelpie was a water spirit that often took the form of a beautiful horse in order to lure people into a watery grave. Its methods of doing so differ between accounts, but would generally lure men into riding on its back before galloping across the waves. Keldeo is also able to run across water. Its Pokédex entry in Pokemon White states that it crosses the world running over the surfaces of oceans and rivers.
The death of a beloved icon, Pokemon executives racing to take advantage, the imprisonment of an author. This is the story of Pokemon's greatest failure. It flopped so hard we can almost guarantee you've never heard it before. And it all stems from a plan that was supposed to make the Pokemon Company billions, but the only thing it ended up earning was embarrassment. Understandably, the company's not too keen on preserving the story or its fruits, but today we're gonna tell it, and upload all that remains to the Internet Archive for preservation. This is the story of Pikachu Meets the Press. It's a bizarre tale, and as is often the case on this channel, some folks might not believe it. So right off the bat, we're gonna outline our sources to back it all up. To get the facts, we had to translate a good chunk of a 600-page Japanese book called Pokemon Story, which was co-authored by Masakazu Kubo, who behind the scenes was the most important Pokemon executive you've probably never heard of. In Japan, he is often called the father of Pokemon. Back in the earliest days of the franchise, he was the guy promoting it in magazines like CoroCoro, helping Pokemon get a head start when no one else cared. His company Shogakukan owns a lot of Pokemon's printing and animation rights, and Kubo himself was executive producer of the early movies and anime. His book Pokemon Story is an extremely detailed account of Pokemon as a business, advertising budgets, marketing strategies, the kind of stuff Poketubers don't usually cover. Pokemon Story is where a lot of this video's info comes from, along with bits and pieces from various other old Japanese magazines. Okay, so with all that sourcing made clear, let's get this tale unfurled. It was the year 2000, the dawn of the Pokemon era, but the sun was also setting on the era of a comic strip called Peanuts. Circulating in over 2,000 newspapers reaching hundreds of millions of readers, Charlie Brown and his dog Snoopy were up there with Mickey Mouse as some of the most recognized and beloved characters of all time. With the first comic written by Charles Schulz in 1950, some people called Peanuts the longest story ever told by one human being. It had been adapted into movies, TV shows, toys, everything Pokemon was now becoming. But tragically, in early 2000, Charles Schulz was dying of cancer. His comic writing days were over. Pokemon's corporate leaders saw an opening, so they all got together to work out how to take his place. According to Pokemon Story, with Snoopy now finished, of the 2,000 newspapers across America, at least 200 now had empty pages that urgently need filling. The earnings from serialization are small, but the royalties from compilation books are considerable, and Pokemon can copy the path of Peanuts. Greeting millions of Americans in their homes every morning was a profitable marketing opportunity. But with Charles Schulz on his deathbed, the clock was ticking. Pokemon Company President Tsunekazu Ishihara asked, "How much power do these newspapers have?" Someone answered, "They come out daily, so it's beyond measure. We don't want to miss this window of opportunity. Now's the perfect timing, but it's coming down to the wire." The execs ultimately decided, even if the comic itself didn't make much money, the exposure was equivalent to $2 billion worth of advertising. That was just for 200 newspapers. Presumably, if they could take all 2,000 papers currently putting out Peanuts, it'd be worth billions more. Next to the games, anime, and trading cards, These comics would be Pokemon's fourth pillar holding up their plan to win the West. 1 week after that meeting, Charles Schultz was dead. The Pokemon Company had to act fast. To write the comic, they hired Gerard Jones. Back in 2000, he was a respected author working for both of the big two, Marvel and DC Comics, writing stuff like Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man, plus the English versions of Pokemon Adventures and Dragon Ball. So on paper at least, Jones probably seemed like the perfect guy for the job. To do the art, they got Ashura Benimaru Ito. Throughout the 90s, he'd done Super Metroid comics, Earthbound, Star Fox comics, again, seemingly the best man for the job. He also did some miscellaneous Pokemon art here and there, with Pokemon Snap standing out as some of his best. Ashura was an executive at Creatures Inc., co-owner of the Pokemon brand, and objectively the organization's quirkiest personality. He's really into wearing leopard skin clothes, sometimes with a tail, even to business meetings. To quote the late great Satoru Iwata, things always get weird when Ashura shows up. He was always doing stuff like making CG models of himself in leopard skins, growling, printed them out as stickers, and handed them out to everyone in his office. Quirky though he may be, Ashura's literally a rock star, not to mention a hell of an artist. With seasoned veterans like Jones and Ashura behind the wheel, the new Pokemon comic was primed for success. As well as Jones and Ashura, bringing up the rear was an experienced 3-person editorial team, along with additional support from Nintendo, Creatures Inc., Viz, and Creators Syndicate. What could possibly go wrong? The first strip debuted a few months later, starring Ash, Misty, and Pikachu on their first day of school. Yeah, they go to actual school, where they learn history and US government. We'll circle back to that later. Over its run, Brock, Ash's mom, and Gary showed up as regular characters too, along with some Pokemon more than others, especially Pikachu and Metapod. Color comics on Sunday, black and white the rest of the week. The black and whites each had a hidden Pokemon, like this one for example. Can you spot the hidden Magnemite? It's right here. Sunday comics often had puzzles attached, like Poke word searches or Who's That Pokemon type stuff. Now's probably a good time to mention, our longtime friend and art preservationist Hi-Res Pokemon scanned every single strip in high resolution for us. So huge thanks to that legend. And there'll be a download link in this video's description if you want to read them all and do the puzzles yourself. A lot of storylines were spread out over a week or two's worth of newspapers, then they were finished. Like Ash preparing for a battle against Gary and getting beat, for example. Other stories were peppered throughout the whole series, as sort of the main recurring plot lines, like Misty crushing on Ash, which peaked on Valentine's with a week of Misty badgering him for a romantic gesture. Another was Brock's horniness, similar to the kind of horn dogging you see in the anime, chasing around Misty's sisters, random women, stuff like that. One of the more memorable strips has Brock practicing his flirting skills with his Vulpix, who's clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Then there's one where Ditto transforms into a hot chick, Brock catcalls at her, then even after it's exposed as Ditto, Brock's still down for it. But probably the most original and extensive recurring plot was the one devoted to Metapod, who's very philosophical and depressed because of his immobility. The problem was, they weren't very funny, or even entertaining. With very few exceptions, the comics were just plain bad. On this channel, we usually leave our opinions aside, but most of y'all will never read the comics outside of this video. So we hope you'll forgive us for feeling we need to slip on our reviewer hats. And hey, our criticisms line up with a lot of the critiques levied back in the day. But we know what's good or bad is subjective and a matter of taste. So here, we'll let you make up your own mind while we read one of the Metapod strips. Psyduck says, "Metapod, how can you enjoy being ambivalent? It makes my head hurt." Metapod replies, "But Psyduck, ambivalence frees me from the pressure of having to be sure about my choices. Of course, I might be happier if I was sure of some things. I guess I'm just ambivalent about ambivalence." Then Psyduck hams it up for the camera. Unfunniness aside, most kids wouldn't even know what ambivalence means. But there's a lot of y'all watching, and maybe some of you thought that was hilarious. So let's do one more. Here's Ash and his mom watching TV. The news is talking about how the stock market's doing, the Slovakian embassy, and the presidential inauguration. When it switches over to a Pokemon battle, Ash takes out his earplugs and proclaims, "The secret to life is knowing when to pull out the earplugs." What is funny is this entire thing was the Pokemon Company's attempt to win over American adults. Maybe that explains the sometimes high-level vocabulary. Talking to Japanese Nintendo Online magazine in 2000, the so-called father of Pokemon, Masakazu Kubo, explained the brand's next big step for global dominance. Quote, "What I'm most intrigued by now is the expansion into newspapers in America. If it's a success, Pokemon will be like peanuts. Up till now, all the creativity behind Pokemon came from Japan, but now Americans are coming up with their own ideas to expand the Pokemon brand in entirely new ways. Getting into newspapers will be the first time Pokemon culture is presented as something for adults. I'm incredibly excited about it." Maybe this targeting of adults explains why the comics put so much focus on Ash's mom, but honestly, these strips were more likely to make adults hate Pokemon and think it's stupid. We could read you a bunch of them, but we'll just take a quick look at two. Ash's mom says, "That does it. My mind is set. I won't let Ash's Pokemon get to me anymore." Then Charmander's raising hell in the background. Mom makes an exasperated face, looks at the reader, and says, "Oh look, my curtains are on fire. Isn't that amusing? Ha, ha." Here's another. Mom relaxing on the couch. She says, a whole hour gone by and Ash's Pokemon haven't gotten on my nerves the least little bit. I'll have to get up at 3 a.m. more often." Besides being not funny, these strips make Pokemon look annoying as hell. According to the guy writing them, Gerard Jones, he wasn't much of a Pokemon fan himself. He got a lot of his Poke knowledge from his son Nicky, even though Nicky's quote allegiance had shifted to the competition. We take that to mean the Jones kid used to like Pokemon, but now he was on Team Digimon. Or maybe he meant Yu-Gi-Oh! Regardless, the author's lack of Poke experience shines through in his work. Stuff like referring to the Orange Islands simply as Orange Island, as if there's only one. Or when Misty says her Staryu evolved from rigorous training, when Staryu actually evolves via Waterstone. Also, Ash and friends have to go to school. Not Pokemon school, but like actual school, where he learns about the 14th Amendment and the Electoral College. Very strange. And maybe this is getting into nitpicking territory, but a lot of the Find the Pokemon puzzles were stupidly easy, especially if they're supposed to be for adults. Here, try one out for yourself. Can you find Oduo? There it is. How about Ninetales? Yep, you got it. Also, this Connect the Dots Sunday puzzle's supposed to give us a Pokemon. Here's the solution they printed a week later. It doesn't look like any Pokemon we can think of. Deformed Meowth, maybe? And also, look, we love Ashura Ito. Very skilled artist, love his work. But it seems like he was trying to mesh his distinctive art style with what he thought American funny papers were supposed to look like. And a lot of the time, the results were just not great. Especially when Pikachu winks at the reader. It's a little funky. Also, his work here looks a bit rushed. A lot of Sunday strips fail to fill in pieces of the background, leaving empty space where there should have been color. In Pokemon Story, Ishihara and the other execs talk about how they're worried the comic's quality will suffer because they've got a rush while Charles Schultz is on his deathbed. In that same meeting mentioned earlier, someone says, "We want very much to put out good content, but we don't have time. We don't want to miss this window of opportunity." Then Kubo says, "We can do it. Those restrictions will be motivation. We already have the characters. We have the game story. We aren't starting from scratch." He wasn't wrong. If history's shown anything, it's that virtually any product with Pokemon stamped on it's guaranteed to print money. Unfortunately for those execs, this comic was so bad it managed to be the exception. Sometimes the story thread took weeks to get to the punchline, but the payoff was rarely worth the wait. One example, after Ash loses his battle against Gary, Clefairy spends 3 weeks blaming itself for the defeat. Hiding in a cupboard, feeling insecure, crying, seeking reassurance, it just keeps going. Eventually, Ash's other Pokemon throw a party to cheer it up, but by then the reader's probably forgotten why Clefairy was even depressed in the first place. The comic seems conscious of that fact. The in-strip characters can't remember either. Then Bulbasaur turns to the audience and says, "Too bad we didn't clip and save those strips." The comic was cancelled almost immediately afterwards. Team Rocket make their first and only appearance in the final installment. Then Ash tells the reader, "Well, I guess we won't be seeing you in the funny papers anymore." So, long story short, it was bad. It failed to capture the hearts of American adults and probably didn't do much for the kids either. It certainly didn't bring in the billions of dollars the execs expected. All told, it only ran for 6 months before cancellation, from September 2000 to March 2001. Somehow, the story gets even worse though. Years later, the comic's author Gerard Jones was arrested for possession and distribution of, well, we don't want to get demonetized. Let's just say it wasn't comics, but it was the kind of kiddie material that lands you in federal prison. A lot of it, actually. It had been going on for years. He uploaded some to a private YouTube channel, and it was YouTube themselves who called the cops. Jones did his time, and he's a free man nowadays. We could have reached out to him for some behind-the-scenes info like we usually do in our videos, but this time, we're good. With the Pokemon comic ending in abject failure, and its author's crimes disgracing its already tarnished legacy, it's no wonder the Pokemon Company never acknowledges it. Fans don't seem interested in carrying its flag either. We couldn't find a single YouTube video about it, or even on this day in Pokemon history kind of tweets that are common for every other corner of the franchise. In fact, the last time anyone tweeted about it at all was over a year ago, from some guy lamenting that no one ever talks about it. Well, here you go, Jimmy. And like we said before, if you folks at home want to trot down memory lane, as of today, the entire series is freely available on Internet Archive. We've been kind of brutal, but now with our reviewer hats off and our preservationist hat slipped back on, there's probably some folks with nostalgia for Pikachu Meets the Press. So for those folks, we hope y'all can still enjoy them. Links down below.
Did you know? Fans predicted the announcement of Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver a week before their official reveal. The Japanese TV show Pokemon Sunday teased a big announcement for the following week. Behind the presenters were 2 confetti-filled balls, 1 gold and 1 silver, something viewers quickly picked up on. The precedent set by Fire Red and Leaf Green led many to correctly guess that Gold and Silver would be the next games to be remade. Perhaps because of this, Nintendo decided to reveal Heart Gold and Soul Silver 3 days early. The development of Heart Gold and Soul Silver was influenced by many of the series' past successes. The original titles were made to be the ultimate Pokemon games, as nobody on the team thought the series would continue after Gold and Silver. They thought the series would decline in popularity based on previous trends. However, the success of Gold and Silver demonstrated the series' staying power, and so producer Tsunekazu Ishihara founded the Pokemon Company to manage the series' brand and marketing. Despite their eventual success, the games weren't created without issue. Developing the special Pokemon Blue and Yellow games led to setbacks in production of the original Gold and Silver. To help fill the gap made by these delays, Ishihara approved the release of the Pocket Pikachu, a pedometer with a screen where Pikachu would appear happier the farther the player walked. An enhanced version known as Pocket Pikachu Color Gold and Silver was also released after Gold and Silver. Creatures Inc. were later involved in making the pedometer bundled with the 2008 Nintendo DS game Personal Trainer Walking. Ishihara again was involved in the project, and even used the pedometer in his personal life by attaching it to his dog's collar during walks. One day during a walk, the device fell off, and Ishihara assumed it was lost until he found it a month later in a muddy puddle. He was impressed that the device was still fully functional, and wanted to use it with Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Ishihara's idea would become the Poke Walker, a pedometer bundled with the games that allowed players to walk their Pokemon. Internally, it was considered something of a successor to the Pocket Pikachu. As the Pocket Pikachu Color launched after Gold and Silver, the team wanted to release a similar device alongside the remakes to show how both the tech and Pokemon had expanded. The team were encouraged to bundle the Pokewalker with Heart Gold and Soul Silver after the success of the wireless adapter that was bundled with Fire Red and Leaf Green. Interestingly, development of the wireless adapter for Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green gave the hardware team valuable experience with wireless technology, which they would later use while designing the Nintendo DS. The proposal document for the Pokewalker was about 3 times thicker than the document for the Pocket Pikachu. Though the Pokewalker dropped many features from the original, some additions exceeded expectations. Originally, the plan was to have a handful of Pokemon that could be sent to the Pokewalker, but this was expanded to include every Pokemon. The Pokewalker was also influenced by the Pokemon anime. The concept of Pokeballs shrinking in size was pioneered by the anime, and the look of the Pokewalker was deliberately meant to match the size of the shrunken Pokeballs. The size was also altered to improve its ability to withstand water, inspired by Ishihara's dog walking story. The Pokewalker ended up being more impressive than the pedometer it was based on. In a study conducted by Iowa State University, several different pedometers were tested for accuracy when used by someone walking on a treadmill. In comparison to top brands like DigiWalker and SenseWare, the Pokewalker was actually found to have a significantly lower margin of error, making it one of the most accurate pedometers on the market at the time. The researchers who conducted the study also praised the Pokewalker for helping to make exercise more appealing to children by incorporating video game functionality. Another interesting detail is that the music used in the Pokewalker menus is actually a new rendition of the music heard when using the Game Boy printer with Pokemon Yellow, Gold, Silver, or Crystal. The GB Sounds feature let players listen to the original Game Boy music as they played. However, several of these tracks had to be painstakingly recreated, as they didn't exist in the MIDI format. And tracks such as Unknown Radio posed even more problems, as they were programmed to work directly with the Game Boy's chiptune audio hardware. Additionally, some new tracks had to be composed for some areas. Cerulean City didn't have its own unique music in Generation 2, and other areas like Route 47 and the Global Terminal didn't exist in the original games. Composer Go Ichinose had difficulty making new battle themes for Ho-Oh and Lugia, which both used the standard Wild Battle theme in Gold and Silver. He asked the original game's composer, Junichi Masuda, to give him an idea of what Lugia's theme should be. Masuda played him just 3 or 4 notes, but these were enough to convey the feeling of the theme, and Ichinose finished the song with ease. Ho-Oh proved to be more difficult, as he envisioned it being a peaceful creature. The difficulty came when trying to convey the serenity in a climactic battle theme. Ichinose submitted many proposals, but each one was rejected as it didn't reflect the power and glory of Ho-Oh. The deadline was met, although Ichinose had to tone down the track's peacefulness. Heart Gold and Soul Silver were also influenced by the release of the Nintendo DSi, which launched a few months before the games. Many more Pokemon were added to the games to accommodate players that were unable to trade from the Game Boy Advance games due to the DSi's lack of a Game Boy Advance cartridge slot. The games also have several regional differences. The sages featured in the games had their designs changed, but only for the Korean versions. The sprites had their prayer beads removed and a red robe added on one of their shoulders, and they were renamed to ascetics. These changes were most likely done for religious reasons. There's also a glitch that's exclusive to the Japanese versions. In the Slowpoke Well, there's a place where the player needs to use strength in order to push a boulder out of the way. In the Japanese version, the player is actually able to push this boulder into the water. Even when surfing, the player can continue to freely push this boulder around in the water, although it ultimately doesn't do anything. In the Japanese games, the Game Corner used the slot machine minigame that had been a staple of the series since Red and Blue. However, the international versions of Heart Gold and Soul Silver used another minigame known as Voltorb Flip. This was due to a change in European legislation that automatically earned any game with gambling a 12+ rating. The data for the Game Corner area can still be found in the international version, alongside an unused map icon for the Poker Gear. This icon resembles Crystal, the female playable character from Pokemon Crystal, perhaps suggesting her design was planned to appear in the remakes instead of Lyra. The game has other potentially cut content. The internal list of attacks that Pokemon can learn officially includes 467 moves. If the player hacks the game to give a Pokemon a move numbered 468, 469, or 470, the moves will actually work as special attacks with a base power and accuracy of 110 pp. Using moves numbered above 470 will simply cause the game to crash, which could indicate at least 3 more moves were planned at some point in development. Many files relating to the Underground from Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum can be found in the data for Heart Gold and Soul Silver, suggesting this feature was meant to make a comeback at one point. There are 2 notable unused items also hidden in the game's files. The first is a photo album that would have held any photos the player took during the game. In the final release, photos are simply stored in the player's PC, making the album redundant. The second unused item is known as the Lock Capsule, which according to its in-game description, can only be opened with a special key. When hacked into the game, the item does nothing. Its original purpose was to be transferred to Pokemon Black and White, where the player could take it to Mr. Locke in Castelia City in order to receive a TM for the move Snarl. If the player obtains the legendary Pokemon Arceus through a special giveaway in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they can access the Sinnoh Ruins area, where they receive their choice of a level 1 Palkia, Dialga, or Giratina. It's actually possible to visit the Sinnoh Ruins a second time, but only if the player has a second Arceus obtained from an in-game event in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl that went unused, meaning that this second trip is normally impossible. Should the player hack the game to make the event happen, the hiker who greets them will have new dialogue welcoming them back, and the player will be able to obtain one of the 2 Pokemon that they didn't choose the first time round. Heart Gold and Soul Silver were also programmed with built-in anti-piracy protection. If the game detects that it's being played on an emulator, it will simply freeze at the start of a Pokemon battle and leave the player's Pokeballs spinning.
Did you know? While the name Pikachu may seem like it's inspired by the Pika, a mountainous rodent, the name actually comes from 2 Japanese onomatopoeias. According to series creator Satoshi Tajiri, the name is a blend of Pika Pika, the sound for electricity sparking, and Choo Choo, the sound of a mouse squeaking. Similarly, Pikachu's evolution Raichu comes from Rai, the Japanese word for thunder, and Chu. As the series mascot, Pikachu has received a lot of public attention. The character has appeared on airplanes, as a balloon in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and even as an official representative for Japan's soccer team during the 2014 World Cup. But, unthinkable as it may seem today, Pikachu was not always planned to be Pokemon's biggest icon. In an interview with Time Tokyo, Tajiri revealed that Pikachu only became the face of Pokemon during the pre-production on the animated series. Tajiri said, "When they did the anime, they wanted a specific character to focus on. Pikachu is relatively popular compared with the others, and potentially both boys and girls would like it. They heard a lot of opinions about this. It wasn't my idea." Pokemon's first manga adaptation, named simply Pokemon Pocket Monsters, didn't initially star Pikachu. Predating the anime by about 5 months, the book instead featured Clefairy as the protagonist Red's partner. According to Joseph Tobin in the book Pikachu's Global Adventure, The Rise and Fall of Pokemon, Clefairy was chosen to make the book more engaging. Because of this, it's possible that Clefairy could have been the face of the series if it weren't for Pikachu's popularity in focus tests. And since the character is yellow, a primary color, it was theorized that Pikachu may be more recognizable to younger audiences. There was also less competition among yellow characters at the time, with the only standout example being Winnie the Pooh. Another surprising fact is that series artist Kin Sugimori didn't design Pikachu. He simply did the final illustration for the character. Instead, Pikachu was designed by Atsuko Nishida, who allegedly helped design around 30 of the original 151 Pokemon. Like most Pokemon in the anime, Pikachu communicates by saying some or all of its name. However, unique to Ash's Pikachu are recognizable phrases that have specific meanings. Pika-P, for example, means Satoshi, which is Ash's Japanese name. Pikachu's speech was also once planned to be even more diverse. Originally, Pokemon were supposed to gradually learn Japanese over an extended period of time, with Pikachu planned to speak similarly to a baby. These ideas were, of course, scrapped. Pikachu's voice actress, Ikue Otani, was initially disappointed by her lack of a full speaking role. This disappointment left her when she realized her performance was being heard by audiences worldwide. Due to a misunderstanding, Otani thought she was auditioning for the part of Pikachu's rival, Meowth. She appeared at the audition with the wrong script and nearly missed her call to audition for the character. Otani's voice was also featured as an Easter egg in Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2, and is used instead of a traditional cry if the player imports their Pikachu from Pokemon Yellow. Pikachu did eventually learn the language of humans, speaking in a comically deep timbre voice in the adventure game Detective Pikachu: Birth of a New Team. The fan-made English trailer by the YouTube user TealHollow1 imagined how a Western version might sound, dubbing Pikachu with lines by American actor Danny DeVito. The trailer helped spark a push to have DeVito voice the character, but the actor publicly declined, stating he'd never even heard of Pokemon. Pikachu's impact can be seen extensively in the real world. Each year, the island nation of Niue releases commemorative coins depicting characters from various franchises. These coins were made to heighten global awareness of Niue and its economy, and have featured franchises such as Star Wars, Doctor Who, and various Disney properties. In 2001, the country released commemorative Pokemon coins, displaying Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course, Pikachu. The coins have since become collector's items, fetching a high price online. Another example of Pikachu's fame took place in the Lower District Garden of New Orleans, where a 5-foot-tall Pikachu sculpture appeared overnight. This statue appeared on July 31st, 2016, during the height of Pokemon Go's popularity. It remains unclear who was responsible for the stunt, or how they erected the statue without anybody noticing. The statue was removed soon after, and the anonymous artist auctioned it off. The sculpture was sold for $2,000, and the proceeds were used to restore the park's fountains. Pikachu even influenced the naming of a retinal protein. The protein Pikachurin was discovered by researchers at the Osaka Bioscience Institute in 2008. Pikachurin is essential for transmitting visual electric information to the brain, and is important for tracking moving objects. Without this protein, information would take many times longer to reach the brain. The protein was named after Pikachu due to the character's association with electricity and speed, and its discovery will potentially lead to better treatment for vision disorders. Pikachu's fame soon led to the Pokemon getting its own game, Hey You Pikachu. This was one of only 2 games to use the Nintendo 64's voice recognition unit, and the only one released in the West. However, the title was never released in Europe. A number of alterations were made to the game's American version, most of which relate to cultural differences. In the Japanese version of the game, shoes can be seen outside a glass door of the player's room. It's customary in Japan for people to take their shoes off before stepping indoors. The shoes were removed in the American version as this custom is less common. The game also references the Nintendo 64, which can be found in the player's home, and while the N64 looks accurate in the American version, the model in its Japanese version is fairly inaccurate. The console has 2 gray lines running down it, and its cartridges resemble that of an American Super Nintendo. When the Nintendo DS was unveiled at E3 2004, a line of tech demos were shown to illustrate the system's features. One of these games, simply titled Pikachu DS, was compared to Hey You Pikachu by those who played it. Similar to the N64 game, the player interacted with Pikachu in various ways, this time using the DS's touchscreen. In the US TV spot of Hey You Pikachu, a girl asks her brother how he knows Pikachu is a boy. Although this wasn't a feature at the time, it is now possible to tell what sex a Pikachu is at a glance. One of Pikachu's signature moves, Volt Tackle, is named Volt Tecker in Japanese. The name references a move used by Pulseman, the hero of Game Freak's previous project before Pokemon. Pulseman's Voltecker is named after the signature move of the Tatsunoko character Tekkaman, Volteka.
There's a war raging in the world right now between popular characters. There are more monsters and cute girls than you can shake a stick at. I don't have such lofty dreams of creating something that will last for perpetuity. Ken Sugimori, 2017. Pikachu is one of the most recognized fictional characters in the world, but someday it'll be completely forgotten, along with every other Pokemon. Ken was a lonely kid growing up, only able to make friends by drawing manga. Despite his parents' protests, he ran away from home to pursue his dream of becoming a manga author, a mangaka. But life had other plans for him. One fateful day, he skipped school to meet up with a kid named Satoshi, which ultimately led to Ken becoming art director of the biggest multimedia franchise in human history, Pokemon. Deciding to play hooky changed Ken's life and to some extent the whole world. But even after all those billions and billions of dollars, he still wanted to be a mangaka. Now closing in on 60 years of age, Sugimori's finally had to lay that dream to rest. He's far outlived his usefulness, and his art was never even that good to begin with. Or at least that's the way he sees it. Those are his words, not ours. By the end of this video, we expect you'll see things differently. This is Ken Sugimori. For a man who drew all this, and much more, it's shocking how little of his life story is known to the public. Look him up on Wikipedia, and everything he ever did is condensed down to a couple paragraphs. Short as it is, it's still got some errors. Even his place of birth is incorrect. Search the internet in Japanese and you won't find much more than in English. The man's practically a ghost. The only way we could learn more about Sugimori was by buying some old Japanese books, translating a few hundred relevant pages, and piecing the puzzle together. So let's start at the very beginning, long before Pokemon. Ken Sugimori was born January 27, 1966 on the island of Kyushu in Fukuoka's downtown Hakata district. His father loved manga, so he grew up surrounded by the classics, but his dad also worked for the TV channel NHK, which required the Sugimori family to move around a lot, to Nagano, Nagasaki, Yamanashi, Tokyo, and as a result, Ken was constantly switching schools and had a hard time making friends. He was good at drawing though, and realized sketching manga was a good way to start conversations with other students. The 70s were a golden age for manga and anime, and Ken could draw popular characters better than anyone, especially Gundam. and when other kids caught a glimpse, it was an instant icebreaker. He filled up entire notebooks with manga and drew them in the margins of his notes during class. At one school, he made a group of friends where he'd draw one page, then another kid drew the next, and so on, till they had a 16-page story. They made hundreds over several years, and Ken still treasures and keeps them to this day. These formative experiences making friends with his art left Ken dreaming of becoming a professional mangaka when he grew up. In his mid-teens, he found a new obsession: arcades. Back then, no one knew who made video games, Sugimori recounted in the 2000 book Game Maestro, Volume 4. I was obsessed, so I'd research and investigate, and I'd say Galaxian was made by a company called Namco. The original Space Invaders was made by Taito, and the other Space Invader-like games are all copies, trivia like that. It was an era where I really wanted to share this kind of knowledge, but no one understood. One day, now living in Tokyo, he popped into a magazine shop and his gaze happened to wander to a video game magazine. It was amateur, homemade, and stapled together, a doujinshi. He'd never seen anything like that. Back in those days, strategy guides, gaming magazines, internet forums, none of this existed yet. This doujinshi Ken held in his hands was Game Freak issue number 1. He bought a copy and pored over its pages. It was full of interests and opinions he shared, and contained gaming trivia even he didn't know. I thought it was amazing, he recollected, but while the contents were good, the visuals were lacking. There was no way to screenshot games back then, so all the pictures were hand-drawn, poorly. Game Freak was made by some kid a little younger, Satoshi Tajiri. So, Sugimori mailed him a letter and some illustrations saying he'd like to make the doujinshis artwork. Satoshi wrote back, saying welcome aboard. The two high schoolers exchanged letters for a while, until one day Satoshi invited Ken to an arcade trade show. It was for industry insiders only. Satoshi spent a lot of money collecting arcade circuit boards, so he was on the invite list, and managed to secure Ken one extra ticket. It was on a weekday though, so Ken dressed up in his school uniform and told his parents he was off to class, then skipped school, ditched his clothes in a train station locker, and ran off to the trade show. Problem was, he still had no idea what Satoshi looked like. He'd have to find him amongst the crowds. All the trade booths had sign-in sheets. When Ken signed his name, he saw Satoshi's a few lines above. I figured he must be close and looked around, and sure enough, there was this tall, lanky guy at the next booth over writing the name, Tajiri. The two immediately hit it off and became the best of friends, spending countless meals and train rides together, talking video games and staying out late nights at the arcade. In '84, 18-year-old Ken graduated high school, 1 year earlier than Satoshi, so he had to step into adult life all on his own. He had no plans to attend college and still determined to become a mangaka, but his mom and dad didn't approve of him lazing around the house drawing all day, so he ran away from home and rented the first cheap apartment that he could find in Machida, the same neighborhood where Satoshi still lived with his parents. Satoshi loved having his friends so close and quickly moved in his computer and most of his stuff. Before he knew it, Ken's little apartment was the new Game Freak office space. Money was tight with Ken working part-time and Satoshi still on his parents' allowance. They mostly ate cheap ramen noodles and spent half their money on video games. Arcades, of course, but eventually they bought a Nintendo Famicom and got really into Super Mario. And Ken especially liked Princess Peach. Even to this day, if you look at his Twitter page, you'll see he's constantly buying Peach memorabilia. His favorite Nintendo game, however, was the original Metroid. Ken's art greatly improved Game Freak, and their doujinshi became some of the world's first strategy guides, with a cult readership of thousands. One issue explaining how to get 10 million points in Xevious was especially influential. We could probably make an entire documentary about these two teenagers' lives in the Xevious scene, which is very dramatic and very long. Tajiri basically wrote an entire book about it. That's still for another time, so for now we'll keep it short and just say Xevious's significance cannot be overstated. Tajiri's been reclusive from the public eye since the late 90s, but he reappeared in 2015 to interview Xevious creator Masanobu Endo. In that interview, Sugimori and Tajiri agree, quote, Pokemon wouldn't exist without Xevious. Game Freak never would have made their first game without it, and the mysteries surrounding Xevious greatly influenced the mysteries cultivated for Pokemon. Sugimori said, I think it's important how Endo kept the mysteries ambiguous. That's why when I get asked questions about Pokemon, I try not to answer too clearly. What I learned and value from my Xevious experience is how keeping things vague can make it more enjoyable. After meeting Xevious's creator as teenagers, the Game Freak guys realized the legend was just flesh and bones, just like themselves. So together with some friends, they started making their own game. All their favorite games centered around one verb, digging, shooting, jumping, so they decided to make a Famicom game based on flipping. Tajiri hired a few more guys, rented an apartment to use as an office, and asked Namco, the same company who published Xevious, to publish their first game. Namco agreed, and 3 years later, Quinty hit store shelves, selling 200,000 copies, a massive win for the team. Every month, Sugimori published a 2-page Quinty manga, but his responsibilities at Game Freak left little time to pursue his dreams of becoming a real mangaka. After Quinty, Game Freak started cooking up their next project, a little game called Capsule Monsters. They figured could be made in about 6 months since it was for the Game Boy. The idea for Pokemon was born when Sugimori and Tajiri were playing Dragon Quest II, and Sugimori came into possession of not one, but 2 rare hats. Tajiri desperately wanted one, but there was no way to get his hands on Sugimori's extra, thus burning the idea of trading into their minds. Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, those were the kind of games everyone was playing back in the 80s. The orthodox fantasy RPGs were what was popular back in those days, Sugimori recollected. But there was also this group of young, ambitious developers who were creating RPGs that took a different path. Our Pokemon Red and Green were developed as part of that trend. It was basically a counterculture movement. The design document imagined a world with over 200 fantasy monsters, most of which could be caught in capsules, battled against each other, and traded with friends over a link cable. Tajiri took it to Ape Inc., the Nintendo-fused studio which just released a popular RPG called Mother. He showed it to producer Tsunekazu Ishihara, who along with Shigeru Miyamoto liked Capsule Monsters enough to fund it and sign on as producers. In the beginning, I just liked to draw kaiju-like monsters, but in a more cartoonish, exaggerated style, Sugimori remembers, but I realized I'd never drawn monsters like that before. I was honestly pretty lost, but I managed to create about 20 or 30 different designs. But their 6-month game plan was dragging on longer than expected, and after spending all their Quincy money on dev equipment, they ran out of cash. So with some help from Ishihara and Miyamoto, it was decided Game Freak would make some smaller games to get some dollars back in their coffers. Half a year later, they released Yoshi on both Famicom and Game Boy, selling 500,000 copies on its first day. Game Freak launched another game around the same time, Jerry Boy for Super Famicom, which won Sugimori an award for character design. He made a Jerry Boy manga as well, plus a few more for Valkyrie no Boken and Shin Maido o Sawagase Shimasu. In 1992, Sugimori directed his first game, Magical Taruru Tokun, for Sega Genesis, based on a popular manga of the same name. Capumon was now completely on ice for about 3 years as Game Freak focused on making games like Mario and Wario and Pulseman, the latter of which saw the now 28-year-old Sugimori returning to the director's chair. Pulseman was a direct challenge to Sonic the Hedgehog, with Sugimori saying, "If Sonic can move at the speed of sound, then Pulseman will move at the speed of light." Now with a fistful of yen, Game Freak dove headfirst back into Capsule Monsters, except now they were calling it Pocket Monsters, due to trademark complications. Unfortunately, Pocket Monsters found itself knee-deep in development hell. Crunch was a serious problem, with guys sleeping at their desks until all 3 programmers quit the same day. It looked like it was going to be the end of Pokemon, until their composer, Junichi Masuda, vowed to learn programming and pick up the pieces. Not long after, their hardware crashed, and they thought they'd lost years of work, the entire project. But again, Masuda promised to learn a new operating system to save the day. At the time, Sugimori was basically art director, but he wasn't officially a Game Freak employee. He was still drawing manga, submitting to publishers, and hoping to become a professional mangaka. But he could see that Pocket Monsters was falling apart, and the only way it could survive was for everyone to pull together and give 100%. That was the day he gave up his mangaka dreams and joined Game Freak full-time. It was the only way to help his friends achieve their dreams. They got some new programmers, including Shigeki Morimoto, who also contributed a few designs, like Mankey and Tauros. Another employee, Motofumi Fujiwara, came up with some Eevee forms, but something was still missing. We need more cute ones, Sugimori realized. And since I was designing from the perspective of a man, I asked female artist Atsuko Nishida to join. Atsuko went on to make Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and dozens more. Everyone had their own specialties and design philosophies. Then in the end, Sugimori revised everyone's creations and gave them watercolor artwork, thus unifying all their disparate designs into one consistent encyclopedia of 150. By the time Pokemon hit store shelves in 1996, it'd been over half a decade since Sugimori sketched the first monster. Game Freak was hoping maybe they could sell 1 million copies, since that's how many they'd need for trading between friends to be feasible. Sales were slow, at first, but gradually picked up as word of mouth spread, especially after rumors surrounding a secret 151st Pokemon. Sales doubled, then doubled again, then again. Usually a game's sales drop off after the first couple weeks, but Pokemon only gained momentum, and finally reached number 1 on Japanese sales charts more than a year after launch. Eventually, Pokemon fever spread westward and sold a total of nearly 50 million copies worldwide, making it the best-selling game of all time. It wasn't until 1999 that the reality of it all caught up to Sugimori. I was on the Eurostar train from Paris to London. I decided to get up and go get a drink and walked up to the concession car. On my way up there, 2 kids were playing Pokemon with the link cable stretched across the aisle. As I approached, they lifted the cable for me to walk underneath. That's when it hit me how popular Pokemon had become. I never thought it'd be this huge, or dreamed someday it'd be an anime, or there'd be a movie. Sugimori drew some one-off Pokemon manga, and the entire team immediately got to work on Pokemon 2. Sugimori made a Pokemon based on his childhood pet bird who liked to stand on one foot, and a few more designers were hired to bring in fresh monster ideas. Just like Gen 1, Sugimori redrew and unified all the new monsters added for Johto. The pressure to live up to fans' expectations was enormous, but after a lot of hard work and a 2-year delay, Gen 2 took the world by storm all over again and sold another 30 million copies, proving Pokemon was much more than just a fad. But it wasn't without cost. Tajiri didn't have the stomach for it anymore. Even though Gold and Silver's credits identify him as the director, he'd actually relinquished the director's chair to Masuda mid-development. Then Tajiri faded into reclusive obscurity for the rest of his days, leaving Sugimori as Game Freak's most senior public-facing figure. Unfortunately, he was feeling a little burnt out too. After Gold and Silver were finished, he told a Japanese publication, "There's really not much I can't do with Pokemon. As a world, it's fairly open. That said, yeah, sometimes I feel tired of it. I'm still young, and there's still a lot more I want to do with pixel art." At this point, he was 34 years old. When asked which was his favorite of all of his creations, it wasn't a Pokemon. He said Pulseman from the old Sega game he directed. Over the next few years, the company pushed forward with more and more Pokemon games, releasing them at a quicker and quicker pace. Sugimori solidified his techniques and studied biology every day, like researching real-life birds' skeletal and wing structures to make bird Pokemon. And he'd always use a manga G-pen to outline Pokemon, saying, "A guy who still uses a G-pen, there's not many of us left in the gaming industry. I don't use tools to draw circles either. It's always freehand. I just don't like lines to be too neat. When you draw on paper, the lines look kind of rough when you look really close. I actually really like that. Maybe you could say I have some kind of line fetish. Most manga artists are very careful to clean up their lines, but I actually think it looks cool." Even in the modern digital age, he colors on a tablet like everyone else, but he still outlines with a G-pen because he likes the sensation of drawing on paper. Another design philosophy he follows is that Pokemon shouldn't be too cute or too cool. Quote, "For example, Luxray would have been even cooler if its head was a bit smaller and its eyes narrower. If a Pokemon seems too cool, I might try to give it a little something to make it uncool. Because, in short, if a Pokemon is too cool, it won't capture a player's heart." Even Pokemon created by other designers, he'd revise it to be less cute or less cool, believing it made the Pokemon more memorable. He felt the same way about the series' human protagonists and purposely made them uncool as well. Well, at least in his eyes. During a Gen 3 promotional tour, Nintendo Dream Magazine asked Game Freak how they felt about Nintendo. Masuda gave the kind of answer you would expect. "It's a company we can learn a lot from in terms of style and the creation process. They're always like a role model for us." Then it was Sugimori's turn. He said, "Actually, I prefer Sega." After everyone laughed, he caught himself and pivoted, adding, "Nintendo's really a role model." Truth was, he'd been Team Sega since his teenage years, and the Sega Genesis is his favorite console of all time. That's why his Twitter handle is Super32X. He named himself after a Sega Genesis add-on. And when Wii Virtual Console came out, the first games he bought weren't Nintendo. They were old Sega games. Even though he still had the original cartridges and consoles, he just loved them so much he wanted to buy them again. He's always been more of a Sega fan. When Gen 4 was in development, Sugimori felt an urge to return to Game Freak's roots, back to action games like Pulseman. Finally, make some pixel art that wasn't Pokemon for a change. He jumped back in the director's chair and made Drill Dozer for Game Boy Advance and drew a manga for it as well. Drill Dozer got review scores on par with Pokemon, low 80s, and Nintendo Power nominated it for GBA Game of the Year. Unfortunately, the sales were much lower than Pokemon, and it was the last game Sugimori ever directed. Over the coming years, he would gradually scale back his involvement in the Pokemon franchise. After serving as series art director from the very beginning, he gave that job up to his junior, Takao Unno, for Heart Gold and Soul Silver. By the time Sun and Moon rolled around, Sugimori was mostly just supervising other people's designs as, quote, an observer, and the only designs he directed were the Alolan forms of Old Kanto Pokemon. To be clear, he didn't design them all himself, he just directed their designs. While that was going on, he made the cover art for all 3 Sega 3D Classic collections. The collections didn't even include any Game Freak games, he drew them purely out of passion. Around the same time, he also published an art book, Ken Sugimori Works, which only devoted around 5% of its pages to Pokemon content. The rest was Quinty, Pulseman, manga, and other projects from his decades-long career. He's been explicit over the years how thankful he is for Pokemon's success, but sometimes it's apparent. He never wanted his whole life to amount to just being the Pokemon guy. Sugimori Works includes a 5-page interview where he gets pretty down on himself. He says he wasn't good enough to be a mangaka, and only able to make a living with art because in the 80s, quote, it's kind of embarrassing to admit actually, but video games were a brand new industry back then, and standards were lower than in other fields. Both the games themselves and their packaging were poorly drawn. It was only when standards were so low that someone like me could get in. He goes on to say he never thought his art was any good, and he lacks confidence because he didn't go to art school, that all the younger designers at Game Freak did go to art school, and he feels inadequate. I'm worried I'll outlive my usefulness. All I have over the younger artists is experience. One of the interviewer's final questions is if he still wants to draw manga. He basically says no, he's given up on it. Quote, I drew a promotional manga that was included with Drill Dozer, and I also drew a manga as a pre-order bonus for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon in 2007. That was the last one. He used to draw at home in his free time, but not anymore. So where'd everybody end up? Atsuko Nishida made lots more Pokemon, but left Game Freak to become a freelancer over a decade ago, saying she wanted to work from home and do something other than Pokemon. She's been doing art for other series ever since, but occasionally contributes to Pokemon here and there on a freelance basis. After taking over directorial duties for Gen 2, Junichi Masuda went on to direct most of the mainline games up to the present day. Satoshi Tajiri's mostly been MIA since the late 90s, though staff say he still hung around the Game Freak office as recently as 2016, playing old arcade games and imparting wisdom to the younger devs. As for Ken Sugimori himself, he still lives in Tokyo, still friends with Tajiri, still working at Game Freak, mainly as a supervisor. He's got a Switch and has an affinity for Mario Kart and Animal Crossing, but mostly sticks to older games. Loves cats. He painted his parents' cat after it passed away a few years back. Doesn't draw much otherwise, certainly no manga. But he likes going to art exhibits where they have originals of his favorite childhood manga, standing real close and staring at them. I don't have such lofty dreams of creating something that will last for perpetuity. The words of a man rapidly approaching 60. It's been a long time since that teenager ran away from home, hoping to become a mangaka. Most artists would kill to be Ken Sugimori, to have their art and characters famous all around the world, made into TV shows, movies, toys, to be the Pokemon guy. But it wasn't the life he wanted, at least not for his entire life. A wise man once said, sometimes you can't escape success. Sugimori doesn't hate Pokemon. He still occasionally posts new Pokemon art on his Twitter, just for fun. But he also posts stuff like Pulseman, and that's kind of the point. The masses never played Pulseman or Drill Dozer, read his comics, or really had any interest in his creations outside Pokemon. But there's so much more to Ken Sugimori, a whole lifetime's worth, just waiting for his fans to discover, to read, play, and enjoy. To us, Ken Sugimori is much more than just the Pokemon guy.
Did you know? Game Freak originally intended for every copy of Gen 1 to be personalized, but Shigeru Miyamoto told them to make different color versions instead. In Gen 1's release version, when you boot up a new game, it randomly assigns you a trainer ID number between 1 and 65,000 535. This ID system is actually a leftover from a time when there were 65,535 different versions planned. Last year, Did You Know Gaming spent thousands of dollars to make a video series about a lost Pokédex only released in Japan in an official 1996 book simply titled Pokédex, which we had translated by Nobuo Ogasawara, the man who translated the original Pokémon games. That Pokédex book also includes an 8-page interview with every developer who worked on Pokémon, including programmer Takenori Oda, where he says, "We also considered having each game generate a random ID number the first time it was booted up, and that number would determine which Pokémon appeared in the game." This crumb of information piqued our curiosity, so DYKG's been translating every Japanese interview we could get our hands on ever since, now totaling over 100 pages. Eventually, we found a little more info in the November 1997 issue of Famimaga 64, this time from Game Freak's founder Satoshi Tajiri. Looking back on Pokémon's development, Tajiri said, "The shape of a forest, the Pokémon that appear. I wanted to make a game that would be different for everyone, but it was difficult. So I went to consult with Shigeru Miyamoto from Nintendo, and we ended up deciding to make it so depending on the color, whether red or green, the worlds would be parallel but different." This statement told us that not only were the Pokémon in each cartridge all different, but even Kanto itself was, with locations changing based on your trainer ID number. Eventually, we translated the biggest Satoshi Tajiri interview ever published, which was conducted in May 2000 and printed in a 600-page book called Pokémon Story. The interview itself is 34 pages long, and we'll publish it in its entirety in the future, but for now, we just want to highlight the part where Tajiri says every cartridge was like a different world. He said, "So we randomly assigned auto-generated ID numbers from 1 to 65,000 to every game cartridge. With the cartridge IDs randomly determined, Pokémon caught in those games would all carry that ID number. So long as someone wasn't trading with 65,000 different people, the odds of trading with someone with the same ID were unlikely. With both parties having different numbers, their Pokémon would be entering different worlds when traded. Then, once the number is assigned, it would never change throughout the course of the game." I talked to Miyamoto about how we'd make players understand that every cartridge is different when they buy one, and he told me the system sounded interesting, but it was a bit difficult to grasp. He said if players can't tell just by looking at it, then it won't work out, and it would be better if the game's color or appearance were different. I was shocked when I was allowed to do that. I told him it would really help me out if I could. So it was from trying to differentiate ID numbers that the idea to symbolically change the colors came about. I thought we should do it, but alter the colors for real. We needed to do more to make the different color games have all kinds of details in them that were a bit different. Here, Tajiri says 65,000, but the exact number was 65,535, which is the highest number that can be represented by an unsigned 16-bit binary number. Or, to put it in simpler terms, 65,535 is the biggest number you can use on a Game Boy without slowing down the entire game and overcomplicating the programming. There were only 9 developers working on Pokémon, so it's difficult to imagine they'd try to build 65,000 different versions of Kanto by hand, especially since it took them 6 years just to make the base game. So, Game Freak probably would have had to use randomly generated landscapes, similar to what they did a few years later in the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon games on Game Boy Advance and DS. Randomly generated environments were possible on the original Game Boy and can be found in games like Dragon Quest Monsters and Shiren the Wanderer, but those games came out after Pokémon had already released. Though there was at least one Game Boy title with random dungeons that came out before Pokémon, a 1991 game called Cave Noir. However, it was so simple that Tajiri probably would not have been satisfied with that level of quality. And his idea was slightly different, in that the game was not going to randomize during gameplay, but rather all at once right from the beginning, which meant Tajiri was swimming in uncharted waters, and it sounded like he was having difficulties wrapping his head around such an ambitious idea. Pokémon did break new ground in many ways, like being the first game to allow trading through the Game Boy Link cable, but producing 65,000 Kantos would have been significantly more complicated. In that 34-page interview, Tajiri went on to say that after Miyamoto convinced him to give up on the idea for 65,000 different versions of Gen 1, he still wanted to make between 5 and 7 different color versions, but he realized even 7 iterations of the same game would be tricky. Not only in terms of development, but even outside forces like the factory not wanting to produce multiple cartridges and packaging for what they viewed as an identical product. So eventually he had no choice but to settle for less. In Satoshi Tajiri's biographical manga, there's a 6-page interview where Miyamoto tells us what happened next. He says, "I came up with the slogan, 'The game begins when you choose a cartridge,' and we made models for 3 colors, red, green, and blue. Then later in development, we narrowed it down to just 2 versions, and it looked like we were going to use red and blue, but we ultimately decided that Venusaur's design was so good that we released red and green instead. And so, over the course of a few months, 65,000 variations were whittled down to just 2, featuring different version-exclusive Pokémon, different encounter rates, and various other small changes, like which Pokémon you can buy at the game corner. This format of releasing 2 different color versions of nearly identical games continued into all future generations. However, it's a fun thought experiment to consider how different the series might have been if Miyamoto left Game Freak to their own devices. If there had been 65,000 different versions of Kanto, presumably the same format would have been carried over into Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and every other Pokémon region. Just imagine playing with your friends and looking over their shoulder to see how different their world is compared to yours. Or, to put it in more modern terms, imagine watching your favorite Let's Player as they explore a game with details you'll likely never experience firsthand. And just think about what it would have done for replayability. But these are far from the only secrets we've discovered on our journey, so we figured we'd share all the other development secrets within those 100 pages of interviews, like that Gen 1 almost didn't have multiplayer Pokémon battles, and that the only player-to-player interactions would have been buying, selling, and trading Pokémon to and with each other. In fact, multiplayer battles only barely made it in at the last minute because Nintendo demanded it, and since the Big N was funding development, Game Freak had no choice but to comply. But they did it in the laziest way possible, a system where you just watched Pokémon fight on their own, with zero input from the player. Gen 1 programmer Shigeki Morimoto explains it best in that 1996 Pokédex book, saying, "President Tajiri had wanted us to implement battling for a while, but I personally didn't find the idea very interesting, and just thought it would be a pain to program. It looked like we would run out of time and would have to scrap the battling feature, but Nintendo made it clear they wanted battles in the game, so we had to make it happen. So I just thought, well, no choice then, it has to be done." And the early battles were something you just watched. You would just see there was a battle and who won and who lost. We showed that to Nintendo, and the surveys we got back called it boring. I guess they were right, but we were cutting it close to the deadline, trying to add in battles that the player commands. Ultimately, it's what everyone wanted, so we got it to work with the link cable and made it a reality. Satoshi Tajiri was also in that interview and helped explain how in-game currency would have helped make up for the lack of PvP battles. Every Pokémon would have had a specified monetary value, and you'd purchase them at in-game stores or buy and sell with your friends. According to Tajiri, the only reason the focus on cash ended up being cut was due to hardware limitations. He said, "In Pokémon's early development, you could buy Pokémon with money, but that resulted in the player focusing on saving money to buy them, and less motivation to struggle catching them in the wild. We also thought about making one player pay money in addition to their trade when there was an obvious difference in the value of 2 Pokémon being traded, but implementing Pokémon monetary values was beyond the limits of our programming. Transferring money in the game is very different from wiring money in real life, and there were difficulties getting it to work on the Game Boy. There were just too many obstacles to overcome to make it happen. We had no choice but to focus on what we wanted most and give up on the rest. In this case, being able to trade Pokémon was our top priority, so we cut the monetary value feature." Adding a little more info, Game Freak developer Akihito Tamisawa wrote a book in 2000 where he says, "In the initial plan, every town had a shop that sold Pokémon, so you could buy tons of them if you had enough money. But what was once thought of as an outstanding idea to have Pokémon stores ultimately got cut. In Gen 1's final build, there are still a few Pokemon you can buy, like a Magikarp for 500 Poké-Dollars, and a few more like Scyther and Porygon at the Celadon Game Corner, but buying Pokemon was originally a much more central mechanic. And we can see one of these Pokemon stores in some of Ken Sugimori's earliest concept art back when the game was still called Capsule Monsters. Even HP bars almost got cut in development. Game Freak only made action games prior to working on Pokemon, so much of Red and Green's development was spent fumbling around in the dark. They wanted to make Pokemon as simple to understand as possible. So they removed the use of numbers wherever they could, even in Pokemon battles. In a 2019 issue of Famitsu Weekly, Junichi Masuda said, "Of course we thought Tajiri's idea was fun and exciting, but we had a problem. We didn't have any experience making RPGs. In the final game, HP is displayed with a meter, but at one point in development it was represented with text. We came up with 16 different statuses, descriptions like, they're still okay, or it's gonna get pretty bad soon. But it wasn't very interesting, so we scrapped it." And in the July 2000 edition of Nintendo Online Magazine, Masuda explained that incoming damage worked the same way, with phrases like, "that hurt," and "that really hurt," to give players some idea of how much damage they'd taken. But ultimately they realized that the entire system just kinda sucked, so they replaced it with the standard HP system used in most other RPGs. Another scrapped idea we want to talk about is how Gen 1 was originally played for keeps, where if you lost a battle, you lost your Pokemon. In Nintendo Online Magazine, the original Pokemon designer Ken Sugimori said when Satoshi Tajiri first came to him and was trying to explain the Pokemon concept, he said it would be like the Menko cards they played with when they were kids. In case you're not familiar, Menko come in lots of different shapes and sizes. Kids collect these cards and can use them to play a game sort of like battling. Then in the end, the winner gets to keep some of the loser's cards. In Famimaga 64 magazine, Tajiri said he originally planned for Pokemon battles to play out in a similar fashion. The interviewer asked, "Don't you think it would be interesting if when you lost a Pokemon battle, your opponent took your Pokemon, like with Menko cards?" And Tajiri replied, "Actually, I made something like that as a prototype, but in the end, the frustration of having Pokemon you raised taken away from you was too great, so I scrapped that idea." Pokemon's first generation took a lot of twists and turns over the course of its 6-year production, and it's fun to think about just how different the series might have been if they hadn't altered direction at various points in development. We know some of you prefer to read these interviews in their entirety, so today we published a bunch of them in text form. You can find links in the pinned comment below. Did You Know Gaming put a ton of research into this video, so if you enjoyed it, please give it a like and share it with a friend.
We've spent hundreds of hours researching Pokemon myths for this video, combing through countless gaming magazines from across the world, hunting down people involved with the myths, bringing in Pokemon experts to fact-check, and crawling back through time to find out how the myths spread. Today, we're using this research to debunk 3 Pokemon myths, and we're so confident in our research that we're putting over $1,000 where our mouths are if anyone can debunk our debunkings. But more on that later. For now, sit back and relax as we upend some of the internet's more beloved Pokemon myths. First off, likely our most controversial debunking, is there actually any proof that Satoshi Tajiri is autistic? You can find this claim made frequently on YouTube, Twitter, the Autism Wiki, and even the UK's BBC says Tajiri is autistic. But what's the actual source they're all citing? Most of them either don't cite a source at all, or in the BBC's case, they cite this article from theartofautism.com, which doesn't cite a source of its own. Instead, it backs up its claim simply by saying, "Is Satoshi Tajiri autistic?" Satoshi has gone on record saying that he wanted the games to give children the same joy as he had during his bug collecting. People with autism tend to take up collecting as a hobby, so Satoshi gave them and everyone else a gift that only he could create. A whole new thing to collect. And that's pretty much it. But apparently it was good enough for the BBC to use as their source and spread the rumor further. However, there's no record of Satoshi Tajiri ever saying he's autistic, or that any of his friends or co-workers at Game Freak said it either. In fact, one website which repeated the rumor was sent an email by Game Freak's information coordinator Yuri Sakurai, who told them Satoshi Tajiri doesn't have autism or Asperger's, and asked them to delete the claim from their website. At the time, Tajiri's Wikipedia page said he was autistic, and used this site as its source. The site in turn said the British outlet The Independent was their source. In fact, tons of websites say Tajiri's autistic. But where did the rumor actually begin? Working backwards from the websites that do cite their sources, it seems many of them read it in the 2009 biographical book Satoshi Tajiri, Pokemon Creator, which we bought on Amazon and read cover to cover. The whole book's riddled with countless errors, even on the very first page, like listing Diamond and Pearl's release as 2004 instead of 2006. The book makes 2 references to Tajiri's alleged autism. On page 9 it says, "In spite of his record-breaking success, Tajiri is a soft-spoken man who shuns the media and the spotlight. This may be related to his diagnosis with Asperger syndrome, a form of autism which affects social behavior and communication skills." And on page 33, "In spite of Pokemon's global fame and popularity, Tajiri remains a quiet, private person. Some have called him reclusive and eccentric. Many believe these characteristics are a result of Asperger syndrome, a type of autism. While Tajiri has confirmed this diagnosis, he has not discussed it publicly." We reached out to the book's author, Lori Mortensen, and asked a few interview questions. Apparently, she's written over 100 books, most of them in only a few weeks, and she decided to write about Satoshi Tajiri not because she's a Pokemon fan, but because her kids are fans. Ms. Mortensen also told us her source for the autism claims. Here's her full response via email, unedited. She said, "When I researched this book in 2008, I discovered Satoshi Tajiri's MySpace page that clearly showed a connection with the Aspie community. I mentioned the MySpace source in my original text, however Kid Haven Press chose not to include it in the book because this book was written for young readers, and they felt that MySpace was an inappropriate site for that age group. MySpace was just the beginning of what would explode into the social media world we're familiar with today. A few years after the book was released, I checked Satoshi Tajiri's MySpace page again, and discovered it had changed a lot and no longer mentioned Asperger's. I wish I would have had the print screen option on my keyboard back then. Since the age of online innocence is past, looking back, it could also be argued that someone else created the Satoshi Tajiri page pretending to be him. At the time, the MySpace page felt authentic. If I was writing the book today, I would handle the research and documentation differently. That MySpace page doesn't exist anymore, but bits and pieces of it can still be found on the internet's Wayback Machine. We'll admit we can't prove it's fake, but we can't prove there's no teapot orbiting Mars either. Just the idea that Satoshi Tajiri had an English language MySpace page in 2008 is pretty laughable, and what's left of it is pretty ridiculous as well. For example, Tajiri's bio said, "I love movies, but my favorite kind are of course the Pokemon ones, my own creation because I'm cool like that." And for favorite TV shows it said, "Pokemon, Pokemon, 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 Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all." So yeah, we're confident in saying this MySpace page didn't belong to the real Satoshi Tajiri. Some of the other websites saying Tajiri's autistic cite Wikipedia as their source. Tajiri's Wikipedia page first had the autism claim added in 2005 by wiki editor NP Chilla without a source, and 15 years later when other wiki editors eventually asked where he got that information, he never responded. Long story short, this branch of the rumor tree appears to be a case of cytogenesis, a sort of information laundering where claims are added to Wikipedia without citation. Then news sites use Wikipedia as a source to repeat the claim in their own articles, then those articles are pointed to as reputable sources for citation in future articles. Lots of people who ended up spreading the misinformation appear to have a credible source, like the BBC, but when you go digging to see where it all began, you just find some rando who wrote it on Wikipedia. As far as we can tell, this 2005 Wikipedia edit and Tajiri's fake MySpace page spread the rumor far and wide, and the fact it eventually got printed in an actual book gave it an air of legitimacy. We also checked the Japanese side of the internet, and there were a few websites claiming Tajiri's autistic, but they had the exact same citation issues as their Western counterparts. In other words, Japanese fans spreading the rumor don't have a source either, which might be disappointing to hear for some. Just to be clear, we aren't saying there's no chance that Tajiri is autistic. We're just pointing out that there's never been any confirmation, and that every statement about Satoshi's alleged autism goes back to the same dubious sources. There's no direct evidence to support any of those claims, and no primary source to back them up. So for all intents and purposes, we're classifying this rumor about Tajiri being autistic as false. Another popular fan theory is that Ditto was a failed attempt at cloning Mew, or put another way, scientists screwed up trying to make Mewtwo, and that's how Ditto was born. You might have seen it promoted on websites like Game Rant, Screen Rant, Games Radar, and a bunch of fan wikis. This theory's also been propped up by quite a few YouTube videos that pulled in millions of views, like this one. and this video by Gamer from Mars. As for evidence, proponents point to the fact that Ditto and Mew have the same color palette, the same shiny palette, the same weight, they're both gender unknown, Mewtwo is said to be the first successful clone of Mew, and Ditto can be found in Cerulean Cave and the Pokemon Mansion. We admit it's a fun theory and we'd kind of like to believe it ourselves, but unfortunately the evidence just doesn't stack up. First off, there's no record of developers talking about any connection between the two Pokemon whatsoever. In fact, they've done nothing but douse cold water on the theory. In 2012, Game Informer asked series director Junichi Masuda about the theory and whether or not Ditto was a failed attempt at cloning a Mew. Masuda replied, "That's the first time I have ever heard that rumor actually." Game Informer then asked, "Is that your only answer?" With Masuda replying, "In terms of how Pokemon are designed, they are each their own living being. The unique thing about Ditto is that it's a Pokemon that can change forms, but each Pokemon we create with its own unique element, so we just make sure they are all individual life forms of their own." Obviously, Masuda didn't have a bulletproof response to a fan theory he'd never heard before, because of course Mewtwo isn't entirely its own unique being, but regardless, his answer was clearly a no. We posted this quote on Twitter last year, but a huge amount of fans refused to acknowledge Masuda as a legit source. Some dismissed it, as Gen 1's credits only list him as a programmer and composer, not a Pokemon designer. But Masuda's been at Game Freak since before the company started developing Pokemon. In fact, he knew Tajiri even earlier from their days attending the same technical college. Tajiri, Masuda, and 7 other core developers spent 6 years making Red and Green in close quarters, and they all worked together to decide which designs made it in, and help do each other's jobs. In a 2018 interview with Japanese newspaper Yomiuri, Red and Green's planner Koji Nishino said, "We didn't have enough people, so job categories were all jumbled, and we really would do whatever. I would make resources within the game, and programmers would make designs as well. So it's not like Masuda was just composing music in a different department for 6 years. Together with Tajiri and Sugimori, he was one of the 3 main devs, and worked with the team throughout his entire career as series director." Some theorists say they'll only accept a direct quote from Ditto's creator, but it seems Ditto is one of the many Pokemon Game Freak came up with as a team effort. According to Ken Sugimori in that same interview, the process of designing Pokemon was complicated, with multiple people putting their ideas together and modifying the design to create a single character. Because of this, we have always refrained from simply saying who designed which Pokemon. So for those who say Masuda is not credible and they're waiting to hear from the one person who designed Ditto, well, that one person probably doesn't exist. Masuda also appears to have first-hand knowledge of Ditto's creation, since a year and a half before he denied the Mew cloning theory, Masuda and Sugimori told @Gamer magazine that Ditto was born as a tribute to the classic yellow smiley face. We know there's a lot of fans who, regardless of what the developers say, still think Mew and Ditto have so much in common that the theory must be true, and it can't all just be a coincidence. So let's look at the facts presented by the theory's proponents, starting with Mew and Ditto having the same color palette. First of all, there were only 10 possible color palettes in red, green, and blue versions, and all 150 Pokemon had to share them. So 2 Pokemon having the same palette isn't unusual. But more importantly, Mew and Ditto's palettes aren't even the same. Here's a side-by-side comparison with each other's hex code. Mew only shares the same palette with 2 other Pokemon, Mewtwo and Jinx, while Ditto shares its palette with 23 other Pokemon. Mew and Ditto's palettes don't match in future generations either. Even the Pokédex's color classification system added in Gen 3 calls Mew pink and Ditto purple. Their shiny palettes are different as well. They might look the same to a casual observer, but a closer inspection reveals the differences, and the hex codes remove all doubt. Yes, they're both various shades of blue, but so were about 50 other shinies in Gen 2. They both weigh 4 kilograms, but 2 Pokemon weighing the same is common. In fact, Bellsprout and Shellder also weigh 4 kilograms. At this point, it's actually Shellder who's got more in common with Ditto. They not only share the same weight, but they're also the exact same height, and they actually do have the same color palette. Of course, we're not saying Ditto and Shellder share some secret connection, we're just pointing out that every Pokemon has many little details in common with lots of other Pokemon. As of this video's publication, there are 9 Pokemon who weigh 4 kilograms, 10 who weigh 5 kilograms, and so on. Mew and Ditto are both gender unknown. That's also true, but Mew can breed with nothing, while Ditto can breed with everything. That's not really the same. It's kind of the opposite. Another talking point is that in red, green, and blue versions, you can find wild Ditto in Cerulean Cave. the same place as Mewtwo, but the cave is home to 27 of Kanto's 79 evolutionary lines, mostly the fully evolved forms, which is more than a third of the entire dex. Practically all the best Pokemon can be found in Cerulean Cave, and what exactly would this imply? That when Mewtwo fled to the cave it wanted to be nice, so it brought Ditto along for the ride? Ditto can also be found on routes 13, 14, 15, and 23, and in Japanese Blue's Rock Tunnel, which definitely weakens the connection since it's all over Kanto and not just Cerulean Cave. In Pokemon Yellow and the remakes, Ditto can also be found in the Pokemon Mansion, which we admit is interesting, but the Mansion scientists could have been studying Ditto for any number of reasons. After all, the 1996 Pokédex book says Ditto is, quote, one of the most enigmatic Pokemon ever, so it's not surprising Kanto's scientists want to put it under a microscope. If you're interested in environmental storytelling, one could argue that half the Pokemon in the mansion wandered in from Cinnabar's natural habitat, like Vulpix, Growlithe, and Ponyta, and the other half were brought to the mansion by scientists who wanted to study them, like Grimer, Coughing, and Rattata, which if you wanted to infer purpose, might have been used as lab rats. Proponents also highlight that Mew and Ditto can both learn Transform by leveling up, but it's not unique, as Mew also learns Metronome by leveling up, which otherwise in Gen 1 can only be learned by Clefairy and Clefable. Another similarity the theorists point to is that Mew and Ditto both have base stats that are even across the board, but Mewtwo actually is a clone of Mew, and its stats aren't even across the board. Speaking of which, Mewtwo weighs 122 kilograms, not 4, which also means there's no reason a clone should weigh the same as the original. Fans of the theory often point out this alleged fact, touted as evidence by the gamer from Mars in his video, but nowhere in the game does it actually say that, or any of the games for that matter. We can't be sure why many think this text is in the game, but it might be due to this scene from Mewtwo Strikes Back.
For years we struggled to successfully clone a Pokemon to prove our theories, but you're the first specimen to survive.
So yes, Mewtwo was the first successful clone, but all the other attempts died. They didn't become new species of Pokemon. And besides, this line wasn't even in the original Japanese version. Speaking of Japan, we looked around the internet in Japanese as well, and found the same sorts of rumor videos and theory posts, but nothing we haven't already talked about, and certainly nothing official. It seems the fan theory is actually more popular in the West than it is in Japan. Simply put, when it comes to the cold hard facts, this theory just doesn't hold up. Half the supporting evidence is false, and the other half is the same sort of coincidental similarities shared between countless other Pokemon. In recent months, we translated dozens of interview pages where Satoshi Tajiri and Shigeki Morimoto go into exhaustive detail about Mew. You can check out our recent Mew Origins video to hear all about it. They talk about hidden F4 phantoms, dogs that don't exist, and countless other details, but they never mention Ditto at all. The Ditto-Mew theory's been around forever, so let's move on to a more recent rumor, that Professor Ivy is a lesbian. Or more precisely, that the original head writer of the anime, Takeshi Shudo, liked to think she was a lesbian. This idea has existed on message boards for years as fan speculation, but it wasn't until 2020 that it gained mainstream attention after Twitter user Crimson made a viral tweet presenting it as a fact. Over the next few days, this fact got picked up and promoted by websites like GameRant, Flipboard, Pink News, Pride.com, Comicbook.com, and countless Reddit and Twitter threads. Just to give you an idea how these websites legitimize the rumor, here's what Comicbook.com wrote. The information surfaced in Pocket Monsters, the Animation, a book that Takeshi Shudo penned before his death. The man worked as the writer for Pokemon's original anime, as well as its first 2 films. In the past, the writer has shared his surprising headcanons and desires for Pokemon, and it seems another has come to life. And what might that be? Well, it turns out Shudo believed Professor Ivy was a lesbian, and that is why Brock was devastated after leaving her. We interviewed Crimson, the Twitter user who made the story go viral, and he said he encountered the rumor presented as fact in this message board thread on bulbagarden.net. He told us, "I heard this claim pretty often in the Ane-Poke community, so I'm like, if people are saying this, then it must be true." Crimson is just a normal guy with a few hundred followers, and he thought it was cool, so he tweeted it, never expecting it to go viral. But it did go viral, which made him exclaim, quote, "Oh damn." A lot of fans were thrilled to hear the news, but a few asked for a source, so Crimson told them it came from Shudo's book, The Animation, but he'd never actually read the book. After getting some pushback, he deleted his viral tweet after realizing it might not actually be true, and he didn't want to spread misinformation. As part of our fact-checking process, we did read the animation. There's actually 2 books, and for the most part they're just novelizations of the early anime, starting with the first episode and ending with the showdown at Vermilion City, which means the story ends long before the Orange Islands and Professor Ivy even come into the picture. She's never mentioned even once. Just for good measure, we also checked all 226 entries of Takeshi Shudo's personal blog, where he talks at great length about what he was thinking when he was working on the anime, and he never said anything about Professor Ivy's sexuality there either. The news outlets that promoted the story didn't fact-check before publishing, and they never posted corrections after either. Crimson told us, "My tweet admittedly didn't have too deep of a source, so it feels like these websites just wanted to gain clout for something that may not even be true." Crimson's deleted tweet continued spreading the rumor even to this day. Just a couple months ago, another Twitter user named Dragon Milf screenshotted Crimson's deleted tweet and made it go viral all over again, garnering almost 60,000 likes and getting shared more than 8,000 times. Crimson said he warned Dragon Milfs the claim was dubious, but his warning was ignored as the tweet racked up more and more retweets. We checked in with the Japanese fan base as well, and the earliest suggestion of Ivy being a lesbian we could find was an ancient message board from 2002. It's basically just some random users cooking up fan theories without ever claiming to have an official source. We found a more recent thread where it's mentioned, but the poster says he heard the rumor from foreigners on the internet. No one was able to point to an official source, and almost everything else we found in Japanese was Rule 34. And look, fans can have any headcanon they want, but there's nothing in the show that suggests Professor Ivy is a lesbian, and there's no record of Shudo saying he likes to think of her as one. We spent a lot of time fact-checking this video, but there's always the possibility that legitimate developer quotes are out there somewhere, maybe in a late 90s Japanese magazine no one knows about, that undo what we've said here today. We're confident in our research, but in the interest of leaving no stone unturned, we're offering a $350 bounty on each myth to the first person who can provide a direct quote from Takeshi Shudo or Gen 1's core team that proves any of these myths are actually true. We debunked 3 myths today, so we're putting ourselves on the hook for a total of over $1,000. If that ever happens, we'll post the quote that debunks our debunking in the pinned comment under this video so everyone can see it. And we'll post it on Twitter as well at DidYouKnowGaming without the G.
Did you know? Instead of badges, Pokemon trainers almost traveled around collecting belts. Drawing inspiration from East Asian martial arts, the first gym leader would have given you a white belt and the last gym leader a black belt. Game Freak even considered letting you whip your Pokemon with them, like some sort of lion tamer. In our hunt for Pokemon secrets for this video, we went to great lengths to ensure that these facts would actually be something that, roughly 99% of you had never heard of. And one thing we did was have 100 pages of a Japan-only book translated, which was written by Game Freak developer Akihito Tomisawa, and it's where this first fact comes from. In the book, Tomisawa writes, "The development staff decided humans should have ranks as monster trainers. The initial idea was that as the player's Pokemon reached a certain level of strength, they would earn belts like a martial artist." Recreating their conversation, he recalls them saying, "Not just white belts and black belts like in judo, there should be more colors. Well, if you can receive a belt, what if you could use it as a training whip, like a red whip or a black whip or a yellow whip?" Tomisawa goes on to say that ultimately it was too cruel to make the player whip their Pokemon, so the idea got scrapped. Their relationship with the player should be friendlier, like a pet owner, so eventually it was decided you'd earn badges instead. But even though the belt idea got thrown out, actual whips were still very much on the menu. As we've mentioned in the past, this beta sprite shows Trainer Red carried a whip at some point in Red and Green's development, and even though Red's eventually got taken away, lots of other trainers' whips still made it into Generation 1's final build. Another interesting story we found in our translations was the time Pokemon's creator, Satoshi Tajiri, gave away a copy of Pokemon Red where the player was named Dumbass. In a 1997 issue of Japanese magazine Famimaga 64, he tells the interviewer Yuki, "Recently I've been buying used copies of Pokemon at second-hand stores. It's interesting interesting to see the nicknames people give their Pokemon. The player's name on this red one is a real gem. He named himself Dumbass, maybe so the game will say, player is a dumbass, in the menu. Then, Tajiri whips out copies of red and blue that he pasted homemade stickers onto, which if they still exist, are probably worth a fortune nowadays. After joking around with Yuki for a while, he gives her the custom red cartridge as a gift, then says he'll give away the custom blue cart and 5 of his autographs in a contest for the magazine's readers. Yuki wants to keep them all to herself, but eventually they agree Tajiri will also give away his copy of red, where the player is named Dumbass. Whoever the lucky kid was who won the contest hopefully never overwrote that save file. Our next fact is about where the idea for fossil Pokemon came from. The answer can be found in a 34-page interview Tajiri did in the Japanese book Pokemon Story, published in the year 2000. It's pretty well known that Tajiri caught bugs as a kid in the mountains and forests near his home in rural Japan. His town modernized rapidly as he grew older, and the nature he'd catch bugs in got paved over and turned into a city, complete with an arcade where he'd often skip school to go play video games. As an adult, he combined those two ideas, catching bugs and video games, in order to make Pokemon. But what you probably haven't heard is the longer version of the story he tells in this book, where he says the construction workers discovered tons of fossils as they were paving over his childhood. Construction came to a total standstill until the fossil situation could be sorted out, and during that time, Tajiri and his friends made a habit of going to the site to dig up fossils of their own. He goes on to say that he later took a school trip to the Izu Islands south of Tokyo, and that's how he came up with Cinnabar Island. In fact, the entirety of Kanto was based on his own childhood. Even Kanto's size was based on how far he could ride his bike as a kid. He says, "I was able to ride my bike about 10 kilometers from home. The way riding my bike expanded the world around me was part of my inspiration for Pokemon. When you use a train, you feel like you're taking a trip, so for Pokemon, I wanted to keep things more grounded, like how my friends and I would see how far we could ride from home, to create a world that felt real." A little later in the interview, Tajiri says Generation 2's game world was based on how far he could take a train, which is why the region was originally modeled after the whole of Japan. 18 years after this interview, an early build of Gold and Silver leaked online, finally giving fans a chance to see the region Tajiri was talking about, which ultimately got scrapped and replaced with Johto. And check it out, it's Japan turned on its side. And now for more of a light-hearted tidbit, have you ever noticed Unova champion Alder breaks the rules of the Pokemon world by carrying more than 6 Pokeballs? We found an explanation in a 2010 issue of Japanese magazine Nintendo Dream, where Alder's creator, Yusuke Omura, says it's because he never learned how to use a computer. And also, weirdly, Omura had trouble making Alder not look like Jesus. He says, "As I drew Alder, I thought of him as a charming person, but my initial design was far too evangelist-like. He looked like Christ or something. But I couldn't get that image out of my head, so I consulted with Sugimori, who told me to dial back the evangelist shtick so he'd look like some kind of wanderer. Also, Alder has Pokeballs hanging not only around his neck, but under his cloak as well. That's because he doesn't know how to use a PC, so he's unable to store his Pokemon." Generation 5's art director Ken Sugimori was in that interview as well, and added, "You're only supposed to be able to carry 6 at a time, so having 7 or more Pokeballs is weird. But he can't use a PC, so he carries them all with him, not just his main team. All his balls are just jangling around. Ooh la la." Our next fact actually comes from that 1997 Famimaga 64 interview we mentioned earlier. One question Yuki asked Tajiri was why Porygon exists. Simply put, Porygon was created to be ironic, as a response to all the people who told him 1996 was too late to make a Game Boy game. Here's how Tajiri explains it. "At the time, I didn't see anyone playing Game Boy anymore, and it had lost a lot of its popularity. I was at the barber shop once, and someone asked, 'So you're making a game? What kind of game?' When I told them it's for the Game Boy, this guy I didn't even know said, 'The Game Boy? You're a bit late on that one.' Everyone kept telling me, 'Tajiri, you need to start making polygon games for next generation consoles.' But I was designing Pokemon for Game Boy, where it's impossible to use polyagonal 3D graphics. But people kept hounding me about it, so I thought it would be ironic to include a Pokemon called Porygon. Adults notice the irony, but kids don't get it. They just think, what a cute Pokemon, and play with it. Once they become a little more familiar with computers, they'll realize, oh, that was supposed to be irony. Pokemon has tons of words that kids won't understand the meaning of until 10 or 20 years later. If you're one of the fans who's realizing right now that Porygon was meant to be ironic, let us know in the comments. If you didn't realize before this video, that means that Tajiri's 1997 prediction actually came true. And our next piece is about how Pokemon was originally planned as a much smaller game, and Pokemon's producer Shigeru Miyamoto didn't even want it to be an RPG. Red and Green launched in 1996, but Tajiri pitched it to Nintendo subsidiary Creatures Inc. back in early 1990, with a contract to finish it in October the same year. In fact, Creatures thought it was going to be so similar to another creature collecting game they were going to make that they cancelled it out of respect for Tajiri. In that Tomisawa book we translated, Creatures chairman Tsunekazu Ishihara says, "To tell you the truth, Creatures already had its own idea for a game like Pokemon, something incredibly similar. The game was called Toto, and it used the Game Boy like an insect cage to be filled with creatures you owned. At the same time we were talking about it, Tajiri brought us his idea for Pokemon, where youths catch monsters and trade them with a link cable. It wasn't a question of which idea came first, but we did think Tajiri would wonder, how could they do this to me when it was my idea?" Ishihara goes on to say Creatures thought the main difference between Toto and Pokemon was going to be the link cable trading, so they ultimately decided not to make Toto. But Tajiri's small idea eventually got a lot bigger, as he explained in another Japanese publication, saying, "We figured we could probably make a Game Boy game in about 6 months. But our goals for Pokemon just grew and grew, so we eventually realized it would be difficult to develop that quickly." Of course, ultimately, our 6-month plan didn't work out. Shigeru Miyamoto liked the idea of collecting and trading monsters because it was an idea that would only work on Game Boy, and he's always loved games that are only possible on the system they're played on. But even though he liked the concept, he didn't think Pokemon should be an RPG. Here's what he said in that Tomisawa book. "At the stage where we just had the basic idea for Pokemon, I didn't care what genre it would be. It was Tajiri who thought it wouldn't be complete if it wasn't an RPG. I was concerned that if we made an RPG, we wouldn't know when we'd finish, and I thought we should just focus more on the essence of the game. But as the producer, it wasn't my call, so Pokemon ended up in the form it is now, and I'm honestly not sure if that was the right decision." Now, more than 20 years later, I guess fans have to ask themselves, would Pokemon be a better series if it wasn't an RPG? What if it was still about collecting and trading Pokemon, but the gameplay was an entirely different genre? Let us know in the comments if you think Tajiri was right to hold his ground, or if he should have listened to his idol, Shigeru Miyamoto. And now we're going to jump back into cut content from Generation 2, so let's talk about one of Johto's lesser-known scrapped areas, the lost Suicide Forest. That entire Japan-based region was scrapped, but later in development there were also parts of Johto that got cut, but can still be found in the game's internal data. Most of them are just early designs for Johto's cities. Possibly the most interesting is the Lake of Rage, which originally had an entire town built around it. There's also a tiny safari zone, once meant for Fuchsia City. But the map we really want to highlight is this forest, which the data refers to as Fuji. This Fuji forest was originally located at the foot of Mount Silver, which is based on the real-life Mount Fuji in Japan. In fact, in early builds of Gold and Silver, Mount Silver was literally called Mount Fuji. In the real world, there's a forest at the foot of Mount Fuji called the Sea of Trees, also known as the Suicide Forest. It's got a historical reputation as a home to ghosts, and it's one of the most used suicide sites globally, at over 100 deaths per year. The government even puts up signs in the forest that encourage suicidal visitors to think of their families and reach out to a suicide prevention association. By the way, all this information was sent to us by Pierre Carrot, a Generation 2 disassembler and one of the members of Team Spaceworld, so full credit goes to him. In Generation 2's final build, there's only one new ghost type, Misdreavus, who can only be found at Mount Silver. It's likely the forest was planned as a home not just for Misdreavus, but other ghost Pokemon as well, like these two that got cut during development. But in an effort to avoid the risk of controversy, Game Freak ended up cutting the location and replacing it with this map, which bears no resemblance to the Suicide Forest. Despite its removal though, the forest can still be found, hidden in the game's internal data.
This is a tale from a long, long time ago, when Pokemon was still only a small, unknown Game Boy game. Did you know that Pokemon research didn't canonically begin in Japan, but actually in 18th century France? Or that the people of Kanto ate so many Farfetch'd, they almost went extinct? These details and lots more secrets can all be found in a long-lost Pokedex dating back to 1996, which we spent thousands of dollars to acquire and translate into English just for this video. Buried inside are details about Pokemon biology, behavior, food chains, and lots more, including how Pokemon evolved through natural selection. But before we dig in, let's provide some brief context. A few weeks after the launch of Pokemon Red and Green, a book called Pokedex was released in Japan, but never localized for the West. The book was published by Creatures Inc., with contributions from Pokemon's creator Satoshi Tajiri, and according to Ken Sugimori, he made the first Pokemon art set specifically for this book. In other words, this book is as official as it gets. 46 of its 140 pages are an entirely alternate Pokedex with exclusive lore, classification systems, and 150 Pokedex entries that never appeared in the games themselves. And it is without a doubt the biggest and most fascinating Pokedex of them all. Considering the historic weight of this document, there's only one man on the planet qualified to translate it into English. So we hired the Nintendo staffer who translated the first 26 Pokemon games into English, including all their Pokedexes. We're of course talking about Nob Ogasawara. Today, Professor Nob's welcoming us to the world of Pokemon, starting at the very beginning, 2 million years ago. The Pokedex begins with this introduction, which we'll read word for word as translated by Nob. It is said that pocket monsters, colloquially shortened to Pokemon, first appeared some 2 million years ago. The first systematic study of Pokemon was undertaken in the late 18th century by a French author, Baron Tajirin. At the time, only 30 species had been discovered. Nevertheless, the detailed data and sketches left by Baron Tajirin became the foundations of study thereafter. From France, research into Pokemon spread throughout Western Europe to include England, Germany, Spain, and Italy. In line with the incredible progress of transportation technology, this academic movement found a home in Japan at the end of the 19th century. Professor Nishinomori is said to be the father of Pokemon studies in our country. In 1899, he published the paper An Observation on the Evolution of Pikachu. It described how two Pokemon, which had been thought to be two entirely different creatures, were actually the same. One was simply the evolved form. As a result of this breakthrough, Pokemon research entered a new phase of discovery, earning Professor Nishinomori worldwide recognition. Because of his paper, Japan came to be known as a leader in the study of Pokemon. Incidentally, 80 Pokemon species had been discovered by then. As of 1996, thanks to the investigative and research efforts of Professor Oak, 150 species of Pokemon have been discovered. We are gradually gaining insights into their behavior, life cycle, evolution, nature, and so on. This guidebook examines the presently discovered 150 species of Pokemon by their habitat, such as grasslands, mountains, and near bodies of water. The descriptive text for each Pokemon includes only facts known to date. It must also be noted that not all species of Pokemon have been discovered. We intend to continue with our research with the intention of publishing updated guides when new Pokemon are found. Before moving on to the first Pokedex entry, we want to reiterate that this book is official, and even though much of its lore was never mentioned again, this book represents the earliest form of the series canon. Tajirin is even named after Pokemon's creator Satoshi Tajiri. Professor Nishinomori is a combination of the names Koji Nishino and Ken Sugimori, two developers who played a key role in Red and Green's development. Directly translated, Nishino means West Field, and Sugimori means Cedar Forest, so Professor Nishinomori translates to Professor Westwood. In the Japanese version of anime episode 65, Satoshi and his friends meet Professor Nishinomori V, with the English localization of the episode calling him Professor Westwood V. The show says he wrote all the entries of Satoshi's Pokedex, so it's probably safe to assume he's the great-great-grandson of the Professor Nishinomori that researched Pokemon in 1899. According to Tajiri, the games, anime, and manga all have separate canons, although clearly they overlap more than they don't. This lost Pokedex is divided into 9 classifications, mostly based on habitat: grassland, mountain, water's edge, forest, seas, enigmatic, urban, extinct, and legendaries. A Pokemon's habitat has implications for its size, intelligence, and how they evolved. And by that we mean in the Darwinian sense. The way Pokemon species evolved over the past past 2 million years. For example, Pokemon who live in forests are all small because they mostly subsist on fruits and nuts, while the Pokemon of the seas haven't evolved as much because the ocean hasn't changed much in the past 2 million years, though the land has. This habitat classification system wasn't mentioned in Red and Green, but it did appear in the prototype of the Pokemon TCG, and was also used in a slightly altered form in Fire Red and Leaf Green. But after that, habitat classifications were discarded and never seen again. The Pokédex's first and largest habitats is the grasslands. Like every habitat, it starts with a brief introduction. This one says, "Our country is home to many species of Pokemon. Up to now, an amazing 150 have been discovered. The largest number was found in grasslands. Being rich in food sources, it appears that grasslands represent an environment in which they can thrive. Many of the grassland-dwelling Pokemon are people-friendly and placid in nature." The first Pokédex entry in this lost official dex is actually that of Growlithe, and tells us, Number 1, Growlithe. Friendly toward people with a loyal nature. Faced with an enemy, they bark and bite to drive their foe away. Cinnabar Island is famous as a home to many fire-type Pokemon, with Growlithe being no exception. The island was once an active volcano, but is now dormant. Its unique ecosphere is thought to have strongly influenced its native Pokemon. Recent research revealed that this Pokemon's evolution is dependent on a stone. The entry states that Cinnabar's native Pokemon were influenced by its unique ecosphere, implying their physical forms adapted to the island throughout Darwinian evolution. Later entries use more direct terms like evolution and survival of the fittest to describe how Pokemon changed over time. It should also be noted that this book has a few pages of Professor Oak's journal, where he discusses Darwinian evolution at length, and even addresses human evolution. Oak explains that he used to believe Pokemon evolved into their current forms entirely through natural selection, but his research made him realize that natural selection can't explain all their traits, and some details remain a mystery even to him. The next entry reads, Number 2, Ponyta. Their light body is supported by incredibly strong legs. They can clear Tokyo Tower in one jump. While this herbivore is peaceful, care must be taken when shoeing them. They can kick. You may be wondering why Growlithe is followed by Ponyta in this Pokédex and not Arcanine. That's because Arcanine isn't classified as a grassland Pokemon. Instead, it's at the end of the Pokédex with the legendaries, which we'll get to later along with some more bizarre entries. Pokemon's Kanto region is based on the real-life Kanto of Japan, and the intro to this Pokédex, as well as many of its entries like one stating Charizard poop can be found on Mount Fuji, suggests the Pokemon world takes place in or alongside our world, planet Earth, in the year 1996, making Pokemon's Kanto and Japan's Kanto one and the same. The following dex entry says Number 3, Rapidash. Ponyta's evolution. They can run up to 240 kilometers per hour. They can keep pace with a Shinkansen bullet train while enveloping themselves in flames. They obey people dutifully. And the next reads Number 4, Meowth. Being nocturnal, they sleep through the day. At night, they prowl their territory with eyes aglow. They are a happily beneficial Pokemon that can earn their trainer pocket change using their payday move. Although not mentioned in Meowth's entry, Pokemon varying intelligence levels are brought up repeatedly throughout this Pokédex. In a July 2000 interview, Creatures chairman Tsunekazu Ishihara explained why Meowth is the only Pokemon in the anime capable of human speech. He said during development, Tajiri mapped out every Pokemon's intelligence on a chart. Pokemon who were incredibly smart could understand human language, like Lapras, and the highest intelligence tier could actually talk, which implies that of the original 151, Meowth may be the smartest of them all. The next entry is Number 5, Persian. Fickle and ferocious. Beware if they raise their tails straight. It's a sure sign that they are preparing to leap and bite. Due to their gorgeous coat, many women keep them as trophy pets. This is followed by Number 6, Mankey. Light on their feet and extremely volatile. They can fly into a rage and rampage uncontrollably. While they are usually in good spirits, their disposition can change instantly at the slightest provocation. Some researchers point to a calcium deficiency. And the next entry is Number 7, Primeape. Mankey's evolution. They are always enraged. They will give chase and will not stop however far one runs. It's all over if you lock eyes with one. According to Professor Professor Oak's journal, the invention of Pokeballs is linked to Primeape. In 1925, Professor Nishinomori was experimenting on his Primeape by administering drugs to try and extract its angry energy. But in his old age, he lost some control of his senses and accidentally gave Primeape too many drugs, weakening it to the point where Primeape curled up like a fetus and fit into the professor's glasses case. This experiment gone awry led to more tests that ultimately resulted in the modern Pokeball. Moving on to the next entries, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Number 8, Hitmonlee. Their legs can be freely extended and contracted. Kicks can be delivered to even faraway foes. They are surprisingly docile when they are not fighting, also known as the demon of kickboxing. Number 9, Hitmonchan, a Pokemon inhabited by the spirit of a pro boxer. They throw punches faster than a Shinkansen bullet train. Although their habitat is unknown, based on their behavior, they have been categorized as a grassland Pokemon, the same as Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan's English names are nods to Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, but in Japan, Hitmonlee is called Sawamular, after 60s kickboxer Tadashi Sawamura. Hitmonchan's Japanese name is Abuwalar, after 60s boxing champion Hiroyuki Ebihara. This Pokedex says Hitmonchan is possessed by the spirit of a pro boxer, which seems to imply the boxer is Ebihara himself, who died in 1991 during Gen 1's development. On the other hand, Hitmonlee's entry does not say it is inhabited by the spirit of a kickboxer, which makes sense, as Tadashi Sawamura was still alive during production, although sadly, Sawamura did pass away in 2021 while this video was being researched. The following passage discussed the Rhydon line. Number 10, Rhyhorn. While they lack intelligence, they have plenty of power. Their ramming can shatter even building towers. They are not suited as house pets. Number 11, Rhydon. Evolving from Rhyhorn made this Pokemon stand on their hind legs. This process prompts development of their brain and intelligence. While evolution makes them easier to raise, they remain as rough as ever. Their horn can punch holes through even boulders. And the next Pokemon is the one we are all used to seeing first on the decks. Number 12, Bulbasaur. They are born with a seed implanted on their back that grows large over time. Researchers have argued over 6 years on the issue of whether this Pokemon should be classified as an animal or a plant. The issue remains undecided. Researchers arguing over Bulbasaur's classification for 6 years seems to be a nod to how Red and Green took 6 years to develop. Other parts of the Pokedex reference the game's production as well, like how the intro says Baron Tajiren only discovered 30 Pokemon. This is probably because at one point Tajiri thought the Game Boy carts would only have room for 30 Pokemon. We also translated a few parts of Tajiri's biographical manga, which explains the only reason Game Freak was able to fit more than 30 Pokemon was because Shigeru Miyamoto saved the day and provided them with larger Game Boy carts with more storage. The next entries are for the rest of the Venusaur line. Number 13, Ivysaur. Bulbasaur's evolution. The plant on their back has grown to a bud. It absorbs nutrients and blooms as a large flower. Number 14, Venusaur. Ivysaur's evolution. Their flower wafts a dreamily intoxicating aroma that pacifies those spoiling for a fight. It remains unclear as to what they eat to maintain their bulk of 2-meter height and 100-kilogram weight. Because they often rest unmoving in sunlit places, there is strong support for the hypothesis that they photosynthesize. You'll notice that some of these dex entries are far longer than the ones found in the games. The original Japanese versions of Gen 1 squeeze the entries onto a single screen, but English requires a lot more characters to communicate the same information. So during the localization process, Knob fought tooth and nail to get a second screen added to the English version. Otherwise, half the facts would have to get cut. But even after the programmers gave him twice the space to work with, many entries still ended up being tightly squeezed. But for this video, we're not restricted by the sort of limitations that plagued Game Boy games, so these entries are exact translations from Japanese, uncensored. The next Pokemon on the list is number 15, Sandshrew. They dig and live in burrows. When threatened, they curl up to protect themselves. Besides grasslands, they also appear in mountainous environments. This is followed by number 16, Charmander. Right from birth, a flame burns at the end of their tail. They cannot survive if the flame were to go out. Smokers often keep them in place of lighters. A smoker using Charmander's flame to light his cigarette was depicted in a set of Pokemon playing cards published in Japan's Koro Comics in late 1996, illustrated by series artist Kagemaru Himeno. The card's art are inspired by Pokedex entries from the book and the game, so throughout this video we'll highlight all the cards derived from this Pokedex. A big thanks to friends of the channel, Hi-Res Pokemon, for scanning much of the art used in this video. Check him out sometime if you're into rare Pokemon artwork. Up next we have number 17, Charmeleon. Charmander's evolution. They flail with their tail to mow down foes moves and then shred enemies with their sharp claws. Their powerful tail can hoist 5 adults, approximately 300 kilograms. This is of course followed by number 18, Charizard, Charmeleon's evolution, capable of flying up to 1400 meters in altitude using their wings. This figure was accepted as fact when droppings thought to be theirs were found mid-level on Mount Fuji. They breathe fire and can even melt boulders. The next entry is for number 19, Sandslash, Sandshrew's evolution. They scurry about quickly. They are adept at attacking using their pointed spines on their back and their sharp claws. And after this is number 20, Nidoran female. Although small, they have venomous needles with devastating power. The females have a smaller horn than the males. Their breeding period comes every year in spring. At the end of the summer, they lay 2 eggs that hatch in 2 weeks, 1 male and 1 female. Baby Nidoran are just 10 centimeters long. Baby Nidoran can actually be seen on a 1997 ad for Pokemon Battle Pencils, a sort of rock, paper, scissors game with Pokemon moves written on each side of a pencil. This Pokedex has several hints about Pokemon and features that were planned to be included in Gold and Silver, so it's possible Nido babies were once planned as well, but were scrapped. This is a little speculative though, so take that with a grain of salt. The next entry states number 21, Nidorina. Being female, they are placid in nature. They emit ultrasonic cries that can allure enemies. While they are evolved from Nidoran female, they lose the ability to lay eggs upon evolution. Even though breeding wasn't introduced until Gen 2, concept art from the early 90s shows Game Freak was thinking about breeding from the very beginning. And for some reason, it seems it was always intended for female Nidoran and the entire Nidoking line to be able to breed, but not Nidorina and Nidoqueen, who even now in Generation 8 are still incapable of laying eggs. Next up is number 22, Nidoqueen. Their body is cloaked in stiff, needle-like scales that stand up when they become agitated. As they grow, they learn powerful moves like Mega Punch and Fire Blast. While they are thought to be the final evolution of Nidoran female, it is said a special stone is needed to evolve. The next entry is for number 23, Vulpix. They have 6 gorgeous tails that increase in number as they grow. They are thought to be related to foxes. This link between Vulpix and foxes implies that they evolved from a common ancestor. Pokemon branching off from real animals, and real animals evolving from Pokemon is a running theme through this Pokedex. Next up is the Nidoking line. Number 24, Nidoran male. They flap their large ears like butterfly wings when straining to hear faraway sounds. They extend venomous needles when angered. In their breeding season, their horn glows in 7 colors for wooing females. Apparently, the larger the horn, the more appealing to females. Number 25, Nidorino. They are easily angered. They flail with their well-developed horn to skewer even diamonds. While they are the evolved form of Nidoran male, unlike Nidorina, they do not lose their breeding ability. Number 26, Nidoking. Their rock-hard hide and long claws are distinguishing characteristics. The horn is also venomous. Like Nidoqueen, they can learn powerful moves. They appear to shy away from fighting Nidoqueen. The next segment is for number 27, Ninetales, Vulpix's evolution. They are clad in a golden fur and have 9 long tails. They are long-living Pokemon that are said to live for 1,000 years. There is even a saying, 9 tails, 1,000 years. Blastoise, 10,000 years. With this entry, the book was ahead of the games, as Ninetales living for 1,000 years didn't appear in another Pokedex until Pokemon Crystal. Ninetales lives for 1,000 years as it's based on Kitsune from Japanese folklore, supernatural foxes that grow more tails as they get older. Kitsune sprout their 9th tail when they live to 1,000, when they also become golden. Kitsune are also said to have paranormal abilities and take on spirit forms, presumably the reason Ninetales is capable of learning psychic and ghost attacks. The next segment is on number 28, Execute. While they appear to be eggs of some sort, recent studies identified them to be creatures similar to plant seeds. While some researchers claim they are the same as the plant growing out of Bulbasaur's back, that theory is yet to be proven. This is of course followed by number 29, Executor, also known as the walking tropical forest. Each of their fruits has a face with its own unique will. They are the evolved form of Execute. The next entry is for number 30, Cubone. They wear the skull of their dead mother. They cry loudly when they feel lonely. It is said they got their onomatopoeic Japanese name of karakara from the dry, clattering sound of their head striking the skull. The following entry says number 31, Marowak. They learn the rare move Bonemerang. They are weak when they are small, but appear to gain a violent nature when they learn to use bones. This segment is followed by number 32, Chansey. They lay several eggs a day. The eggs are nutritionally rich and fantastically delicious. They are peaceful and do not like to fight very much. Later entries mention experiments by the researchers who wrote this Pokedex, so Chansey eggs being described as delicious implies the researchers taste tested the eggs themselves. themselves. The next entry is number 33, Tangela, a plant-type Pokemon covered in blue plant vines that hide their actual form. They try to entangle anyone approaching too closely. Many researchers have attempted to cut away all the vines in hopes of seeing what they hide, but all attempts ended in failure due to Tangela's furious resistance. After this is number 34, Kangaskhan. The females place and raise their baby in a pouch on their belly. They are skilled at pummeling with Comet Punch. This entry specifies that only female Kangaskhan carry babies in their pouch, which is interesting, as all Kangaskhan are female. Like we said earlier, several entries in this dex make vague references to Pokemon and features added in gold and silver, like Politoed and branching evolutions. Genders were first introduced in Gen 2, so it's possible Game Freak was planning to include male Kangaskhan when this was written. The next Pokemon is number 35, Lickitung. At 2.5 meters, their tongue is twice as long as their height. The tongue is usually stowed in their mouth curled up like that of chameleons. When hunting or attacking, they can move their tongue as if it were an arm. A ravenous appetite and a lazy nature must have shaped this Pokemon's evolution. Korokoro's Jack of Spades gives us a glimpse into Lickitung's ravenous appetite. Lickitung was inspired by Japanese folklore's Akaname, a yokai with a huge tongue and one claw on each foot, and they're known for licking up the filth in bathtubs and bathrooms, which is why the in-game Pokedex says Lickitung licks filth clean with its tongue. Several Pokemon have Pokedex numbers with special significance, and Nob shared with us his theory on why Game Freak made the licking Pokemon number 108 in the dex. He said, 108 in Japanese is read Hyakuhashi. It rhymes with shakuhashi, a traditional recorder-like instrument which is also slang for blowjob. Draw your own conclusion. No one involved in development would admit to it, of course, but hey, that's just a theory, so take it with a grain of salt. On to a less disturbing entry, number 36, Scyther. They lethally shred their prey with their sharp scythes. They can fly on their wings, though only occasionally. They're very rare with few captured specimens. It's worth noting that lethal means to cause death. Many in-game entries talk about Scyther slashing and slicing, but this is the only official source we could find that says Scyther literally kills prey by cutting them to pieces. Next up is number 37, Electabuzz. They love to feast on powerful electricity. They appear somewhat frequently at major power plants. Like Scyther, they are captured only rarely. Both Scyther and Electabuzz can distinguish colors. They have a natural affinity for the color red in particular. This Pokedex makes special note of several Pokemon who can distinguish colors, which implies that just like many animals in the real world, most Pokemon can't distinguish colors. In episode 42 of the anime, Ash's Pokedex tells him Electabuzz and Scyther are both rare Pokemon that can distinguish colors and are enraged by the color red. These details were never mentioned in the games, so presumably, the anime lifted this lore directly from the book. The next entry states, number 38, Pinsir. The two long horns are powerful. Once they clamp tight on their prey, they won't loosen until the victim is torn apart. They are extremely rare Pokemon with very few reported sightings. They appear to prefer the color green. This is followed by number 39, Tauros. When ramming, they whip their body harshly with their three tails. They will not attack unless they are attacked first. They can be found in places like the Savari Zone. Next up is number 40, Eevee, a special Pokemon that can evolve into 3 different Pokemon species. They are difficult to categorize because so few have been caught. From their behavior, they were included among the Pokemon of Grasslands. The next 3 entries are of the Gen 1 evolutions. Number 41, Vaporeon, an Eevee evolution. Their body's cellular structure is close to that of water molecules. As a result, they can melt away invisibly in water. They can learn the move Surf from swimming across bodies of water. Number 42, Jolteon. When enraged or startled, all their body hair stands upright like needles that puncture their foes. They learn electric-type moves like Thunder, Thunderbolt, and Thunderwave. They are the evolved form of Eevee. Number 43, Flareon. They have a flame sac inside their body. They inhale deeply and then blow flames of 1,700 degrees Celsius. This and the other 2 evolved forms of Eevee appear to have some connection with special stones. And this brings us to the end of the Grassland Pokemon, by far Kanto's most populated habitat. The other 8 classifications average about 13 Pokemon apiece, with most sections giving tidbits about how their Pokemon evolved, getting progressively more interesting the deeper we go. The next section is the mountain Pokemon, with the book telling us, here we profile Pokemon that live in mountainous environments more than 1,000 meters above sea level. Many of these mountain-dwelling Pokemon exhibit evolutionary adaptations to their bodies, both entirely and partially perhaps due to their harsh habitats. They may also appear in grasslands and even towns on occasion. The first mountainous Pokemon on the decks is number 44, Onix. They usually live submerged in soil. They burrow at 80 kilometers per hour in search of prey. Like other ground-type Pokemon, Onix is strong against poison-type attacks. Conversely, they are vulnerable to water-type attacks. The book has a diagram of Pokemon heights compared to humans, with Onix being the tallest. Some fans have long wondered how exactly height is measured, and this diagram makes it clear that height actually refers to a Pokemon's length, measured flat from end to end. Next up are Diglett and Dugtrio. Number 45. Diglett. They burrow through the ground close to the surface. They leave ridged trails of soil in their wake that betray their location. They may appear in the trail of an Onix. They are probably seeking Onix's leftovers. They evolve into Dugtrio. Number 46, Dugtrio. They burrow underground to hide themselves, and then strike the unsuspecting target from a different spot. Some researchers categorize Dugtrio, Dodrio, Execute, and Executor as one genre. These entries are followed by number 47, Geodude, a docile Pokemon that does not harm people. That said, they can lose their temper if they are accidentally stepped on in caves, for example. They can be found when hiking on mountains. Being round and easy to hold, people toss them back and forth in Geodude fights. Here we get an illustration of Geodude hiding itself in a pile of rocks by Benimaru Ito, the creature's artist who, together with Ken Sugimori, made most of the book's artwork. Ito likes to go by the name Ash, and later became the chief designer of the 3D models in Pokemon Snap and Stadium, and even did some artwork for the Pokemon TCG. Next up is number 48, Graveler, Geodude's evolution. When walking on sloped mountain trails, Graveler may come tumbling along. While their face wears a smile, their eyes never smile. It is very creepy to see them rolling with that expression. This is naturally followed by number 49, Golem. They tumble on sloped trails at twice the speed of a Graveler. They are probably Graveler's evolution. They are encased in a hard shell composed of sheetrock-like slabs. They grow larger by shedding their shell once a year. With luck, people may find a Golem's discarded shell on a mountain in summer. Next up, the Machamp line. Number 50, Machop. Being entirely muscle-bound, they have the power to throw 100 adult people despite their small, childlike stature. Number 51, Machoke. Machop's evolution. Their powerful body never tires. Diligent and hardworking, they help people with work such as transporting heavy cargo. Number 52, Machamp. Their 4 fully developed arms can throw 1,000 punches in just 2 seconds. While they are thought to be Machoke's evolution, no one has yet to witness their evolutionary process. In general, Pokemon evolve through growth. However, recent studies have concluded that Machamp and Golem have not evolved from growing. Korokoro's 9 of Clubs provides a nice visual of those 1,000 punches. Machamp and Golem's entries say they are thought to be evolved forms of Machoke and Graveler. The introduction we read earlier says the descriptive text for each Pokemon includes only facts known to date. In other words, everything contained in this Pokedex is true. But there are some things the researchers who wrote it don't know for certain yet. Apparently, they haven't discovered the concept of trait evolutions. The next entry is for number 53, Magmar, a species found near a volcano's crater. They breathe fire. Their body temperature is extremely high at 1,200 degrees Celsius. This Pokemon is very hard to spot in the wild, with only a few captured. This is followed by number 54, Snorlax. They are unsatisfied unless they eat 400 kilograms of food a day. As soon as they finish eating, they fall asleep. At 460 kilograms, they are the heaviest out of all the Pokemon discovered. While they usually live in mountains, they occasionally descend and appear in towns. They are gluttonous and will consume even moldy food without ever getting sick. It is said their ability to consume mold earned them the Japanese name of Kabigon. Here we get some Ito artwork saying the only time Snorlax is awake is when it's eating. Kabi is the Japanese word for mold, and this Pokemon got its Japanese name Kabigon because it's based on Game Freak developer Koji Nishino, who another developer said would eat pretty much anything he found around the office, even if it was moldy. This earned Nishino the nickname Kabigon, so it ultimately became the name of the Pokemon as well. The next entry is number 55, Zubat. They live in murky caves on mountainous and similar environments. Because they live in perpetual darkness, their eyes retrogressed and disappeared. They emit ultrasonic cries for flitting around in darkness. Apparently, it is very rare for them to fly outside their caves. Many people think bats in the real world are blind, blind, hence the expression blind as a bat. But that's not actually true. Bats can see just fine, some even better than humans. They do spend a lot of their lives in darkness though, so they developed powerful hearing and echolocation abilities through evolution. This Pokédex entry takes evolution a step further, explaining that Zubat not only gained echolocation, but its eyes disappeared entirely. In the Professor Oak's journal selection of this book, he explains these sort of traits are a result of Pokémon and animals' divergent evolution. The final mountain entry is for number 56, Golbat, Zubat's evolution. They bite with their sharp fangs and suck 300 millimeters in one chomp. And now on to the next habitat, the Water's Edge Pokemon, with the book explaining that Pokemon that live in or near bodies of water can be roughly split into two types. One type consists of plant Pokemon that are vulnerable to fire-type attacks. The other type are animals that live in shallow waters. The latter group have water-type moves that make them strong against fire. First up in this section is number 57, Squirtle. When it retracts its long neck into its shell, it squirts out water with vigorous force. Water-type moves of this sort are effective against fire, ground, and rock-type Pokemon. It is unfortunate, but this Pokemon's habitat is unknown. Presumably, its habitat is unknown because starter Pokemon can't be found anywhere in Kanto, except in Professor Oak's lab. You never actually get to see Squirtle's long neck, but this fact was later included in Fire Red's Pokédex as well, so Squirtle's neck is similar to Doduo's wings, or how Pokemon Mystery Dungeon talks about Diglett's feet. You never get to see them, but they do exist. This continues with the rest of the Blastoise line. Number 58, Wartortle, Squirtle's evolution. Their profile is cute when they are fighting. They are highly popular as pets. Their fur-covered tail is a symbol of longevity. Number 59, Blastoise, Wartortle's evolution. They make their foe faint by squashing the victim with their heavy body. Their bulk makes quick movements impossible, but they have overwhelming power to compensate. When endangered, they can draw themselves into their shell. They are well protected thanks to their armor-like shell. They are capable and reliable Pokemon that learn such effective moves as Ice Beam and Surf. Entry 27, Ninetales, alluded to Blastoise living 10,000 years. This is actually a nod to the Minogame from Japanese mythology, a turtle who can live 10,000 years and is so old it has seaweed for a tail. The Minogame is prominently featured in a Japanese fairy tale, and even though it's a little long, it's worth sharing to explain the lore for Blastoise, Wartortle, and also some Lapras lore that comes up later. One day, a fisherman named Urashima Taro saw a group of boys torturing a turtle, which he rescued then released into the ocean. The next day, a Minogame finds Taro and tells him the turtle he saved is a princess, the daughter of Ryujin, the Emperor of the Sea. As thanks, the Minogame takes Taro under the ocean to a palace where he meets the princess, but 3 days later, he tells the princess he wants to return to the surface to visit his aging mother. The princess is sad to see him go, but wishes him well and gives him a mysterious box, warning him to never open it. After returning home, Taro realizes 300 years has passed in the surface world. His home has disappeared, and everyone he ever knew is dead. Stricken by grief, he decides to open the mysterious box, which bursts into a cloud of smoke and transforms him into an old man with a white beard and a bent back. The story ends with the princess's sad, sweet voice coming from the ocean, telling him, "I told you not to open the box. Inside it was your age." At this point, you're probably wondering what any of this has to do with Blastoise. Wartortle's design is the one based on the Minogame, although it's got a feathery, furry tail instead of literal seaweed. A 2019 leak of the beta back sprites revealed that during Gen 1's development, Wartortle originally had a different evolution, who was also based on the Minogame, while Blastoise was part of a separate turtle family. It seems Game Freak decided the two turtle lines overlapped and combined them into one to avoid redundancies. Wartortle's evolution was scrapped, along with what appears to be an early pre-evolution for Blastoise. So this lore about Blastoise living 10,000 years was probably intended for the old Wartortle evolution, and Blastoise simply inherited the lore when it took its place. Some of the lore was also redistributed to Lapras, whose entry we'll get to later. The next water Pokemon are number 60, Staryu. They are commonly found on beaches. At night, their central core flashes brightly. They are gynandrous. They possess both male and female reproductive organs. If a part of their body is cut off, they regenerate the missing body parts. Their evolution appears to be linked to a special stone. This is naturally followed by number 61, Starmie. Little headway has been made into the research of Starmie. Because they are encountered in the sea, they have been classified as a water's edge Pokemon. However, locally, it is suspected that they are alien creatures from their geometrical body. Pokemon didn't have genders in Gen Gen 1, but from Gen 2 onwards, Staryu and Starmie were both classified as gender unknown, or what fans usually refer to as genderless. But here we get a little more detail, with the decks telling us that they have both male and female reproductive organs, like hermaphroditic flowers. Next up is the Golduck line. Number 62, Psyduck. They are always suffering from a headache. If their headache intensifies, they start using mysterious powers. They can learn a variety of moves including Strength, Surf, and Dig. Number 63, Golduck. Psyduck's evolution. Their hands are webbed, making them skilled swimmers. Their elegant form can be seen on lakes in similar settings. They can learn Hyper Beam, a move that has not been observed among Psyduck. The book provides this illustration of Kanto's fastest swimmers, showing Golduck as the fastest. It doesn't say Golduck's exact speed, but it's somewhere in an excess of 90 kilometers an hour. Next up is number 64, Oddish, also known as Walkamendes. At night, they walk up to 300 meters on their two roots. Being plants, it was a mystery as to why they walked. It was finally determined by a recent study that it was for the survival of the species. They scatter their pollen as they walk. The nickname Walkamendes is the sort of Japanese wordplay that simply doesn't work in English. When Japanese puns are used in the games, they usually get removed entirely during localization. The name is a gag on Archimedes, the famous Greek figure. Walkamendes also breaks down into Aki men desu, which translates into English as we are walking men, because Oddish is a plant that walks. The rest of the entries for this line are number 65, Gloom, Oddish's evolution. Their pistol emits a horrifically foul stench that makes foes faint up to 2 kilometers away. A special stone appears to be involved in Gloom's evolution. Number 66, Vileplume. From their world's largest petals, they scatter wicked plumes of pollen that induce allergic reactions. Other Pokemon can't get near where Vileplume lives. Vileplume has the largest petals in the world because it draws inspiration from the Rafflesia arnoldii, a parasitic plant that produces the largest single flower on Earth. They grow in real-life rainforests and have an overpowering odor of decaying flesh, which is why the Vileplume family have such a horrific stench. This entry is followed by number 67, Krabby. Found near the sea, when they fight, they raise their large pincers to intimidate their foe. However, they usually prefer to avoid fighting. If a pincer is torn off, it grows back. And next up is the Victory Bell line. Number 68, Bellsprout. Their bud has the appearance of a human face. Because of it, they are said to be a type of the legendary mandrake root. They feed mainly on small insects. Number 69, Weepinbell. Bellsprout's evolution. The leaves are cutters for shredding foes. They can spit a liquid that dissolves anything. Unlike Bellsprout, they capture and eat fairly large bugs and birds. Their feeding is an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. Number 70, Victory Bell. Thought to be Weepinbell's evolution because of their many shared attributes. Prey are drawn with a honey-like aroma into Victory Bell's mouth, where they are melted by a dissolving fluid. This Pokemon is omnivorous and will eat anything that fits in their mouth. Victory Bell's based on real-life pitcher plants that draw in prey with nectar that drown them in it. They mostly feed on insects, but are known to have feasted on mice. The next Pokemon is number 71, Kingler. Krabby's evolution. The hard pincers have 10,000 horsepower strength. However, they are also too large, making this Pokemon ponderous in motion. They may also be seen deep inside caves. This is followed by the Slowbro line. Number 72, Slowpoke. They are always vacant and out to lunch. It is impossible to determine what they are thinking. They live by the water's edge where they deftly catch prey with their tail. Although they have enough smarts to fish that way, they exhibit no other behavior that would indicate any greater intelligence. They frequently swim undersea in search of prey, but are often mistakenly caught themselves. With some people becoming happily relaxed seeing a Slowpoke, others become irritated. Perhaps those people who become soothed lead hectic lives. Number 73, Slowbro. When Slowpoke went foraging in the sea, they were bitten on their tail by Shelder. This resulted in their evolution into Slowbro. It is unknown as to why they did not try to remove the Shelder. It is suspected that doing so would have required too much effort. While they can learn devastating physical attacks like Mega Punch and Mega Kick, they are naturally averse to fighting. Like Slowpoke, they appear to prefer zoning out. Here we have an illustration of Shelder latching onto Slowpoke's tail. This rendering barely resembles an actual Shelder, and looks more like a Pokemon called Taban from Gold and Silver's 1997 demo. It's possible Taban was originally planned for Gen 1 as well, which would explain why the creature on Slowbro's tail never looked like a Shelder. But we can't say for sure, as recent leaks have only proven that Taban was cut from Gen 2. The next habitat are the forests. This habitat is introduced with the words, "To small creatures, a forest is a paradise, overflowing with the bounties of nature like honey-laden flowers, fruits, and nuts. Many bug-type and small animal animal-type Pokemon can be seen in forests, where they avail themselves to the abundant food sources. However, the kinds of food available also make large Pokemon rare in forests. And the first entry is number 74, Caterpie. When they shed their green skin to grow, they wrap themselves in silk and transform into a cocoon. Out of all the Pokemon discovered to date, they are the fastest to evolve. The tiny bird Pokemon Pidgey is their archenemy. If Caterpie even sense the presence of Pidgey, they quickly burrow underground. Those too slow to hide fall prey to Pidgey. While a forest may appear peaceful, there are harsh rules that dictate the survival of the fittest. Although partially obscured, Korokoro's 8 of Hearts shows Pidgey preying on Caterpie. Throughout this Pokédex, and especially in the forest, we get an impression of Kanto's food chain. Which Pokemon eat plants, which eat real-life animals like plankton and fish, which Pokemon get eaten, and who preys on them. Next up is the rest of the Butterfree line. Number 75, Metapod. Caterpie's evolution. While they are encased in a hard shell, the inside is tender, making them vulnerable to harsh attacks. Worse, being mid-metamorphosis, they are challenged to move quickly. Number 76, Butterfree. A week to 10 days after evolving, Metapod undergo another evolutionary step and metamorphose into Butterfree. Their wings are covered in water-repellent, powder-like scales that enable them to fly even on rainy days. This detail about water-repellent scales helping Butterfree fly in the rain can be seen on Korokoro's 2 of Diamonds. These entries are followed by the Beedrill line. Number 77, Weedle. Common in not only forests, but also grasslands. There is a small, sharp, poison stinger of around 5 centimeters in length on the top of their head. When faced with a foe, they wiggle the stinger for intimidation. They favor food like ginkgo leaves. Number 78, Kakuna. A temporary evolutionary form taken while readying the mature form. In their previous guise as Weedle, they are said to eat many leaves in preparation for assuming this pupal form. They are almost incapable of moving. Number 79, Beedrill. Kakuna's evolution. They may appear in swarms. They buzz around at dizzying speed and jab repeatedly with the venomous stinger on their tail. When they grow and learn Twin Needle, they become untouchable. Number 80, Rattata. Their fangs are long, sharp, and continually grow throughout their life. They gnaw on hard objects to keep the ever-growing fangs workably short. They feast on nuts like walnuts and acorns. They also like processed food like cheese and milk. Rattata have to gnaw on hard objects because just like real-life rodents, their teeth never stop growing. Left unchecked, rodent teeth grow so long they break through the roof of their mouths till they can't eat anymore and eventually die of starvation. Instead of Raticate next, we have the Parasect line. Number 81, Paris. Growing from the bug's back are mushrooms called Tochukaso. The mushrooms grow in step with the Pokemon. They live under fallen trees and forests. When they grow to a certain size, they move to grasslands and marshes. Number 82, Parasect. They scatter toxic spores from the mushroom's cap. In China, the spores are apparently used as ingredients of herbal medicine. Being Paris' evolution, Parasect was included among the Pokemon of forests. However, they are almost impossible to find in forests. Tochukaso are real fungus that replace the host tissue and can affect the behavior of their insect host and even kill it. The fungus is extremely valuable in China, where they are believed to combat ailments like fatigue and even cancer, fetching high prices of over $1,000 for a single kilogram. Tochukaso are also considered an aphrodisiac, and are so highly prized that some are literally willing to kill for them. Like in 2011, when 19 Nepalese villagers were convicted of murdering several farmers in a fight over these fungal remedies. This is followed by number 83, Venomoth. The wings are covered in powdery toxic scales. With every flap of their wings, they scatter the scales in clouds. They are said to live in the safari zone. However, they are difficult to find due to their small population. Their larval and pupal stages are shrouded in mystery. And next up is number 84, Raticate. Rattata's evolution. Their rear feet have 3 toes with small webs in between for swimming across rivers. In addition to nuts, naturally, they also feed on fish. This is followed by possibly the most famous Pokemon, number 85, Pikachu. They live in forests where they feed mainly on nuts. They are few in number and challenging to find. There are small electricity-storing pouches on each side of their cheeks that are discharged when endangered. Smart and charming with an affectionate nature, they are the most popular Pokemon among researchers. Pikachu evolved into Raichu, but many trainers prevent evolution because they don't want their Pokemon to change appearance. And here we get some bizarre artwork showing Pikachu strapped down to a table as its voltage is measured through its cheeks. This Pokedex talks a lot about what Pokemon eat, like how Pikachu feasts on nuts. And according to Ken Sugimori, sustenance is one of the most important considerations in a Pokemon's creation. He said, "One of the biggest things to decide is what a Pokemon eats. Whether or not we can think of something for a Pokemon to survive on is a huge turning point in the creation of any Pokemon. What do Pokemon based on inorganic items like Magnemite eat? It's the job of Game Freak's creative team to make sure there are proper answers for all these kinds of Pokemon. Ghost-type Pokemon, for example, might feed on the spirit or reap energy from the air around them." Over many interviews, Sugimori's made it clear that all Pokemon have defined food sources baked into their design, whether or not it ends up in the Pokedex. And next, of course, is number 86, Raichu. Their electric strikes can reach 100,000 volts. Unwittingly touching them can cause even Indian elephants to faint. This Pokemon can learn all electric-type moves. There have been no reports of Raichu sightings in forests. This is followed by number 87, Venonat. Their eyes serve as radars that let them stay active in darkness. The eyes also emit beams of light. They have been confirmed to be a bug type. They appear to have the potential for evolution, but it remains a mystery. Even though they live in the same habitat, this Pokedex breaks up several Pokemon families with its numbering system, in most cases probably for formatting purposes, like how Vulpix and Ninetales balance out the Nidoran pages. But the Venonat family isn't just broken up, it's presented out of order, with Venomoth's entries saying its larval and pupal stages are shrouded in mystery. Venonat most resembles a real-life flea, but also bears some resemblance to venomous caterpillars that turn into moths, which makes Venonat the larval stage of Venomoth. But compared to real-life moths, they're still missing a pupal form, which is probably why the Pokedex researchers haven't figured out these two Pokemon are related. This Pokedex makes a few references to Gen 1's development, so these entries could be referring to a scrapped middle stage, or it could be hinting at a middle stage Game Freak was considering for Gen 2, the same way Poliwrath's entry hints at a new frog evolution that became Politoed. There's also a popular fan theory that because Butterfree and Venonat bear so many similarities, Butterfree and Venomoth might have been switched in development, similar to what happened with the Squirtle family, which if true, would explain where the pupal stage went. Unfortunately, all three theories suffer from a lack of evidence, so unless a future leak or developer interview sheds some light on the situation, this missing pupal stage remains as mysterious to us as it is to the researchers who wrote the Pokedex. Next up, we have this gen's serpents. Number 88. Ekans. They flick their tongue about to sense danger in their surroundings. This carnivore swallows all food whole with almost no chewing. They love the eggs of Pidgey and Spearow. Rattata are also preyed upon occasionally. If they swallow a Rattata, they can go without food again for a month. They grow by shedding repeatedly. In the winter, they hibernate in the warm soil of forests. In the summer, they are also common sights in grasslands. Number 89, Arbok, Ekans evolution. Consequently, this Pokemon is also a venomous serpent. The markings of their belly have the appearance of a frightening face. Timid foes flee at the sight of such a face. They are skilled at using glare that induces paralysis in their foe. If you encounter an Arbok on a path, you should avert your gaze. They are mortal enemies of Raticate. The two Pokemon fight viciously like a viper and a mongoose. Interestingly, the rivalry between Arbok and Raticate didn't see much action throughout the series, so the dynamic was eventually recreated for Seviper and Zangoose in Generation 3. On this page, Benimaru Ito provides some artwork showing a variety of Arbok belly patterns, which also appeared in the Pokemon Adventures manga, where each pattern has a special strength, like boosted speed and attack stats. Arbok's in-game Pokedex entries say it has different belly markings from area to area, and 6 variations have been confirmed. But unfortunately, the concept for Arbok having different designs in different areas was abandoned after Generation 2. 2 designs appeared in the game's first 2 generations, but instead of introducing more variations, all future games in the series just reused the first 2 over and over. The next habitat is for the creatures of the seas, with the Pokedex telling us these Pokemon aren't as intelligent and haven't evolved much over the past 2 2 million years as their land-dwelling counterparts. The book gives us a brief intro to the habitat, saying, "The sea-dwelling Pokemon retain attributes from ancient times. They do so because the underwater environments have not undergone major changes. The seas are also more amenable to life than on land, so there was little need for marine Pokemon to evolve. With some exceptions, there are no highly intelligent Pokemon in the seas." The first Pokemon for this habitat is number 90, Gyarados. Extremely vicious and violent. They completely incinerate all matter with Hyper Beam fired from their mouth. They apparently live on the seafloor and in deep water. As a result, they are rarely seen. The most recent specimen was a corpse washed up on shore 35 years ago. They are omnivorous with fangs capable of crushing boulders. Their steel-hard scales can be fashioned into jewelry like rings. Such accessories command astonishing prices. Next up is the Sea King line. Number 91, Goldeen. The dorsal and ventral fins are built up like muscles. They help propel this Pokemon through water at a speed of 5 knots. Having little intelligence, they are known to unwittingly swim into a Gyarados' mouth, where they become an easy meal. Number 92, Sea King. Goldeen's evolution. Using their drill-like horn, they hollow out boulders to make their nest. They swim up rivers to spawn every year. This is followed by the Tentacruel line, number 93, Tentacool. From their crystal-clear eyes, they emit mysterious rays of light. They feed on plankton. 99% of their body is composed of water. Number 94, Tentacruel. The 80 tentacles move about freely to ensnare prey like small fish. The tentacles also have venomous needles that induce poisoning and full-body paralysis. For those qualities, they are called Gangsters of the Sea. The nickname Gangsters of the Sea was never used in any in-game Pokedex, but was mentioned in Ash's Pokedex in episode 19 of the anime, which, just like Scyther and Electabuzz's hatred of red, was presumably lifted directly from this Pokedex. In other words, though this book is largely unknown outside Japan, it's had a lasting influence on the series since the very beginning. Next up is the Dugong line. Number 95, Seal. The light blue-haired hide is thick and tough. They remain active even in intense cold of -40 degrees Celsius. They live in sea caves and the like. During the day, they often drift in the sea, probably searching for food. Number 96, Dugong. Seal's evolution. They are cloaked entirely in pure white hair. Their blubber reaches an incredible thickness of 30 centimeters. They are highly resistant to cold. In fact, they become more active when the temperature is falling. This is followed by number 97, Lapras. Intelligent enough to understand human speech. Being placid in nature, they prefer to ferry people across water on their back rather than fight. Needless to say, they are skilled at using the move Surf. They can also learn a diverse mix of moves like Mist, Confuse Ray, and Hydro Pump. Little headway has been made in their study due to their small population. Some claim the turtle ridden by the folklore hero Taro Urashima was actually a Lapras. While Lapras's design was clearly inspired by plesiosaurs and Scottish folklore's Loch Ness Monster, it also used some lore from the fairy tale about the Minogame that took Taro to Ryujin's palace, which we covered in Blastoise's entry in part 1. Ryujin itself also went on to inspire Lugia in Generation 2, but that's a topic we already covered in our Lugia Origins video. So rather than repeat it, we'll leave a link in the corner and below if you want to hear the full story. Alongside this Pokedex entry, the book provides this artwork of Lapras swimming with a boy on its back. According to Sugimori, Lapras was one of the first Pokemon ever created. It can be seen in some of the earliest Pokemon concept art, and in a July 2000 interview, he explained that originally Pokemon were made to serve specific functions, like Rhydon being used to carry things on land, Lapras for ferrying people across the ocean, and Clefairy being a cute pet. Next up is the Cloyster line. Number 98, Shelder. Encased within a shell that is harder than diamond. The body inside, however, is surprisingly tender. They are good with the move Clamp, which squeezes the enemy between the shell halves. Number 99, Cloyster. Said to be Shelder's evolution. The shell is extremely durable. Even a direct hit from a napalm bomb can't destroy it. The shell opens only when attacking. Their spike cannon, which repeatedly stabs the foe with spikes, is devastating. This entry implies that not only were napalm bombs used in this universe, perhaps in the war hinted at in the games, but that someone actually witnessed a Cloyster surviving one of these napalm bombings. There's various hints scattered across the series referring to a recent war, like how Surge says electric Pokemon saved him during the war, and a journal in the Vermilion Pokemon Center saying he was a pilot back home in America. More conspiracy theory-minded fans also point out that Red's dad is MIA, and Blue seemingly has no parents at all. This entry's reference to napalm bombs adds one more piece to the puzzle, as does Coughing's entry that we'll get to later. Next up is number 100, Poliwag. The slick black skin is thin and damp. A portion of their internal organs can be seen as a spiral. They can be categorized as relatives of tadpoles. This entry tells us that Poliwag and tadpoles evolved from a common ancestor, or possibly from one another. According to Satoshi Tajiri, the iconic swirl on Poliwag's belly is modeled after the intestinal tracts of the tadpoles he fished for as a kid, which means the black swirl is actually poop traveling through its digestive system. It's Tajiri's favorite Pokemon, and the book features this photo of him saying, "I want to snuggle Poliwag." And we continue the line with number 101, Poliwhirl, Poliwag's evolution. While tadpoles grow into frogs, Poliwag remained in the tadpole form and grew muscular to end up as Poliwhirl. While their legs are well developed for life on land, they appear to prefer life in water. This page provides a diagram of Poliwhirl's insides, provided to the researchers by Professor Oak, which means he's been dissecting frog Pokemon in his laboratory. If you've ever wondered how many toes Poliwhirl has, or where its mouth is, here's your answer. And finally, there's number 102, Poliwrath. They are strong swimmers capable of multiple styles, including the crawl and butterfly. Even Olympic swimmers are no match for their speed. However, it appears their muscles developed specifically for swimming, as they are not fast at running. While they are thought to be Poliwhirl's evolution, they remain in tadpole form. It remains to be seen if they will evolve further into frog form. Further research is awaited. This reference to a further evolution into a frog is a tease for Politoed in Gold and Silver. Leaks in recent years have revealed several Politoed designs developers came up with during Gen 2's production. So even though they knew there'd be a new frog evolution in early 1996, they hadn't decided what it would actually look like. And they might not have decided how it would evolve either, as this entry makes it sound like Politoed evolved from Poliwrath. A few months later, Tajiri sat down for an interview with Korokoro, where he hinted that Politoed would evolve directly from Poliwag. In the final game, Politoed branched off from Poliwhirl when traded with a King's Rock, a nod to an early Poliwrath design that wore a crown. Now we move on to the Seadra line. Number 103, Horsey. They keep balance using their spirally coiled tail. When they sense danger, they may spit black ink. Every spring, the females each lay several thousand eggs on seaweed, but most end up as Goldeen bait. Rare among Pokemon, the males raise the young. Number 104, Seadra. Horsey's evolution. Their nature turns vicious from evolving. Carelessly trying to touch them can result in punctures from the spikes growing all over their body. The intense pain can cause fainting. This is followed by number 105, Magikarp. Virtually hopeless in terms of power and speed, if anything were to happen, they immediately use Splash and flop about. They are the world's weakest and most pathetic Pokemon. However, the most recent studies made an incredible discovery. Dragon cells were found in Magikarp's body. Anticipation runs high for deeper studies. Along with the Venonat family, Magikarp and Gyarados are the only evolutionary line in this dex numbered in reverse. These videos translating the Pokedex comprises 46 of the book's 143 pages, but in its entirety, the book is technically a strategy guide. For example, one section shows watercolor maps of the entire Kanto region, complete with encounter rate percentages and a step-by-step walkthrough of the entire game. So it's strange that the book goes out of its way to hide facts from its readers, like Magikarp evolving into Gyarados. It might have been written this way to prevent spoilers, though that runs counter to the entire premise of a strategy guide. Or it might have just been flavor text. Maybe someday a beta leak will reveal these anomalies were a reference to the game's development, but as of the making of this video, why only these two families got this treatment is a bit of a mystery. And now on to the next habitat, Pokemon of the Skies, with an intro that says, because flying Pokemon must spot their food from up high, their eyesight is acutely developed. Many are good, doting parents. They fly to forests, grasslands, and the seas to capture bugs and fish that they deliver to their beloved chicks awaiting their return in nests on trees. This overview leads into the Pidgeot line. Number 106, Pidgey. They do not like to fight. If surrounded, they scatter sand to blind their foes and make their getaway. They hide among trees and tall grass, when feeding on small bugs and the like. While they feast on Caterpie and Weedle, they oddly ignore Venonat. Number 107, Pidgeotto. Pidgey's evolution. They dive from an altitude of 800 meters to capture prey. The claws on their feet are powerfully developed. They have no trouble carrying and execute their prey, weighing 25 kilograms to their nest 100 kilometers away. Number 108, Pidgeot. They fly around at Mach 2 speed at 1200 meters altitude. If they encounter a foe while on the ground, they spread their gorgeous wings for intimidation. Their search for food leads them to even the seas, where they make easy prey of meaninglessly splashing Magikarp. It goes without saying that they are the evolution of Pidgeotto. Mach 2 is about 2,470 kilometers an hour, making Pidgeot the second fastest Pokemon in Kanto, only about 1% slower than Dragonite. The example of Pidgeot preying on Magikarp can be found in new Pokemon Snap, which initially shocked some fans. Next up is the Fearow line. Number 109, Spearow. Compared with Pidgey, they are much more aggressive. They mainly search for prey among tall grass where they can be seen busily flitting about. While they have little power, they learn the rare mirror move. Number 110, Fearow. Spearow's evolution. They can soar high all day long on their broad wings. Their powerful beaks let them swallow prey like Rattata whole. This is followed by number 111, Magnemite. They move around while levitating. The units on their sides radiate energy like electromagnetic waves. Although they are fundamentally different from the other Pokemon of the skies profiled here, they have been included here for the time being because there is nowhere else to group them. Further research is awaited. According to Ken Sugimori, Magnemite was the first inorganic Pokemon ever created. He says Satoshi Tajiri gave him a work order that just said, make a magnet Pokemon. So he got to work and eventually came up with Magnemite. Next up is number 112, Magneton. Magnemite's evolution. What keeps this Pokemon levitating is unknown for now. Formed by multiple Magnemite linked together, they discharge intense magnetic rays and high voltage power. These are followed by number 113, Doduo, a two-headed Pokemon discovered 3 years ago. They are probably a mutation. They appear to dislike flying. They seem to be much better at running based on their 100 kilometers per hour speed. In the near future, it is feared their wings will devolve and rob them of their ability to fly. You can't see them, but Doduo does have wings. Pokemon Yellow's Pokedex even says its short wings make flying difficult. Apparently, the researchers who wrote this entry fear that evolution will eventually remove their wings altogether, similar to how Zubat lost its eyes. The book provides this artwork, explaining that both Doduo's heads have to work together to be able to function. Next up is number 114, Dodrio, Doduo's evolution, a rare species that is hardly ever found. Their 3 heads express the emotions joy, sadness, and anger. Some historians have sworn that in ancient times there was a religion that thrived deep in Central and South America which revered Dodrio as their symbol. We dug deep, but couldn't find any evidence of Central or South American gods that resemble Dodrio. But it does bear a resemblance to South America's largest bird, the Rhea americana, which gets its name from the Greek goddess Rhea, the daughter of Earth goddess Gaia and the sky god Uranus. She's known in early tradition as the Mother of Gods, and it's possible the Rhea americana was combined with the concept of the triple deity, like Christianity's Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. But that's all just speculation on our part, and we can't say with certainty that's what the developers were thinking when they identified Dodrio as the symbol of an American religion. This is followed by number 115, Farfetch'd. They always carry a plant stalk for crafting their nest when walking. A recent study also revealed the stalk to be also food for emergencies. Several years ago, the mass media reported on the deliciousness of cooking Farfetch'd with their stalk. This news spread nationwide, resulting in a massive decline in their population. As we explained in part 1, Japan's Korokoro Comics included a set of cutout playing cards in a late 1996 issue. The card set's 10 of Diamonds has an illustration of Farfetch'd escaping someone's kitchen. Humans eating Farfetch'd may sound barbaric to some fans, but the concept is actually baked into its design. In Japan, there's an expression, a duck comes bearing onions. So in other words, the soup just delivered itself. It's often used when something surprising but convenient happens, or sometimes as a way of saying, here comes a chump. The expression is often shortened to kamonegi, which means duck onion, and this Pokemon's Japanese name is also Kamonegi. The Pokedex says after the people of Kanto started eating Farfetch'd en masse, their population massively declined, which might explain why you can't find any in the wild. There's only one Farfetch'd in the game, and it's only obtainable via trade in Vermilion City. Fortunately, their population population appears to be bouncing back, as the Pokédex and Crystal version says, in order to prevent their extinction, more people have made an effort to breed these Pokémon. The next habitat is that of humans, the urban environment. This habitat's introduction says, it is sad to say, but the Pokémon that live in urban settings are strongly affected by effluents from factories, sewage, and other pollutants. In general, there are many filthy Pokémon, but they are guilty of nothing. Instead, we should be thankful to them. They serve as mirrors that reflect how our ways of life affect the world around us. This is appropriately followed by the Muck line. Number 116, Grimer. X-rays from the moon transformed toxic sludge into Grimer. They love to eat filthy things. When first discovered, their appearances were limited to empty lots behind factories and so on. However, they have become progressively bolder in the places they appear. Number 117, Muck. They usually keep themselves hidden by mingling with soil. Contact results in a severe poisoning. Analysis of their cells revealed the presence of substances that are inconceivable in living things. They are thought to be Grimer's evolution. This is followed by number 118, Porygon. In 1995, Silphco, which undertakes R&D into Pokemon and related products, successfully applied state-of-the-art technology to create this man-made Pokemon. While they are exceedingly rare, they somehow came to be offered as prizes by the Game Corner. Investigations by the authorities are ongoing into the matter. Their findings are eagerly awaited. Interestingly, the games never said who created Porygon, only making a vague reference to unnamed scientists. But this Pokédex explicitly states Porygon was created by Silphco, a scene you can see on the Korokoro Jack of Hearts. Since the intro says Red and Green takes place in 1996, Porygon's creation in 1995 means it's only existed for a single year. When Pokemon Sun released in 2016, it included a Pokédex entry for Porygon that read, roughly 20 years ago, it was artificially created, utilizing the latest technology of the time. Combining these two entries, we can see that our world and the Pokemon world are on the same timeline, at least for the most part, with Red and Green taking place in 1996 and the events in Sun and Moon taking place in 2016. Next up is number 119, Coughing. The thin-skinned, balloon-like body is filled with a powerfully toxic gas. Getting too close to this foul-smelling Pokemon makes eyes flood with tears. First discovered in a munitions factory, their habitat has been growing in recent years. Coughing's discovery in a munitions factory and Cloyster surviving a napalm bombing tells us just a little bit more about how the Pokemon War was fought. Some beta leaks in recent years also revealed a trainer type called Soldiers, who were used in Gold and Silver's development, but ended up being cut before the games were finished. This is followed by number 120, Wheezing. While very rare, mutations can result in coughing twins that are joined together. The lab is developing a medicine for bleaching the toxicity out of wheezing. Next up is number 121, Voltorb, a completely enigmatic creature. They generate an unpleasant buzzing noise. While many live in power plants, etc., they appear to have spread to towns in recent years by traveling on power lines. They possess electric-type moves. They are reckless and prone to exploding without warning. Voltorb spreading from power plants to towns through power lines can be seen on Korokoro's Queen of Spades. Although they mostly live in power plants, the in-game dex makes it clear Voltorb was first discovered at a company that manufactures Pokeballs, and vaguely hints there must be some connection. This is likely because Voltorb is based on Tsukumogami, tools from Japanese folklore that came to life and became self-aware on their 100th birthday. As we mentioned in part 1, the book says Pokeballs were invented around 1925, so it seems Voltorb isn't actually a 100-year-old Pokeball, but the Tsukumogami inspiration appears to be hinted by the fact the in-game Pokedex lists Voltorb as Pokemon number 100. This is followed by number 122, Electrode, Voltorb's evolution. Because they explode at the slightest provocation, they are feared with the nickname Bomball. Next up is the Gengar line, number 123, Ghastly, a life form composed of a diffuse gaseous matter. Even an Indian elephant would fall in 2 seconds if enveloped in their gas. Many mysteries surround this Pokemon. Some theories claim they are photochemical smog come to life, while others claim they are extra-dimensional beings. The answer remains unknown. For the time being, our study group adopted the former theory and included them among the Pokemon of towns. Raichu and Ghastly's entries in this Pokedex and the games both say they can knock out an Indian elephant. Several entries talk about Pokemon eating real-life animals, but besides Indian elephants, no mention of knocking them out. These references might be leftovers from an elephant Pokemon scrapped in development, whose beta sprite was revealed in Satoshi Tajiri's biographical manga. It's possible Raichu and Ghastly's entries originally said they could knock out this lost elephant Pokemon. Then after it got cut, the text was altered. Next up is number 124, Haunter, Ghastly's evolution. They learn moves like Dream Eater and Psychic. It is said that if you feel as though you are being watched in a dark place with no one else around, there is a Haunter lurking. This is followed by number 125, Gengar, thought to be Haunter's evolution from the moves they learn and their physical attributes. But the hypothesis is yet to be proven. They are said to emerge from darkness to kill people who become lost on mountains. There are shrines honoring Gengar on several mountains. That's right, Gengar literally murders people. The book shows some art of Gengar emerging from the darkness just seconds before robbing a man of his life. Apparently, this is what Sugimori meant when he said ghost Pokemon feed on the spirit. Interestingly, Kanto's ghosts are classified as urban Pokemon instead of the next classification, which is the enigmatic Pokemon. Its introduction says precognition, telekinesis, X-ray vision, and on and on. There are paranormal phenomena that sadly defy explanation using the scientific knowledge we have now. And in the world of Pokemon that we study and analyze, there are paranormal Pokemon that possess otherworldly powers. They remain yet unsolved enigmas. Here we share what we have learned so far. The first Pokemon on this sort is number 126, Abra. They sleep for 16 hours a day. However, even asleep, they use a variety of extrasensory powers. They are rarely encountered due to their small population. Moreover, they will teleport instantly if threatened. As a result, they often escape before they could be captured in a rare encounter. They evolve into Kadabra. Speaking of which, number 127, Kadabra. As a psychic boy awoke one morning, he found himself transformed in his bed into a Kadabra. The crowning of the Kadabra-themed short story, The Transformation, as the second Pokemon Literary Award winner is still fresh in our memory. If Pikachu is the Pokemon idol, Kadabra can be considered a favorite among those in the know. The story titled The Transformation is a parody of Franz Kafka's 1915 book, The Metamorphosis, a story about a salesman who wakes up one morning, realized he's turned into an insect. The entry's short excerpt closely mirrors the book's very first sentence, which reads, as Gregor Samsa awoke one morning from uneasy dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into an enormous insect. This is one instance of the book's Pokédex contradicting the game's dex. Instead of presenting a boy turning into Kadabra as a fictional short story, Red and Green present it as something that actually happened. It simply says, as a psychic boy awoke one morning, he found himself transformed in his bed into a Kadabra, and later Pokédex entries in Emerald, Fire Red, and Sun all told varying accounts of this tale. A boy literally transforming into a Kadabra doesn't really make sense, even in the Pokemon universe, so it seems likely the story was meant as fiction from the very beginning, and possibly shortened to fit into the in-game Pokédex's single screen. But this is just one interpretation, as there's various ways you could rationalize the contradiction. Whether or not it's meant to have actually occurred, Korokoro's Eight of Clubs provides artwork for what it would have looked like. Next up is number 128, Alakazam. Disdainful of physical attacks, they adeptly wield extrasensory powers to defeat their foes. While they are believed to be Kadabra's evolution, no one has proven it conclusively. In battle, Alakazam remains expressionless throughout. Next up is the Clefable line. Number 129, Clefairy. Popular as pets for their adorable appearance, they are surprisingly well liked by not only people, but even by their fellow Pokemon. However, they are also few. They have only been captured in the caves of Mount Moon. Clefairy is best at using the move Metronome, which triggers a random move from many choices. Occasionally, they startle themselves by loosing a powerful move that doesn't suit their cute appearance. Number 130, Clefable. Neither Clefairy nor Clefable like squabbling. Perhaps that explains why their hearing is so superbly developed. They can even discern the sound of a pin dropping 1 kilometer away. They immediately flee if they hear danger approaching. This is followed by number 131, Ditto. They transform into other life forms by rearranging their body's cellular structure. They learn almost no moves of their own. Ditto can be considered one of the most enigmatic Pokemon ever. And next up is number 132, Mr. Mime. They use advanced moves like Confusion, Light Screen, Meditate, and Substitute. Being skilled mimes, they are masters at convincingly tricking people. It is said the walls they mime turn real. Their fingertips end in suction pads, with which they apparently climb the walls they create. Little headway has been made in their study, owing to the scarcity of specimens. Korokoro's 7 of Clubs gives us a good look at Mr. Mime climbing one of its invisible walls. During Gen 1's English localization, Nob actually fought against naming this Pokemon Mr. Mime. He wanted to go with a gender-neutral name, like how in Japanese it's called Barriard. He told his boss at Nintendo of America that naming it Mr. Mime would come back to bite them if Game Freak added genders in the sequel. He was ultimately proven correct, and Gen 2 ended up containing lots of female Mr. Mime. Speaking of its name, in Gen 1, Mr. Mime can only be obtained via trade, and in some localizations, this Mr. Mime is named Marcel. In Sword and Shield, there's a Galarian Mr. Mime in Winden, who's also named Marcel. Both are named after Marcel Marceau, a Jewish mime who joined the French resistance in World War II, fought the Nazis, and saved children from concentration camps. He was later declared a national treasure in Japan, not only for his heroics in the war, but also for his legendary miming abilities. Now it's time for the Wigglytuff line. Number 133, Jigglypuff. With their round and huge eyes, they draw the attention of their foes. They then sing a comfortably soothing tune that lulls their foes to sleep. Bellying their adorable appearance, they can learn a diverse array of moves. If they become displeased, they inflate themselves like a balloon. Here the book has artwork for a chorus of Jigglypuffs, which apparently induces triple the drowsiness compared to the song of one Jigglypuff. Number 134, Wigglytuff. The finely dense and supple fur is dreamily gorgeous. It is also a luxury item. While they share many moves with Jigglypuff, they additionally learn Hyper Beam. Next up is number 135, Drowsy, the descendant of the legendary creature Baku, which is said to have eaten dreams. Drowsy is famous as the first Pokemon to use a move combo, Hypnosis followed by Dream Eater. They are gluttonous herbivores. From their 4 stomachs, they repeatedly bring up eaten food and re-chew it to feed. They are not popular among women due to their appearance. They also have a habit of muttering under their breath to themselves. The Baku is a creature from Japanese mythology who devours nightmares. The Baku are believed to have been made using leftover pieces the gods didn't use when they created all other animals, but in modern times, it's usually depicted as a tapir. Drowsy being a descendant of the Baku means that canonically, in addition to real-life animals, Pokemon also share our world with mythical creatures and can even evolve from them. The book shows us another experiment by the Pokédex researchers, seeing if Drowsy is capable of hypnotizing itself, and Korokoro's Jack of Diamonds shows us Drowsy eating a kid's dreams. This is followed by number 136, Hypno. Drowsy's evolution. They carry around a pendulum-like object. They are skilled at using Psychic. In towns where Hypno appear, child disappearances mysteriously surge. Hypno's penchant for kidnapping children was later turned into a story arc in Fire Red and Leaf Green's postgame, where the player has to save a little girl named Lastel from Hypno's grasp. And the last of this group is number 137, Jinx, an extremely rare Pokemon. They become volcanically enraged if any attempt is made to remove the cloth-like shroud around their waist. That reaction informs us they have a sense of shame. While they speak in a human-like manner, their language is indecipherable. Linguistic research is ongoing. Jinx Korokoro cards gives us a glimpse of her human-like but indecipherable speech. The Pokédex's next classification are the extinct Pokemon, with the book telling us Pokemon are said to have appeared around 2 million years ago. Since then, they adapted to the world's changing environments and evolved in many ways. What do these ancient Pokemon look like? Using recently discovered fossils, their likenesses have been reconstructed. And the first up in this group is number 138, Aerodactyl, the progenitor of birds. They stood 1.8 meters tall. They flew on broad wings while emitting high-pitched cries. From the skull's structure, it is evident their brain was relatively large. Some biologists claim they communicated by crying. Judging by their stiff fangs, they were undoubtedly carnivorous. They must have caught small creatures with their large claws and preyed on them. A very recent discovery of their fossilized droppings attests to this theory. The entire concept of extinct Pokemon appears to be loosely lifted from the 1993 film Jurassic Park, which hit theaters halfway into Red and Green's development. In the movie, scientists resurrect dinosaurs by extracting DNA from prehistoric mosquitoes preserved in amber. The key item used to resurrect Aerodactyl is called Old Amber, and its official artwork shows a mosquito trapped inside. In countless interviews, Tajiri and Sugimori have said Pokemon was partly inspired by Japanese TV shows and monster movies, and even though they didn't confirm it, it's probably safe to assume they drew inspiration from one American monster movie as well. Before moving on to the remaining extinct Pokemon, it's worth pointing out a seeming retcon. This entry says Aerodactyl is the progenitor of birds, and when Arkin was added in Gen 5, it was identified as the ancestor of all bird Pokemon. In other words, they've both said to be the origin of birds. Interestingly, in 2018, Game Informer asked if Pokemon evolve and are subject to natural selection, to which Sword and Shield's director and producer both said they didn't know. But the concept of Darwinian evolution appears throughout the series, from this book in 1996 to Arkin's Gen 5 entry and even Skorupi's entry in Sword and Shield. The developers have also said the rules of the Pokemon world aren't, quote, set in stone, which suggests Game Freak probably aren't interested in maintaining a consistent canon. As we've said, this book was officially published by Creatures Inc. with input from Satoshi Tajiri himself, which is more than can be said for even some of the mainline games. So even if newer Pokemon media present contradictions, this book represents the original canon, even if the series as a whole doesn't take the concept of canon as seriously as sub-fans might want it to. Next up is the Amistar line. Number 139, Ammonite, a creature somewhere between sea snails and squids that lived in ancient seas. They swam by waving their 10 feet. They fed on plankton and small fish. Number 140, Amistar, thought to be Ammonite's evolution. They grew to around 1 meter height. They preyed on fish up to around 50 centimeters. They hunted by grabbing and clinging to their prey with their dexterously developed tentacles and biting at the same time. This is followed by number 141, Kabuto, said to be the ancestor of both hermit crabs and of turtles. They kept themselves sheltered in their tough shell. They appear to have disliked fighting. They are thought to have been good swimmers, although not especially fast. Just recently, a Kabuto fossil was found in a mountain cave 1,000 meters above sea level. Its discovery revealed that the area had once been submerged under the sea. This Pokédex identifies several Pokémon who evolved from animals over the past 2 million years, but this entry identifying Kabuto as the ancestor of hermit crabs and turtles means it's a two-way street, and canonically, some real-life animals actually evolved from Pokemon. Next up is number 142, Kabutops, thought to be Kabuto's evolution. They swam expertly underwater where they hunted. They captured prey with their sharp scythe arms and drained the prey of their bodily fluids. Evolution apparently flipped their nature from timid to aggressive. The relationship between Kabuto and Kabutops can be likened to that of Mogwai and gremlins. The one and only Kabutops fossil was discovered 6 years ago in a soil horizon approximately 2 million years old. They are therefore considered the oldest of all Pokemon. Tajiri confirmed in an interview the movie Red's mom is watching on TV is the 1986 film Stand By Me, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that the 1984 comedy horror Gremlins exists in the Pokemon universe as well. Mogwai are a special classification of demons in Chinese mythology, but in the movie, they're nice, furry creatures who transform into evil gremlins that torture and kill humans. So Kabuto's a nice little guy, while Kabutops is the complete opposite. The book provides this illustration of Kabutops using its scythes to impale a large prehistoric sea creature and suck out its fluids, presumably about 2 million years ago. And now onto the Pokédex's last classification, the legendary Pokemon. It says, many Pokemon appear in the worlds of myths and legends. The most famous must be the Phoenix. Previously, there had been few believing in the existence of such legendary Pokemon. Since the discovery of Dratini, however, the non-believers are dwindling. Now, an endless stream of researchers embarks on expeditions convinced that the legends live. First up are the legendary birds. Number 143, Articuno. They fly among wintry mountains with their long, flowing tails streaming in their wake. Folklore has it that those seeing an Articuno in flight become so enraptured by its beauty, they die rooted to the spot. Number 144, Zapdos. Said to fly with what sounds like buzzing and snapping of sparking electricity. As the divine bird presiding over the heavens, Zapdos spend thousands of years above the clouds. Perhaps lightning is their way of showing anger. Zapdos is probably based on Native American mythology's Thunderbird, who controls the upper world and creates thunder and lightning that it casts down to the underworld. wild. It's usually depicted as an X shape, and the same can be said for Zapdos' Gen 1 sprites and official artwork. Next is number 145, Moltres. The Phoenix, the famous legend of a bird whose fresh blood confers immortality when drunk, is said to be modeled after Moltres. If this Pokemon were to exist, their fiery wings will surely bedazzle all those that witness them. The idea of drinking Phoenix blood to gain everlasting life isn't derived from real-life legends, but rather from Osamu Tezuka's unfinished manga series called Phoenix. Tezuka is often called the godfather of manga, and is considered the Japanese equivalent of Walt Disney. Tezuka began working on the first volume of the Phoenix manga in the 1950s, and over the next 3 decades, he completed 12 volumes, each telling separate and self-contained stories of different characters hunting the Phoenix, so they can live forever by drinking its blood. But in the end, immortality is usually unobtainable, and living forever reveals itself to be a terrible curse. Each volume takes place in the ancient past or distant future, and as the series progresses, it seems to be converging on the present day. Tezuka considered Phoenix his life's work, but he died in 1989 before he could finish the series. His last words were, "I'm begging you, let me work," which he said to a nurse trying to take away his drawing tools. This Pokédex says the legend of the Phoenix is based on Moltres, but clearly it's Moltres who's based on the Phoenix, an homage to Osamu Tezuka's unfinished life work, or at the very least, its lore is an homage. According to Game Freak, in many cases they come up with a design first, then decide the lore later, so it's possible they created 3 elemental birds and the designs ultimately inspired the lore, rather than the lore inspiring the designs. Next up is number 146, Arcanine, a legendary Pokemon that appears in Chinese folklore. Sanctified paper chits imprinted with an Arcanine illustration are considered beneficial for keeping evil at bay. The book includes this diagram of Kanto's fastest runners, identifying Arcanine as the fastest of all. Later in-game entries says Arcanine can run 10,000 kilometers in a single day and night. Assuming that means 24 hours, that's about 417 kilometers an hour. Korokoro's 5 of Diamonds also gives us a look at the Chinese paper chits mentioned in this entry that ward off evil. Arcanine draws inspiration from Chinese Shirshir, as well as the Japanese equivalents Shisa and Komainu. Over the past 1,000 years, Shirshir have taken many forms and go by countless names all across Asia, but in simple terms, they're guardian lions or lion dogs that originated in Chinese Buddhism. They're believed to ward off evil and often placed at the entrances of important buildings like temples. While Mew is Kanto's only mythical Pokemon, most fans consider the 3 birds and Mewtwo as the region's legendaries. But what exactly is a legendary Pokemon? There's no proper definition, with fansite Bulbapedia explaining that no explicit criteria defines what makes a Pokemon a legendary Pokemon. Instead, the only way to identify a Pokemon as belonging to this group is through statements from official media, such as the games or anime. This book is as official as it gets, and it classifies Arcanine as a legendary. Every in-game Pokédex calls Arcanine a legendary Pokemon as well, and in the second episode of the anime, Ash sees an engraving of Arcanine together with the 3 legendary birds. The word legendary is only used in red, green, and blue versions 6 times, and only one of them suggests Arcanine isn't a legendary Pokemon. After defeating him in battle, a bird keeper on Route 14 says the 3 legendary Pokemon are all birds of prey. As a bird keeper, he's clearly got bird bias, and he's apparently ignorant to Mewtwo's existence as well. This book, as well as another book published a year later, also refer to the Dragonite family as legendary Pokemon, and describe Dratini as the first legendary ever discovered. The dragons are usually considered pseudo-legendaries, but that term was entirely made up by fans. If we set aside fan theories and only take official media into account, an argument can certainly be made that Kanto actually has 8 legendary Pokemon: 3 birds, 3 dragons, Arcanine, and Mewtwo. Or at least, that was the developer's original intention back in the mid-90s, which appears to have changed in the decades since. For example, in later generations, the GTS filter lets you exclude players looking for legendaries, and neither Arcanine or the dragons are on that list. Next up is number 147, Dratini. Legendary Pokemon live! A Safari Zone visitor just happened to catch a Dratini in the park's pond. The lucky angler became an overnight sensation with the news of the discovery exploding globally. This fortuitous accident convinced many that all legendary Pokemon exist without any doubt. It ignited a massive wave of Pokemon expeditions. Even when young, Dratini reach a length of nearly 2 meters. They grow by repeatedly shedding. This story about the first recorded Dratini sighting was lightly expanded upon in another Japanese book published the following year. It came with this illustration, and the caption read, instead. In a recent study, it has been observed how some Pokemon appear in myths and legends. Once, this Pokemon was thought to be a mythical Pokemon only found in legends, but when the story of a Dratini caught while fishing in the Safari Zone spread, the number of researchers who believed in its existence increased. There are many rumors of unidentified creatures all over the world. Maybe they're Pokemon. This is followed by number 148, Dragonair. They live in the seas and lakes. They can freely summon rain and snow. Though they have no wings, they are said to fly high in the sky. Dragonair's Japanese name is Hakuryu, which in English means white dragon. The name likely originates from its beta design, later revealed on Game Freak's official Japanese website in 1997. Earlier in development, it was literally a white dragon, and we commissioned this fan art to try and recreate what that original Dragonair might have looked like if it ever received proper artwork. And now for number 149, Dragonite. In spite of their bulky physique, they can orbit the Earth in around 16 hours. They are said to represent the god of destruction. Flying around the world in 16 hours means that Dragonite has a top speed of around 2,505 kilometers an hour. The book provides this diagram of the world's fastest flyers, showing Dragonites the fastest of them all, and just a little bit faster than a fighter jet. And finally, we've reached number 150, Mewtwo. There is an urban legend of a mad scientist whose tenacious recombination of Pokemon DNA resulted in a horrifically brutal creature. Could such a frightening Pokemon really exist? As for Pokemon number 151, Mew's nowhere to be found in this Pokedex. Although Bill does mention it in his journal, it's just a vague mention that a mysterious 151st Pokemon's been discovered. Mew's development and lore can be found scattered across various books, interviews, and radio broadcasts. So if you think we should dedicate a full video to the origins of Mew, let us know in the comments. Huge thanks to Nob for coming on today, and also to High Res Pokemon for artwork scans. Check them out sometime.
It's time again for another sweet trivia lullaby from your video gaming Sandman. We want nothing but the soundest of sleep for our viewers, and so we've lovingly crafted a whole hour-long video of Pokemon facts for you that haven't been featured on Did You Know Gaming before, featuring our smoothest and calmest of delivery. We used to think that our ability to send people straight to sleep was a curse, but it turns out it was always just a blessing in disguise. So rest that head of yours, kick back, and enjoy this selection of all new Pokemon trivia. We'll start our heavy-eyed journey right at the beginning with the first generation of pocket creatures. You'd think it'd be safe to assume that when Game Freak created the iconic monsters within the original generation, that the very basics of each Pokemon's design had been settled on, or at least considered early on. However, according to Ken Sugimori, some important elements of each Pokemon's design was only settled after a certain choice had been made during development. The choice to have the games work with the Super Game Boy, and thus have color. Up until this stage of the game's development, while many Pokemon had already been thought up and even drawn out, one aspect of their designs that wasn't considered was their color. Even the most iconic of them all, Pikachu. In a 2018 interview for Pokemon's website, Sugimori stated, "Toward the end of development, we decided that the game should be compatible with a new peripheral called the Super Game Boy, which would let players play the Game Boy on their TVs. This hardware made it possible to add color to Pokemon, which would be black and white on the Game Boy. That is where we decided on the colors for each Pokemon, basically an attribute color that expresses the Pokemon's type in a way that is easy to grasp, which led to the use of yellow in Pikachu's official art. Pretty crazy when you consider that the games themselves are even named after several colors, and yet color was perhaps one of the last things on the designers' minds. With this statement from Sugimori in mind, it's important to remember as well that while most colors were chosen for the Pokemon to represent their elemental types, the earliest Pokemon didn't even have a type yet, because the concept of Pokemon having types hadn't been thought up. Game Freak came up with the idea that the creatures should have differing types later on during the game's creation, only giving some of the initial Pokemon a type after they went back and revised their earlier creations, such as adding details like a flame to Charmander's tail. Sugimori said, "It started with designs of dinosaurs and monsters, then we started adding cute Pokemon. As the game's development progressed, we added the idea of types to the game system, and so we added in changes like the flame on Charmander's tail or having a plant growing on Venusaur's back." over the years, the developers who have worked on Pokemon games have given us plenty of behind-the-scenes tidbits to analyze and dissect, and sometimes they've even made surprising observations about the culture surrounding the games and how it varies from country to country. And the differences have certainly not been lost on Pokemon's creator, Satoshi Tajiri, who made a pretty interesting observation about the contrast between fans in Japan and America. In a 1999 Time magazine interview, Tajiri stated that Japanese fans would mostly just purchase Pikachu merchandise, while Americans seemed more keen on merchandise that featured both Pikachu and Ash, his trainer. In his view, Tajiri believes this means Americans understand the series better than fans in Japan and embrace Pokemon's core concept about forming bonds between people and their Pokemon. Tajiri told Time magazine, "It's interesting because in Japan, everybody goes for Pikachu. In America, there are more products sold with Ash and Pikachu together, not just Pikachu alone. I think Americans actually understand the concept of Pokemon better than the Japanese. The Japanese focus on Pikachu, but what I think is important is the human aspect. You need Ash." It's perhaps this relationship between man and beast that inspired the original head writer of the Pokemon anime series, Takeshi Shudo, when it came to his ideas for the final episode of the show. Shudo was perhaps slightly controversial in his work, having stated that he would often be under the influence of alcohol and other things when dreaming up concepts for the show. This is exemplified very well by his idea for a Pokemon anime finale that would wind up never being used. Shudo basically wanted to have a rebellion between man and beast, with Pokemon banding together and recognizing their roles as slaves to human masters, and with them ultimately rising up against their captors. On May 19th, 2010, Shudo wrote on his blog, "The Pokemon would stage a rebellion much like Spartacus in ancient Rome. Although at first glance Pokemon appear to be friends with humans, they would realize they're actually being used like slaves, which would lead to an uprising. Pikachu would become the leader of the revolt and end up fighting with Ash." Shudo passed away before he had the chance to make this episode, but let's be honest, there's no way that the Pokemon Company would have greenlit such a dark concept in what is essentially a children's TV show. It's true, Pikachu may have never formed a rebel army, but the little blighter did get his own dedicated game on the Nintendo 64. Hey, you, Pikachu. We've talked about the game's cut content before, but in recent years, data miners have found even more interesting cut content within the game's data. There's a particularly interesting unused location within the data that demonstrates some of the things the developers must have been testing during the game's creation. While not found in the final game, this area is accessible through a GameShark code. Labeled as the house's entryway, the text macro test is also presented here, suggesting the area was used during development as a test location. This location also has a difference across the US and Japanese versions of the game, with the US release also including a Bulbasaur stuck halfway in the floor. The Japanese release gives additional information about where each door leads to, such as your room, the entrance to Springleaf Field, and the player's garden. Even more interesting, however, is that the player is able to use the microphone here to just simply state items, which will magically appear in Pikachu's hands, meaning that each item can be examined through this test room, likely the main purpose of the room, though the fact it is a location that doesn't appear in the final game is just an added bonus. Another Nintendo 64 Pokemon title with cut content is Pokemon Stadium. Within Stadium's unused data, there's some suggestion of there being a special offering to players which would never end up being used, an event Pokemon. If you didn't already know, event Pokemon are either rare or special Pokemon that have been offered to players throughout the franchise's history, and often have unique attributes which would otherwise never be available. For example, the first event Pokemon ever was Mew, who couldn't be obtained normally in Generation 1, and was only given away by Nintendo at specific events. Those unique attributes we mentioned can sometimes come in the form of a moveset that a specific Pokemon would not normally be able to learn. In the case of Pokemon Stadium, a code string in the data indicates that Diglett would learn the move Acid at level 1, found at the end of Diglett's Generation 1 move pool. This method of programming moves for Pokemon was the main way in which programmers would ensure that event Pokemon that are transferred via the game pack to Stadium could function properly during gameplay. To date,
There has never been a Diglett issued to players with acid having been learnt legitimately by any official events from Nintendo or Game Freak. Stadium 2 also had a rather interesting secret that some eagle-eyed players might have noticed, though it's likely a detail that pretty much everyone would overlook. On the Game Pack check screen, a Nintendo 64 cartridge can be seen that houses a rather vague label, which is of course so low resolution that it cannot be easily read. One might expect this cartridge to be that of the game being played, Stadium 2, or perhaps some other Pokemon title, or even just a game that was published by Nintendo. However, this isn't the case. Instead, it appears that the label being shown is that of Road Rash 64, a game with almost zero association with Pokemon Stadium 2, having been developed by Pacific Coast Power and Light and published by THQ. But enough of the spin-off trivia for now, let's get back to the main series, onto some Generation 3 facts from Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. There's a sly musical reference in these games that most people probably wouldn't realize is there, partly because the game they reference was never released outside of Japan. The game's Team Aqua and Magma Leader battle theme music, which is featured prominently throughout the game, is based on the Shonshu boss battle theme music from Game Freak's Super Famicom game, Bushi Seliuden Futari no Yusha. The themes were written by the composer of both games, who just so happens to be Game Freak co-founder Junichi Masuda. Here's a quick clip for your comparison. Now, we've all played games where the player is put into a situation where it seems as though there's two possible outcomes, but you can only experience one of them. And if you're anything like us, you may dwell on what could be down that other path. Well, there's such a situation in Ruby and Sapphire's opening moments when a Poochyena attacks Professor Birch, and the player must take it out with their first Pokemon. But what happens if the Poochyena wins this fight? Well, as it turns out, it can't. The fight is incredibly easy, but if the player opts to use nothing but the move Growl over and over again, something unexpected will happen. The development team thought about us rebels that would want to see the world burn, and they programmed the Poochyena to simply flee the battle if a player manages to get their starter Pokemon down into red health. Such a coward. Emerald does have a particularly odd oversight, however, relating to one of the series' new features for Generation 3, double battles. Or specifically in this case, multi-battles in which the player joins up with an ally to take on two opponents. There's only one instance in Emerald where the player teams up with an NPC to take on two other NPCs, and that's when the player is joined by Steven Stone in a battle against Maxie and Tabitha. Presumably, due to the team still experimenting with the new feature and there only being one of this kind in the game, there's a bit of a unique oversight in how the fight can play out. During the course of this battle, Steven's level 42 Metang is able to gain experience points alongside the player's own Pokemon, and there's actually quite a lot of experience up for grabs. Enough, in fact, to level up Steven's Metang. And this can be done by using Pokemon with moves like Self-Destruct to finish off the opponent's Pokemon, and also ensuring that the player's Pokemon don't gain any experience, and it all goes to Steven's Metang. It requires a lot of persistence and patience, as demonstrated here by YouTuber Blue Boy Finn. What's unique about this oversight is that it's the only instance in the entire mainline series of Pokemon games where, in a non-scripted battle, an NPC's Pokemon is able to not only gain experience, but is also able to level up. And this isn't even the only oversight linked to Steven that can be found in Pokemon Emerald. There's an optional fight against Steven in the post-game where he mentions battling alongside the player at the Sutopolis Space Center. However, the Space Center is in Mossdeep City. Whoopsie. We brought up 3D console Pokemon titles earlier, but they were just pretenders. And now it's time for the real deal, Pokemon Colosseum. Probably the first legit 3D Pokemon adventure most folks watching this video would have played. It's a fairly nostalgic title for us as well. Genius Sonority did a great job developing the game, but we can't give the same praise to those who made the game's user manual. In the game's instruction booklet, on page 41, there's a sentence that mentions a move that is otherwise never seen: self-revive. Not only does this move, for a start, not exist in the game, it doesn't exist in any Pokemon game. And on top of that, we're pretty certain that it's not a move that would even function in a Pokemon game either. Another misleading element to Colosseum's packaging is with the game's box itself, which features both Groudon and Kyogre on its cover. The only issue is that neither Groudon or Kyogre can be caught in the game's single-player adventure mode. This marks the first and, so far, only occasion in which the Pokemon featured on the cover of a Pokemon RPG cannot actually be obtained within the game itself. But honestly, none of this really impacts the game itself and are pretty small issues, especially compared to this next piece of trivia that's an absolute mammoth of a yikes. All the way back in 2009, on March 21st, the Nintendo World Store located in New York City held a launch event to celebrate the release of Pokemon Platinum. At this event, patrons of the store may have come across a flyer that claimed attendees of the event would be able to receive a mystery gift. The way Nintendo distributed all these Pokemon mystery gifts was frankly sloppy, with the distribution actually being done from a DS system, with a special cartridge that would act as a server, essentially meaning that anyone with that cartridge would be able to distribute the limited edition Pokemon. However, the ROMs in these cartridges leaked online, meaning that people would be able to modify the data to change what Pokemon are sent out to those looking to acquire the mystery gift. So, at Platinum's launch at the Nintendo World Store, customers were obtaining this limited event's mystery gift, but when it was received, it turned out that this gift was actually extremely inappropriate. The gift Pokemon players received was actually a Gengar with the N-word for a nickname. Found inside a Safari Ball, this Gengar wasn't just offensively named, but all of the Pokemon's moveset consisted of racist stereotypes of black people: Thief, Sucker Punch, Sludge Bomb, and Snatch, alongside the Truant ability. It turned out that the flyers distributed around the store had been modified from the promotional flyers sent out prior to the event. The flyers originally had no mention of a mystery gift, but had been photoshopped by a group unrelated to the Gengar distribution, promoting their own unofficial distribution of an Eevee. Those behind the photoshopped flyers and Eevee distribution quickly stopped distributing the Pokemon when security questioned them about the racist Gengar that had been circulating among customers, as 2 Wi-Fi signals had been detected at the store. While there has never been any confirmation as to how the racist Gengar circulated, reports have speculated that a man dressed as a common Team Rocket grunt was the sole perpetrator in the distribution of the hacked Gengar. But those reports seem to have misidentified an avid cosplayer as the perpetrator. Nintendo would then go out and issue an apology regarding the controversy, stating that all players should refrain from downloading the hacked mystery gift Pokemon in order to avoid any data corruption. Speaking of Pokemon handed out as gifts, like Diamond and Pearl which came before it, an unused item appears in the data of Pokemon Platinum. One item that we've talked about before is the Azure Flute, but we're bringing it up here because a lot more information has surfaced about the item since we covered it back in 2019. The Azure Flute was supposed to trigger a battle with a level 18 Arceus in an area that is otherwise inaccessible, the Hall of Origin, located atop Spear Pillar. The event is almost identical to its appearance within Diamond and Pearl, with the only exception being the appearance of Arceus, who had its sprite redesigned. The item was included in the game as a promotional giveaway that would have been issued to players at an event, but the idea was scrapped due to concerns that the process of using it would be too confusing for the average player. So, in light of this, Arceus was simply given to players directly as an event Pokemon, leaving the item to remain dormant within the game's files. That isn't the only dormant element of this event to go unused, as there was even unique music intended for the Hall of Origin and the battle against Arceus. However, The song intended for the fight against Arceus does actually wind up being reused in a future Pokemon game where it was carried forward once more, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The music can then be heard during the Sinnoh Ruins event, where the player is able to obtain a Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, if they had an Arceus at the front of their party. This particular event even has additional code that would allow it to be triggered if the player has an Arceus from the Hall of Origin, which could suggest that Game Freak still had plans to distribute the previously mentioned Azure Flute this late into Generation 4. Later down the line, the Azure Flute and the Hall of Origin would finally be seen by players within Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, with both becoming accessible if the player imports their save data from Pokemon Legends Arceus after having caught the elusive prize Pokemon in that title. Well, that was all rather convoluted, so let's take a look at something slightly less confusing. Any community has a select number of talented individuals who wish to express themselves in whatever form it takes. For many, it's art, and so, to tighten Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's grip on yet another corner of the gaming space, Pokemon Art Academy was born. But Nintendo wanted to reward the talented people who dedicate much of their time to creating artwork of their favorite pocket creatures, and so they held a competition in which people would send in their artwork created in the game for a potential prize. The contest had two categories: Dress Up Pikachu and, quote, Your Favorite Pokemon. Two pools of applicants were created, one for North America and one for Europe and Australia. At the end of the competition period, 12 winners were ultimately declared, judged by Pokemon trading card game illustrators. Some of the artwork that won the contest is up on screen now, and the winners of this contest were each rewarded with a prize which could very well be of more value to fans of the series than anything else: their artwork being officially printed on 100 cards, with each winner being rewarded with the 100 cards of their own artwork. This makes these cards perhaps some of the rarest in the entire trading card game collection, with their value potentially being determined almost exclusively by those who were given the reward. Pokemon is a global franchise, and as such, each game's development team need to make some tweaks to content for each region to make sure everything is understood and that nothing could cause offense. Normally, changes between regions are minor, but in one instance for Pokemon, a change actually caused a complete delay in the release of a game, thanks to the introduction of a game-breaking bug. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver were delayed for Flanders, the Dutch-speaking area of Belgium, and the Netherlands as a result of a save data bug which was found to be prominent across English copies of Heart Gold set for release in these two regions. The bug was a big one, as it resulted in certain copies of the game not being able to read the cartridge's save data, even if there wasn't any save data to be read, which meant that booting the game up would simply fail, and the cartridge would be completely unplayable. In the end, the game was released on April 2nd, 2010, a full week after the original release date for the rest of Europe of March 26th. While the traditional RPG mechanics of Pokemon are of course beloved by many fans of the series, for some, the peak of Pokemon comes from the Mystery Dungeon series. Of course, as with pretty much any game, if you poke at it hard and long enough, you're bound to find a few interesting little secrets. And one entry in this sub-series, Gates to Infinity, is no different, where, through hacking, it's possible to force Victini into a playable position in the game's main storyline. With that said, it doesn't appear as though the Pokemon's animations were ever finished. The Pokemon does, however, have a full moveset. It is theorized by some fans that Victini was cut from the game's roster of playable Pokemon due to the overwhelming power of the move Searing Shot, and that it's possible that it was re-added as the host of the V-Wheel in a later stage of development. As the Pokemon games continued through the years, the series' main core entries held on to a, let's say, fairly reserved attitude towards pushing visual fidelity. While most games began to use 3D graphics, Game Freak kept the core Pokemon games as a 2D affair on handheld devices. During an interview for Pokemon Black and White, the game's director, Junichi Masuda, was asked why these then latest games in the franchise continued to use 2D sprites when 3D models were becoming so much more popular. He explained that a Pokemon can look fresh in different generations thanks to the various sprite artists that are involved. The benefit of 2D is that the same thing can be drawn over and over, and with it, depict a whole new aspect of a character. Once those characters are rendered in 3D, as we have seen in more recent years, the individuality of each title is lost little by little. Here's what Masuda told MTV. One of the reasons for sticking with the 2D Pokemon sprites is, with the 2D, it really depends on who draws it. There's a lot of personality that's drawn from the 2D sprites, whereas with 3D, it's the same model used for everything, so the personality doesn't really come out. One of the reasons we've stuck with 2D is to get a more individual feel with it. Strange that this would have ever been acknowledged as a fundamental of the series, only for it to have been ditched in favor of larger open 3D environments and repeatedly using the same 3D Pokemon models across each new entry in the series. Inevitable, perhaps, but it's also a bit frustrating to know that the reason for introducing 3D models was essentially just to lower the workload on artists at the cost of losing some uniqueness. Yet the core Pokemon games are still seriously lagging behind the rest of the industry in the visual department. But that's another topic entirely, we digress. The first core game in the series to make not just the backgrounds 3D but the monsters themselves was Pokemon X and Y for the 3DS, where the 3D models were, of course, able to better utilize the glasses-free 3D effect of the system. Another addition to the series, along with several other Pokemon, were two more legendaries, Yveltal and Xerneas. These new legendary Pokemon were designed by artists Ken Sugimori and Yusuke Omura, with Sugimori having created both of their initial designs, but stopping as a result of hitting artist block. He was having such a hard time coming up with their designs, in fact, that Sugimori took the unprecedented move of passing his work over to somebody else, Omura. Sugimori told Japanese gaming outlet Famitsu, "I was tasked with designing both of those, and I ran into a total wall in the process. So I gave the task over to fellow art designer Omura for a while, and once he made some headway on it, I took it back over to finish it off. So they were a team effort. I've designed a lot of the legendary Pokemon over the years, but for whatever reason, it was really hard to come up with the concepts this time around. This was the first time I had to field someone else to get me out of my artist block, so in that respect, those are definitely the two Pokemon that stick out the most in my mind for this project." It's a pretty interesting interview, and has another tidbit within it dropped by X and Y's 3D art director Takao Uno, who mentions how the art direction for the games was changed near the very end of development. Uno said, "Right at the very end, we begged the programmers to add light or dark thicknesses to the outlines around each 3D model, so they'll look closer to the 2D illustrations. I think that had a really huge effect on the results. Before that fix, the 3D models looked a lot more robotic, but now I think they're much more like Pokemon. So that defining thick outline around the 3D models in X and Y just weren't there for most of the game's production. As well as graphics, music is obviously a huge part of any title, and it turns out regional variances can result in music being another element of a game that needs adjustment. X and Y is no different. As in the original Japanese release, a musical arrangement of Happy Birthday to You can be heard when the player visits a Pokemon Center on their birthday. After this, later visits will replace this tune with a music box version of the normal Pokemon Center theme. This was removed when the games were localized outside of Japan, however, because the Happy Birthday song itself is actually still under copyright internationally, at least it was at the time. Though that legal standing for the song has always been pretty dubious in itself. As such, Happy Birthday to You was simply swapped out for the music box version of the normal theme. Now, to the surprise of many, Game Freak decided against putting out a third, more feature-rich version of Pokemon X and Y. after all, they had done it with Pokemon Yellow, Crystal, Emerald, and Platinum. And so the next set of games on 3DS was Sun and Moon, which had their own share of new Pokemon to be conjured up, with Jangmo-O being the first of the new creatures to be designed. At least that's how I assume his name is meant to be pronounced. One new idea for these entries was widely praised, and to be honest, we wished they'd done it sooner, which was to bring in new variants of existing Pokemon from past regions. This meant the team could explore the existing catalogue of companions and put a new spin on them based on the weather of these new regions, such as the Alolan Exeggutor. Exeggutor was actually one of the first variants to be conceptualized. Shigeru Omori stated, "When the designers first came up with the idea, the background is that the sun in Alola is so strong that Exeggutor just keeps growing and growing. When Kotaku asked whether these new iterations were to mess with fans with their goofy designs, they explained that, for the 20th anniversary, we wanted to have a lot of special surprises. We wanted a funny element. At the same time, we had to find a balance of cool ones, serious ones. We looked at the Alola region as a whole and thought about that ecosystem. But of course, this new environment affected more than just the monsters of these islands. It also informed the design of the people that inhabit them too. Professor Kukui made quite the splash when he was first revealed with his exposed chest and abs. Kotaku asked if this was an intentional design choice, as simply a thirst trap, but Omori explained that the team didn't intend to make the professors cooler or more attractive by any means, but rather that his shirtless attire was really a way of demonstrating the reality that the temperature of these islands is hotter than in past regions, so of course, people would wear more suitable attire. Several names were changed when the game was localized for Chinese players, the first game to officially do so in the entire franchise. While the games had been translated into Cantonese previously for the Hong Kong audience of gamers, Sun and Moon introduced a shift into the Mandarin language instead. Hong Kong citizens saw this as a move to reduce the presence of Cantonese within the region, a language that has already seen less prominence over the years in mainstream media. The crux of the debate came with the pronunciation of Pikachu's name, which in Cantonese was Pikachu, while in Mandarin it's closer to Pikachu. In response to protests held at the Japanese consulate in Hong Kong, which were held as a wider political move to show support of a language they felt was being erased, Nintendo issued a statement in which they claimed that new names were given to the original 151 Pokemon, and they had not given detailed enough reasons for these changes. The decision of the inclusion of additional language in Pokemon Sun and Moon was reached after discussion between Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, to help everyone understand the development concept of Pokemon Sun and Moon. As for the Chinese name of Pikachu, it will be displayed as Pikachu in-game. However, we never intended to restrict the pronunciation as Pikachu. Instead, we wished that the global pronunciation Pikachu will be used. Because of that, whenever the name Pikachu appears in marketing and promotional materials, the pronunciation Pikachu will be used. We understand the unfamiliarity caused by changes in the pronunciation of some Pokemon. From our understanding of this statement, this is a "we're sorry you're upset, but we aren't going to do anything about it" kind of apology. Several names would be changed again further down the road in 2020 without any official explanation. The reasoning for this seems to be a bit of a preemptive self-censorship move to appease Chinese censorship rules. While Sword and Shield, the games in which these changes took place, were released in Hong Kong for a mainland China release, it's likely Nintendo felt they would need to alter the names to not run afoul of Chinese regulations. As the Twitter account Chinese Nintendo points out, Hooligan Panda, for example, or Pangoro as we know the monster in English, was changed to Domineering Panda, potentially because the panda is seen as an emblem of China, and labeling it as anything even close to hooligan would undermine the image of the creature. These changes weren't the first name changes to take place in the country, with Porygon being a key change in the past. Regulations in China dictate that English letters should not be used in Chinese video games, and so Porygon 2, Porygon Z, and Mimikyu were all changed to reflect this, removing the English characters from their names, which were 2, Z, and Q, respectively. From X and Y, Game Freak moved on to the Alpha and Omega reimaginings of the fan-favourite Ruby and Sapphire Pokemon games, which aren't just a new take on the games, but luckily for us, they also came with some fresh trivia to boot. In these remakes, there's a direct reference to one of the anime's special episodes, Pocket Monsters XY Special Episode, The Strongest Mega Evolution, Act 2. If the player interacts with Stephen Stone while they have his shiny Beldum in their party, Stephen will make a specific reference to a young trainer who used a black Charizard. And it just so happens that Elaine has a black Mega Evolved Charizard X and fights alongside Stephen in this animated special. And while we're on the subject of Mega Evolutions, Ken Sugimori himself also gave everyone some insight into the development of the games in an interview with Nintendo Dream magazine. In the interview, Sugimori explains that Arune was given a Flygon because it's the most Hoenn Pokemon that can use Fly, of course, but also the secret power move that wasn't already being used by one of the other key characters in the game. That's a pretty mundane behind-the-scenes fact, but it led to a pretty interesting follow-up question. The interviewer mentions that key characters often carry Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, but Flygon is the exception. Then Sugimori follows this up by saying Flygon has had the potential to have a Mega Evolution since X and Y, but we were unable to complete a design, and so it was dropped from consideration. As of the making of this video, there's still never been a Mega Evolution of Flygon in a Pokemon game, and it seems the reason we didn't get it is because of the artist block that's been plaguing Sugimori. What a bummer. But let's move away from the core series for just a moment and take a look at the most exciting Pokemon release of all time, Pokemon Bank. Of course, we're just kidding, but it probably was for someone. Pokemon Bank gave players the chance to retain their collection of Pokemon moving forward with the series. There are some unique aspects to Pokemon Bank, however. A shiny Jirachi can be obtained through legitimate means with the Pokemon Colosseum bonus disc, which is transferred over to a player's copy of Ruby and Sapphire. When Pokemon Bank released, shiny Jirachi was blocked from all online interactions, meaning that it would be impossible to transfer any previous generation shiny Jirachi, making this legitimately obtained Pokemon impossible to carry forward with new titles. However, shiny Jirachi was then distributed to players through an online event in Japan with Pokemon X and Y, prompting Nintendo to lift the ban on the Pokemon's online interactions, and allowing it to then be added to a player's bank. Arceus, however, also saw some trouble. Pokemon Bank will perform a legitimacy check on a creature during the transfer process to make sure that modified Pokemon won't make it to the normal pool of tradable creatures. However, the Arceus that was distributed through official events in Heart Gold and Soul Silver knows the move Spatial Rend and Roar of Time, typically moves that would not be learned by the Pokemon otherwise. This restricted the creature from being transferable, as it would be deemed as a hacked moveset, despite it having been obtained through legitimate means. Another Pokemon had some compatibility issues with Bank, but not too many people seem to have encountered it. Mr. Mime's name in the original Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow releases utilized a special character for the dot that punctuates the abbreviated Mr. part of his name. While the player can use a period in a Pokemon's nickname, this dot is actually a decimal point that only appears within the game's normal text, and not within name entry fields. As a result, a Mr. Mime without a nickname would be renamed during the transfer process to have a new nickname, automatically being called Mr. Mime with a hyphen instead of a dot. The likelihood of someone stumbling upon this, however, is pretty remote, as the only way of obtaining a Mr. Mime in the original generation of games, save for utilizing glitches or cheat devices, is through an in-game trade, in which the obtained Mr. Mime will already have the nickname Marcel. However, a Mr. Mime could be found in the wild in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, which could then subsequently be transferred back over to the previous Red, Blue, or Yellow, and from there be sent on to the player's bank, resulting in this name change occurring. As with any huge fan base, folks will end up asking all kinds of questions to do with a game's world that wouldn't even occur to most of us, and sometimes these questions find their way back to the developers themselves. For example, in 2019, Masuda was asked about the music we hear throughout the games and whether that music exists within the world itself. Perhaps as popular songs that are heard on the radio, for example. Masuda stated no, but went further on this, stating that the only music tracks the player hears which actually appear within the world is the music played within a Pokemon Center, which is meant to be playing within the venue in-game. Masuda said, "Maybe that's the music that's playing in the main character's head. I think in the Pokemon Center that's the exception. I think it is playing in there. And for example, the recovery sound, like that little jingle, it's definitely something that players in the world are hearing." The Pokemon games Game Freak have put out on the Nintendo Switch have in no small way switched up the franchise. The Pokemon Let's Go releases on the Switch took the less common approach of making non-legendary Pokemon their mascots, with Pikachu seeming like a no-brainer, but the other game takes on Eevee as its mascot of choice. Eevee is of course a prominent Pokemon with a deep history in the series, but Eevee was not actually the first choice for this role. Initially, Psyduck was considered as a mascot for these games, though ultimately was dropped early on because of Psyduck and Pikachu both being yellow. The development team chose Eevee in the end, a decision that was partly made due to Eevee fan art. Masuda claimed, "Looking at what Pokemon were available, we saw that a lot of fans would make their own fan art illustrations of Eevee. A lot of people. It was pretty obvious to tell they thought it was really cute. It's kind of like not really a dog, not really a cat, something in between, a very different color from Pikachu." Masuda said that it was unfortunate that Psyduck didn't work as a choice, as he's actually a huge fan of the creature. Speaking of Pokemon games with Go in their title, we need to mention the game that raised Pokemania to the highest it's ever been since the original generation of games released on the Game Boy. Absolutely everyone got in on the Pokemon Go craze, and folks were playing non-stop, including kids, adults, grandparents, and a few individuals who probably shouldn't have been playing the game. In October 2023, a police dashcam video was released that was part of a case involving 2 LAPD officers who were fired after a disciplinary committee and the police board found they were incompetent in performing their duty. This review was initiated due to one serious occurrence on April 15th, 2017, where the 2 officers were caught on the dashcam audio playing Pokemon Go and trying to catch a Snorlax instead of responding to a call for reinforcements by fellow officers during a robbery at a local Macy's. The 2 officers filed a countersuit, claiming that the analysis of the dashcam was an invasion of privacy, but it was to no avail, as the judge ruled in favor of the police board. And your math is correct. It took the LAPD over 6 years to release this footage to the public, which, personally, I think is pretty despicable. But anyway, back to some more lighthearted facts. We mentioned Pokemon Bank, but with the 3DS no longer being Nintendo's priority, another application would be made to let players carry their entire collection of companions around on the Switch. This resulted in the release of Pokemon Home, which also came with its own set of interesting tidbits too. In the initial release version of the app, there was an animated GIF that was eventually removed. The GIF features what appears to be Vocaloid Miko accidentally hitting a tiny Vocaloid Rin while dancing around. The original GIF seems to have just been ripped from a random tweet, possibly to test how GIFs function within the app, with the plan being to remove it before release. However, it seems like somebody forgot. It isn't all fun and games when it comes to the mystical world of pocket monsters, of course. Sometimes, the dark underbelly of crime becomes attached to it. In early 2021, Sword and Shield became mixed into a case of legal reaction, after a man in Nagoya, Japan was arrested following his work hacking and modifying Pokemon in his copy of the game, and then selling them onto people online. This was considered so serious by not just the Pokemon Company, but even the Japanese police force, as they deemed it was a violation of the country's Unfair Competition Prevention Act, UCPA. meaning it was illegal. The issue was first brought to the attention of the law after the man sold a modified Sobble for roughly $42, but across all of the suspect's various transactions, he had managed to accrue sales of around $11,000. At least, that was before he was arrested. The reason these trades were considered a big deal is because of the potential ability changes that allowing hacked Pokemon would provide, thus giving an easy and unfair advantage within the competitive scene of the titles, without having to go through the task of actually catching them in-game. With each game's remake came additional content, in some cases this being minor additions to bring an old game up to speed with more modern sensibilities, like the ability to run instead of walk. But in some cases, this new content in an old game could give a clue as to what is yet to come. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, for example, introduced a new book into the Canalave library, which wasn't present in the original games on the DS. This new book, The Sea's Legend, is described in the game as having been recently discovered, and it states the following mysterious text. Once upon a time in the East Sea, there was a Pokemon known as the Prince. A brave human asked Pokemon living in the sea to let them see the prince. Mantike, Buzel, and a quillfish with huge spikes acknowledged the human's bravery and joined them. Together, they set off in a boat over the Sunset Street Sea, sailing through the ocean gate stretched over the waves. News of this reached the ears of the prince, who went to meet the brave little party at the seaside hollow. This text may well have been a strong clue snuck into a low-traffic area, aiming to tease the then-upcoming release of a new entry into the Pokemon series, Pokemon Legends Arceus, hinting at the game's storyline. To clue players in even further, though they wouldn't necessarily know it, Game Freak explicitly stated when handing out review copies to media outlets that they are absolutely forbidden from talking about any text that might be found within the library. It's possible that this was to make the discovery something that would be worked out within the community. Each Pokemon game involves a huge amount of design, with inspirations being drawn from all across the world. With so many new locations and creatures to create, the team looks at real-world locations to base each new region in the Pokemon universe on. Each generation presents this inspiration in a different manner, which can be seen with the final evolution of each starter Pokemon. As an example, Generation 4 has been speculated with some strong evidence as having starters based on mythology, like the World Turtle, Sun Wukong, and Poseidon, for Torterra, Infernape, and Empoleon respectively. While the Paldea region of Scarlet and Violet is primarily based on Iberia, the starter Pokemon may have taken inspiration from the broader modern culture and natural fauna of New World locations, which had been colonized or influenced by Spain and Portugal. Skeledurge's evolutionary line, for example, may well represent Mexico. Its name, the fact it is a secondary ghost type, and the skeletal imagery of its design evokes thoughts of Mexico's Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead, a celebratory event in the country where people offer their appreciation for the dead, honoring them with flamboyantly colored costumes, and often painting skulls on their faces. In terms of clothing, Crocolore can also be seen as having a sombrero-shaped head growth. With this in mind, the evolutionary line's theme of singing to attack could also be a nod to mariachi folk music, and with these details combined regarding fauna, crocodiles are also endemic to Mexico too. It's also speculated that Quagoval's influence could come from Brazilian culture. The name itself seems to contain elements of Carnival, a Catholic festival with mass popularity, often involving lavish parades and parties. Topping the name off with its fighting type and dance theme, it may well also be based on the Brazilian martial art style of capoeira, a form of combat which heavily resembles dancing in many of its techniques. Quagoval is also a duck. More specifically, it could be inspired by the appearance of the South American crested duck, Meowscarada, while showing possible inspirations from Iberia itself with the resemblance of the Iberian lynx, may also take some ideas from the southern United States, particularly Louisiana. While many consider the United States culture to be something of its own, New Orleans is famously recognized for its Mardi Gras celebrations as part of Carnival. Mardi Gras is iconic, with performers donning elaborate masks, lending itself to Meowscarada's name, Masquerade. While Louisiana may have been initially claimed by France in 1682, and thus having a strong influence on its culture, it was conquered by Spain around 100 years later, lending itself to modern-day Louisiana having a prominent Spanish influence too, along with a lot of the US South. Meowscarada may even have religious influences from voodoo, a well-recognized diasporic religion from the state. In terms of the Pokemon species, while it may be based on the Iberian lynx, it's possible that there are inspirations taken from bobcats or the red lynx, a relative of the Iberian lynx. We've taken a brief trivia tour through a ton of Pokemon games, but of course, there is Pokemon trivia out there that isn't actually within a Pokemon game. Though it's a turn-based RPG, it almost feels wrong to label Pokemon this way, thanks to some mechanics and design decisions considered to be unique selling points of the series. However, it's pretty hard to copyright something as general as collecting monsters, even if the designs of the monsters themselves could be. This means that anyone could come along and create their own Pokemon-esque game, give it their own spin, and have their own product to sell instead. Battle Conshuden, for example, is a turn-based tactical role-playing game created by Jaleco Entertainment in 1999, released on the Sony PlayStation, and only ever receiving a release in Japan. The game has the unique gameplay concept of battling a player's collection of insects against one another in turn-based battles. Essentially, part of the inspiration for the Pokemon series' existence, with Satoshi Tajiri's hobby of bug collecting having led him to create Pokemon. The game doesn't do an incredible job of hiding the source of its inspiration all too well, though it does take some entry-level skills at dissecting game data to come across it. Within the files of the disk is a dummy.dat file, though it is in fact a simple zip file containing the game's entire source code, including Japanese comments left throughout. Within this large volume of files is a remnant of the game's early working title, which appears to simply be Insect Pokemon. At least, they knew what they were doing. Some leftover data might actually reveal a group that didn't quite know what they were doing, however. That's perhaps a bit harsh to say, but leaving remnants of the work you copied isn't exactly a good move. In most coursework scenarios, in fact, this would perhaps result in a fail. My Little Pony: Pinkie Pie's Party Parade is not just an annoying title to say while drunk, but it also contains a file titled bg.tga in its data. If we take a look inside the file's Race 4 folder, we can also find a placeholder image that looks fairly plain, save for the text of Pokemon written at the top. But this isn't the only bit of Pokemon in the data either. If we take a look at the file names for the character sprites and icons from the Derby Racing minigame, we can see that these are also named after Pokemon: Blastoise, Blaziken, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Charmeleon, Deoxys, and Groudon. A rather bizarre mix, and without much explanation. The only reasonable guess as to why the game would contain elements of Pokemon is because of Pinkie Pie's Party Parade's developer, ImageEngine, having previously made two Pokemon games, Pokemon Masters Arena and Pokemon Team Turbo. Of course, other games don't all hide their Pokemon references behind the gate of knowing how to reverse engineer game data. In the case of the King of Fighters 13, their love of Pokemon is fairly plain to see. Before any good fight, any capable combatant has to exchange a few words of intimidation. Billy Kane's pre-battle dialogue against boss Seiki has him consider Seiki's awakened appearance, referring to him as one of those weird monster types, before considering what would happen if he were to catch 'em all, stating that maybe they'll call me an elite trainer or something. Of course, referring to the general concept of Pokemon, as well as its main catchphrase. Even Nintendo has some Pokemon references hidden in some of their game's data, and even as early as 1999. Game & Watch Gallery 3 for the Game Boy Color contains a small nod to Pokemon, once again hidden away within its files. An oddity in this case, with Game & Watch Gallery 3 being a Nintendo first-party title which primarily focuses on Mario and Co. A group that is usually rather friendly, though the unused graphic depicting two characters, looking to be Mario and Luigi, carry a Pikachu in a similar manner to that of an animal having been tied up, ready to be roasted over a fire. It seems these graphics were used in an early title screen, and there doesn't appear to be any other reason for their existence besides being a small joke by one of the developers that got left behind in the data. But before we come to the end of this video, let's revisit the first generation of Pokemon games one last time. One of the contributors to Did You Know Gaming's sister site, VG Facts, made a pretty interesting observation about the promotion of Pokemon's early days. Early in the Pokemon franchise's life, the Poliwhirl line seems to have received a major push in marketing somewhat comparable to that of the series' mascot, Pikachu. Mascot costumes were made of Poliwhirl for promotional events. The Pokemon Adventures manga featured Poliwhirl as one of Red's Pokemon. Poliwag was actually placed in front of Pikachu on the box art for Pokemon Snap. Food and toy lines would near consistently feature a member of the Poliwhirl line next to Pikachu, even when the pool of Pokemon was as limited as just 3 or 4, with exceptions primarily being ones that also lacked Pikachu, and most famously, Poliwhirl appeared on the center of the cover of Time magazine's issue addressing the popularity of Pokemon. And if we had to guess, we'd say all this promotion might be related to the fact that Poliwag is Pokemon creator Satoshi Tajiri's favorite of the original 151 Kanto monsters. Now, we all know that the original games are a bit, well, glitch-filled, but in our view, that's a small part of the appeal. And some of the most interesting glitches in Red and Blue are some of the ones that are hardest to miss. The See a Ghost Without a Sylph Scope glitch enables the player to see the true form of a ghost in the Pokemon Tower. Although the use of this glitch allows the player to see the true identity of the ghost Pokemon, they still cannot catch or battle this Pokemon without a Sylph Scope. However, all players have to do to see this glitch in action is to go to the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town and enter a battle against the ghost. Then go to Pokemon, select one of them, and then go to Stats. When the player now goes back to the battle screen, they'll be able to see the ghost's true form. This glitch occurs because the Pokemon you're looking at on the stats screen is displayed using the same bit of VRAM as the enemy Pokemon, in this case, the ghost. Then, when the stat screen is closed, the enemy sprite is reloaded, but the Pokemon's true form is loaded instead. The funny thing is, the game normally does account for this, like when playing against a Pokemon that's used the move Substitute. But for this highly specific situation, it seems the developers forgot to fix which sprite needs to be loaded in. Interestingly, this isn't even the only Pokemon Tower glitch relating to seeing Pokemon's true forms. In Lavender Town's tower, seeing a ghastly Haunter or Cubone disguised as a ghost will register it as seen in the Pokédex, even if the player has not revealed its identity with the Sylph Scope. Normally, the effects of this glitch cannot be seen with Cubone, as there's an unavoidable Pokemaniac with a Cubone in the first area of Rock Tunnel from Route 10. Another bizarre oversight in the original Pokemon games involves Ditto. To pull off this glitch, all the player needs to do is acquire a Ditto and put the Pokemon in the first slot in their party. Then they need to get into a battle with a wild Pidgey, Pidgeotto, Spearow, or Fearow. The player should then use Transform to turn into the same kind of Pokemon as their opponent, then hope that the very next move their foe uses is Mirror Move. This will cause the enemy Pokemon to use Transform, and the game will say that they transformed into the same type of Pokemon they already were. Now, if the player catches the wild Pokemon, the game will say, alright, Ditto was caught, and lo and behold, the player will have another Ditto in their party instead of the Pokemon they were actually facing. It's pretty interesting just how many of these glitches just stem from oversights of basic logic, and you can tell the devs definitely buckled down and learned from their mistakes in future generations. Except for this Ditto glitch, that's in Generation 2 as well. So, well.
Did you know Zekrom and Reshiram weren't originally black and white in color? According to Gen 5's art director Ken Sugimori, they were initially more colorful, as Sugimori thought monochromatic designs were boring and wouldn't look good on the game's box art. But later in development, he was persuaded to remove most of their colors to better express Gen 5's theme of polarity, or extreme opposites. The alternate artwork included in the game's manual actually depicts Zekrom and Reshiram from earlier on in the design process, which ended up getting repurposed as what they look like when they're powered up. But Sugimori implied they were originally even more colorful than that, so it's possible the dragon's unused colors made their way into black and white Q-Rems designs a few years later. On the other hand, Unova's Elite Four originally were all black and white, with Chantal and Grimsley in all black, and Marshall and Caitlin all white. But before the games released, color was added to the Elite Four, while color was removed from the legendary dragons. Except for the spin-off games Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness, which were set in the Arizona-inspired Ore region, the first 4 generations were all set in regions based on real-life places in Japan. But the trend was broken after series director Junichi Masuda visited Manhattan on a 2007 promotional tour, and was so impressed by the city's diversity that he decided to make it the basis of the next Pokemon region. Just after Gen 5's launch in Japan, he told Nintendo Power, "I visited New York for the launch of Diamond and Pearl, and spent a lot of time wandering around. I was impressed with how many different nationalities of people lived there, and the individual communities with their special events and street festivals. It had such an international feel, like a world without borders. It seemed like it would be an ideal setting for a video game, and that inspired me to give it a try." Masuda later admitted to then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata he also had a personal interest in choosing New York because in addition to being the series director, he was also the music composer. In the past, the Pokemon Company hosted a series of concerts in all the Japanese regions their games were set in, including the real-life region of Kanto. Masuda dreamed of seeing his music performed in the world-famous theaters of New York on their next concert tour, and this desire was part of his motivation to make New York the setting for the 5th generation. Masuda's favorite classical composer was Igor Stravinsky, a 19th century conductor that influenced Masuda while making music for Pokemon games. Stravinsky played at New York theaters like Carnegie Hall and ultimately spent his final years in New York and died on 5th Avenue, so it must have meant something quite profound for Masuda to follow in Stravinsky's footsteps in the New York theater scene. But after Black and White were already finished, Masuda found out it would be too complicated and expensive to fly their Japanese orchestra to the United States, so the New York concerts he'd been dreaming about never became a reality. If he had known that from the start, Gen 5 may have taken place somewhere else and have turned out completely different. Japan is one of the most homogeneous countries in the world, with a population that is almost 98% Japanese, but New York is made up of countless different races and cultures, so Masuda was determined to make Unova the most diverse region yet, both with its human characters as well as its Pokemon. It was decided that Gen 5 starters would stand for 3 unique cultures. The Snivy line would represent Europe, the Tepig family, China, and the Oshawott line would represent Japan. According to Ken Sugimori, Superior was inspired by Lady Oscar, the star of the 1970s manga The Rose of Versailles. Lady Oscar was a girl raised as a man to take her father's role as the captain of the French Palace Guard. But when the French Revolution turned the country upside down, she renounced her title and joined the lower classes, marching on the Bastille. In the end, she's shot by soldiers during the siege and dies of her wounds just as the revolutionaries take control of the prison. Sugimori says Embor was inspired by another fallen soldier, Zhang Fei, from the classic Chinese novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Based on a real historical figure from nearly 2,000 years ago, Zhang Fei was a war general known for his bravery and loyalty, but also his drunkenness and hot temper. His story comes to an end when he's killed by his own soldiers, so they can defect to the enemy Wu Kingdom and present his decapitated head as a gift to the Emperor. The water starters, however, were never associated with a specific character. Instead, Sugimori says they're meant to symbolize the lifespan of a samurai, from a child that grows into a military commander. In their efforts to make the human characters as diverse as possible, Game Freak also took body types into consideration. Gym Leader Clay represents a Japanese businessman that moves to New York City seeking fortune, and since the game didn't have any rotund gym leaders yet, the designers made Clay short and fat purely for the sake of inclusion. Gym Leader Skyla was created as a woman who is a leader of men, which is why all of the lower-level trainers in her gym are male workers and pilots. Game Freak made Lenora the series' first black gym leader, instilling her with motherly qualities and a work apron for digging up fossils. But their good intentions backfired after Lenora's design was interpreted by some fans as a racist depiction of the mammy housekeeper stereotype, made even worse by the fact her gym leader title in the Japanese version was Natural Born Mama. As a result, lots of details surrounding Lenora were censored when the games, anime, and manga were brought to the West, starting with her title, which changed to an archaeologist with backbone, and her official artwork, which was changed from Lenora wearing her apron to having it thrown casually over her shoulder. 3 episodes of the black and white anime had her apron censored out when they aired internationally, and it was removed from the Pokemon Adventures manga altogether. Gen 5 was also the first generation to have a female professor. This was thanks to Sugimori, who says Professor Juniper was originally a man until halfway into development, when he insisted the character should be changed into a woman. He said, "I went and complained to Masuda. I told him, make the professor a woman. I was the one who'd proposed the changes, so I decided to design her myself. I thought she'd be kind of a New Yorker type. In other words, a real career woman." Just like the NPCs, many of Unova's Pokemon were made with a New York theme, like Trubbish and Garbodor, who look like trash bags, symbolizing the big city's pollution. New York is also home to about 4 million pigeons, so Game Freak filled Unova with lots of pigeon Pokemon. The Crocodile family represents crime and the mob, and Scraggy and Scrafty wear baggy jeans made from their shedding skin, playing the role of urban youth who sag their pants. The Timber family are based on construction workers, and Watchog is based on a road worker in a safety vest. Basculin was added late in development due to the region being short on standard water Pokemon, with Sugimori saying they made it a bass because New York is a good place for bass fishing. Rather than New York specifically, some Unovan Pokemon were themed after the whole country. According to Takao Unno, he designed Rufflet and Braviary by mixing Native American imagery and symbols of Uncle Sam to make them as American as possible. Likewise, Bouffalant is based on buffalo that roamed the open plains until they were hunted almost to extinction in the 1800s. Visually, LGM and BHM borrow extraterrestrial traits from American science fiction movies like War of the Worlds and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and their names are alien-inspired as well. LGM is a play on LGM, an acronym for Little Green Men, while BHM is a play on BEM, short for Bug-Eyed Monster. They most resemble the Area 51 aliens, with LGM's Pokedex entry telling us that rumors of its origin are linked to a UFO crash site in the desert 50 years ago, referencing the supposed UFO crash that landed in Roswell and was covered up by the US government in 1947. But being Pokemon games, many Gen 5 designs ended up drawing much of their inspiration from Japanese culture. Pansage, Pansear, and Panpour's poses are a nod to the 3 wise monkeys, a common illustration in the Japanese proverb, "See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil," an expression most often used to scold people who turn a blind eye to evil. Some variations of the proverb include a 4th monkey who represents do no evil, or in other variations, smell no evil. But the do no evil monkey's pose usually depicts him with his hands covering his genitals. So if Game Freak ever decides to add a 4th elemental monkey someday, you can expect it'll probably be smelling no evil in its official artwork. Darumaka and Darmanitan are based on Buddhist Daruma dolls. At the end of each year in Japan, there's a ceremony called the Daruma Kuyo, where these dolls are returned to the temples where they were originally purchased. The dolls are thanked for the good luck they brought over the past year, and then are burned in mass. Then, new Daruma dolls are bought from the temple for the coming year, and the cycle begins anew. These dolls come in a variety of designs, but when a member of the Pokemon team attended a burning ceremony, the doll they set on fire just happened to look like a gorilla, which is what inspired them to make a family of fire-type gorilla Pokemon. And this also explains why the Pokedex classifies Darumaka as the Zen Charm Pokemon. The Litwick family was inspired by Will-o'-the-Wisps and Hitodama, souls of the dead that separate from their bodies and become balls of fire. According to Ken Sugimori, early in development, the Litwick family was originally a flame that evolved into a candle, then into a lamp. But its initial flame stage ended up being scrapped, and Game Freak added a chandelier to the ghost family instead. Many Pokemon designs are based on Japanese monster movies and TV shows, especially Ultraman and Godzilla. The Godzilla franchise was created by Japanese film company Toho, and they've actually been partners with the Pokemon Company ever since Mewtwo Strikes Back in 1998. Toho's been the Japanese distributor for every Pokemon movie ever made, and they even let Pokemon movies reuse a lot of their monster movie sound effects, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that dozens of Pokemon are based on Toho monsters, including several in Gen 5. Sugimori says Volcarona originally had 4 wings, but ended up receiving 2 more later on in development. This is probably because Volcarona is based on Mothra from the Godzilla movies. In fact, Volcarona's German name is Ramoth, an anagram of the name Mothra. Bisharp bears a strong resemblance to Jet Jaguar, the heroic robot from 1973's Godzilla vs. Megalon. In its normal form, Jet Jaguar is about the same size as Bisharp, but he can transform into a 150-foot-tall giant. Earlier in development, Hydreigon had 8 heads and was based on Yamata no Orochi, a legendary 8-headed dragon from Japanese mythology. but the design was too complicated, so the head count was reduced to 3. But it retained 6 wings, so its silhouette had the appearance of a 9-headed dragon. According to Sugimori, this makes Hydreigon 1 head better than Yamata no Orochi. Its final design ended up looking a lot like King Ghidorah, also known as the 3-headed monster, one of Toho's most famous kaiju. But Sugimori says even before the Orochi motif, the Hydreigon family were originally designed as a family of tank dragons, and the purple treads on their bellies are leftovers from when they were still based on tanks. This might explain why Hydreigon's family's shinies are green, since Pokemon's beta colors are sometimes repurposed as their shiny colors. This may have happened to Dwebble as well, who's got a red shiny and was probably fire type earlier on in development. Sugimori says Dwebble and Crustle were originally furnace Pokemon with shells made out of kiln-fired pottery, but their designs were revised. Masuda told the design team to make Gen 5's Pokemon cooler than the Pokemon from previous gens, which led to most Unova designs having sharper angles, whereas earlier Pokemon were much more round. In a series of Japanese magazines Did You Know Gaming had translated for this video, Ken Sugimori revealed many secrets about Gen 5's Pokemon, like that Stunfisk was originally a blue goosefish and was created as the world's flattest Pokemon, but later in development, Stunfisk was revised into a brown flounder, and had its water and electric typing changed to ground and electric. Sugimori's team also came up with an ant Pokemon who would have been the world's smallest Pokemon, but it didn't make the final cut. The Petalil family originally had 3 stages, but one stage got cut due to Unova having too many grass-type Pokemon. Early in development, there was also a family of snail Pokemon who were meant to serve as prey and get eaten by the Carablast family, but they were replaced with the Shelmet family, who initially didn't have a connection with Carablast. And Haxorus was actually made during Platinum's development, making it the very first Unova Pokemon. It was designed even before Axew and Fracture, who were made by reverse engineering Haxorus's design. The same way, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle were reverse engineered from Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise during Gen 1's development. Another secret is that lots of fans probably don't realize Serperior actually has hands. It just keeps them folded behind its back so it looks regal. Early in development, Pokemon designer Yusuke Omura was visiting an aquarium, and there just happened to be an otter exhibit right next to a live sea lion show, which inspired him to make Oshawott, an otter, evolve into Samurott, a sea lion. And one other time, Omura was fishing and accidentally hooked a giant, disgusting eel on his fishing rod, inspiring him to make the Electric family. According to Sugimori, Volibeye uses dead Pokemon's bones as a nest and grows up inside of them. Mandibuzz wears a jawbone as a skirt, and their bones fit together to make an upside-down skull. In late 2019, Pokemon designer James Turner deleted 96 tweets he'd shared over the past few years, which had lots of behind-the-scenes info. Presumably, it was Game Freak who had asked him to delete the tweets, but fortunately, Did You Know Gaming's own Dr. Lava archived them all before they were deleted. According to the tweets, the game's planners, like Junichi Masuda, would provide a design brief covering the required elemental type of each new Pokemon, the number of evolutionary stages, and the kind of environment they'd be found in, like a cave or beach setting. Once the designer made their Pokemon, they presented it to the art director, Ken Sugimori, to approve or suggest revisions. About 2/3 of the Pokemon were killed off at this stage, with only 156 of the approximately 500 Pokemon getting approved. Once a designer made a Pokemon that was approved, they'd make a reference sheet showing the Pokemon from every angle. After that, what became of the Pokemon was mostly out of their control. Game Freak's battle team chose the movesets and stats, and although the designer could make suggestions, the Pokemon Company's lore expert usually chose the Pokemon's name, lore, and Pokédex entries. As far as design inspirations, James made Vanillux as a nod to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters, as both Gen 5 and Ghostbusters are set in New York City. He also tweeted out these images of Snowless Vanillite and Vanillux, saying their ice cream's a sheet of snow hiding their true form, which are just bodies of ice. James also made a canon mode for Golurk, which has never appeared in the mainline Pokemon games, at least not yet, but it was featured in the 2011 Wii game Poké Park 2. Canon mode has also been seen more recently in episode 14 of the Pokemon Journeys anime, where it's described as Golurk's ultimate attack. According to James, unlike more recent gens, the designers didn't get to choose the shiny colors of the Pokemon they made for Gen 5, and he wishes he could change Golurk's shiny to, quote, make him look a bit cooler. The first 4 generations of Pokemon games were all localized into English almost entirely by one man, Nintendo of America freelancer Nob Ogasawara. Okasawara. Then the other versions, like the French, German, and Spanish, were all based on Nob's work. In other words, Nob was responsible for lots of small details experienced by fans outside of Japan. He changed a hiker on Route 10 from being high on magic mushrooms to having a bad case of hay fever, and added lots of cultural references like gym leader Fantina saying, "Never give up, never surrender," an iconic phrase from sci-fi comedy Galaxy Quest. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Nob as well as one of Gen 5's translators, David Numrich, who told us that after Diamond and Pearl, the Pokemon Company completely changed the localization process, and due to contract complications, Nob ended up getting cut from the deal when the restructuring was complete. The company made a new system that could handle everything in-house for a quicker turnaround, and so every version was translated from Japanese directly into every other language, instead of being based on the English version. This meant that the localization of Gen 5 had a lot more cooks in the kitchen, and if Nob's reign hadn't come to an end, lots of Gen 5 Pokemon names would be different as well. But even though Nob wasn't around after Gen 4, his spirit lives on more than a decade later as a hiker just west of Bill's house in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Once Black and White's development came to a close, it seems Game Freak didn't know what they wanted to do next. The game's internal data, external documents, and lots of developer quotes all suggest uncertainty. X and Y's development began immediately after Black and White were finished, and at least one prominent designer told reporters Gen 5 was done, and that fans shouldn't expect any more Unova games. At one point, Masuda admitted they didn't know if Pokemon Gray or a 5th generation sequel should come next, but the full story surrounding Gray version is too long to cover here. In fact, it's a project we've been working on for over a year. We'll release a dedicated video in the near future on Pokemon Gray, so make sure you're subscribed if you don't want to miss it. In 2012, Junichi Masuda even said there could be a Black and White 3, but in the end, Pokemon's 5th generation came to a close with Black and White 2, the first and currently last time Game Freak released numbered sequels. The developers' stated motivation for breaking precedent varied over the years, but the official explanation they repeated more than any other, whether you believe it or not, was a desire to surprise fans and to continue Black and White's story. To quote them in their own words, Pokemon Company President Ishihara said that lots of players were expecting us to follow the same pattern, so for the first time, we decided to try adding a 2 for a pleasant surprise. That sort of surprise is what gives this product its newness. With the developers for the original Black and White, there was a lot more experimentation as they considered how best to reboot the franchise. For example, N was originally supposed to be a lot creepier before they dialed it back, but for the sequels, most of their effort was focused on finding ways to remix the Unova region. As a result, there weren't nearly as many ideas scrapped in development, but there was a significant amount of content originally planned for Driftvale City that didn't make the final cut. In the 2 years that passed between Black and White and Black and White 2, a new facility sprung up in Driftvale called the Pokemon World Tournament, where players took part in tournaments with prominent trainers like gym leaders and Elite Four from previous generations. Fans could also download 3 unique tournaments and battle against 12 real-life competitors from the 2012 Pokemon World Championship. The 2012 Pokemon World Championship was held in Hawaii and split into 3 age groups: juniors, seniors, and masters. The top 4 competitors from each age group, as well as their Pokemon teams, were all added to Black and White 2 as DLC tournaments, enshrining those fans forever as part of Pokemon history. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Nitesh Manim, one of the Senior Division's Final Four, who said they told the participants after the event that we'd be getting our own downloadable characters. I was excited that I would have my own character. However, the full excitement didn't hit until my character was released, and I was able to battle myself. Having my own in-game character meant a lot to me, and I know it also meant a lot to the other competitors. However, hidden inside the game's internal data, there are 3 more tournaments that didn't make it into the game. The top 12 finalists from 2011, previous year's Pokemon World Championships. The programming for these tournaments was never finished, depriving those 12 champions of their place in the history books. We spoke with one of the champions, Inosh Shahar, who was honored to be included in Black and White 2's data, but heartbroken he was cut from the game itself. Inosh told us, "I've played Pokemon since I was little, and it felt like the coolest thing to be immortalized in the franchise by literally being coded into the game. I was really looking forward to being able to battle myself. The in-game AI is usually pretty terrible, but I still figured I'd get some laughs. And even though it didn't make it to the final release, I'm glad they added something for the Pokemon World Championships 2012. Leaving a mark on the game we love to play is just so satisfying. It was completely unexpected because they've never done something like that before. At the end of Pokemon Gold and Silver, there's a battle against the strongest trainer in the game, Red from Gen 1. Fighting your previous self in Mount Silver was Gen 2's biggest battle, serving as the grand finale of the game. A similar idea was planned for Black and White 2, where the player would have an epic battle against Hilbert and Hilda, the protagonists from Black and White 1. The internal data includes text for the PWT building like, "Meet Hilbert, the trainer some claim to be the strongest of all," and dialogue where Hilda tells you, "Make your dreams come true. Someone once encouraged me to do that. Even now, I'm continuing my journey to realize those dreams," which is a reference to the final scene in Black and White, when N tells the player to make their dreams come true. But unfortunately, just like Inosh and the rest of the 2011 champs, Gen 5's biggest battle ended up being cut. There was also some content in the PWT building that wasn't cut, but was made available exclusively in Japan. The only tournaments available for download internationally were the 3 based on the 2012 championships, but in Japan, there were 6 more tournaments, including one focused on Lance the Dragon Trainer, and 2 more focusing on legendary Pokemon. But the most memorable Japanese tournament was the last one added to the game. It was called You Can Challenge the Unova League 2, consisting of 4 battles against Ash's rivals from the Black and White anime, Virgil, Cameron, Stefan, and a final battle against Trip. Unfortunately, none of the PWT tournaments have been available anywhere in the world since Nintendo shut the server down in 2014. However, all 9 events were preserved by Project Pokemon, and fans around the world can still download them and experience them using a link in this video's description.
Did you know? The original Japanese opening for the Pokemon anime talks about what's up girls' skirts. The first line in the opening is, "Even if in fire, in water, in grass, in forests, in ground, in clouds, in that girl's skirt. Eek." The line is repeated later in the extended version, ending with, "In that girl's skirt. You're persistent." There's other instances of inappropriate language in the original Japanese anime. The episode The School of Hard Knocks, after seeing a picture of the schoolgirl Giselle, Brock enthusiastically says, "I'll look forward to her in 8 years." In the English dub, this was changed to Brock saying, "She can violate my rights anytime." But in the Kids WB airing of the show, even this edit was removed. The Japanese version also had several religious references that were changed in the English release. The episode Ash Catches a Pokemon was altered to remove a mention of heaven and hell. In the Japanese dub, Ash comments on how the inside of a Pokeball must be a pleasant place for Pokemon to be, then mentions how himself and Pokemon are both heaven. This is followed by Misty saying that Ash's heaven is her hell. In the English dub, Ash proclaims his love for his newly caught Caterpie, and Misty chimes in by saying, "I guess it takes a worm to love a worm." The Pokemon anime was only meant to run for around a year and a half. Due to this show's immense success, it's now one of the longest running shows on TV. The main character, Ash Ketchum, is named Satoshi in the Japanese release. This name references Pokemon creator Satoshi Tajiri. Another character is Satoshi's rival, Shigeru, who is renamed Gary Oak in the West. Shigeru gets his name from Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto, but this reference goes a little farther. Satoshi and Shigeru were some of the default names for the player and their rival in the Japanese Pokemon games. Miyamoto was a mentor of sorts to Tajiri, and their relationship was referenced in the characters' names. In early designs, Ash looked very similar to the player character from the games. His appearance was eventually altered to differentiate the games and the TV show. According to Ash's original voice actor, Veronica Taylor, Ash was named Casey when she auditioned for the role. The name Ash may have been chosen to fit the series' tree-based naming convention. Pikachu's voice was provided by Japanese voice actress Ikue Otani, even in the show's English version.
Pikachu.
Sometimes, however, an American voice actress would take Pikachu's role if the American localizers needed additional takes.
Pikachu.
The character Brock was eventually dropped from the show. This was because the creative team feared Americans would view his appearance as a racist stereotype, mainly due to his eyes. To replace Brock and avoid any stereotyping, the team created a more European-looking character, Tracy. Tracy was replaced by Brock after the team realized nobody was offended by his appearance. Many fans wanted original characters Ash, Misty, and Brock reunited in later seasons of the anime. However, one of the show's directors, Masamitsu Hidaka, revealed that Misty would never come back as a permanent character. In an interview with PokeBeach, Hidaka stated that Misty's presence would prevent the team from continually introducing new female characters to the show. He said that switching out girls provides new eye candy for male audiences, and that girls are more customizable. They can constantly change outfits and wear things like bathing suits. The show's creators also never want to make Ash a Pokemon master. Hidaka has stated that if it ever happens, the show will end. They'll keep adding new badges to earn, new areas to explore, and new Pokemon to capture until that time comes. He also explained that after the anime's first few seasons, the show became more culturally generic due to its international success. This can be seen clearly in Best Wishes and the XY series, where the Japanese text is replaced by a custom set of symbols. This new language actually corresponds to the modern Latin alphabet and can be deciphered into either English or Romanized Japanese. Removing cultural imagery made the Pokemon world more unique and also made it easier to localize. Since the text appeared to be gibberish in every language, non-Japanese countries didn't have to bother translating it. Although the show was a hit, it's had to endure plenty of scrutiny. One of its first major controversies came after episode Electric Soldier Porygon aired on TV, hospitalizing around 700 people. The episode is said to have caused vomiting, headaches, irritated eyes, and for a small portion of the viewership, seizures. Because of this, the episode was never aired again, was banned overseas, and the entire show was put on hold for 4 months. The animation technique used is what caused the issue. In the episode, Pikachu uses an electric attack to blow up missiles. To illustrate the explosion, rapidly flashing red and blue lights consumed the screen. The incident became known as Pokemon Shock and was a disaster for the show. Fans were deeply concerned that the show would be cancelled, but Hidaka has since stated that Pokemon was never in danger of being cancelled, due to its popularity. In the original season, a few significant plot holes are never explained. Ash and his friends never traveled to the Safari Zone, so it's never made apparent how he caught so many Tauros. There's a particular episode that covered all these story beats, but was also banned and never aired in America. Titled The Legend of Dratini, this episode has a man named Kaiser point a revolver at Ash and the others. This was intended for comic effect, but the episode never made it to the US due to its pervasive use of firearms. To add to the controversy, the episode contains scenes with Team Rocket's Meowth wearing a Hitler-like mustache. Interestingly, clips from this episode were used in the series' Poké-Rap segments. Another controversial episode is Beauty and the Beach, which is the first Pokemon episode to be banned in all countries outside of Asia. It was criticized for its depiction of women's breasts and contains many sexual innuendos inappropriate for children. Halfway through the episode, there's a scene where James cross-dresses wearing inflatable breasts for a beauty contest. This scene was intended to be comedic, but ended up getting the episode banned for over 3 years. America later received a heavily edited version of Beauty and the Beach, which was titled The Lost Episode. The Pokemon Jinx was another source of heavy controversy, and had to be banned from the show, then later edited. People complained the character was racist, as it resembled several offensive depictions of black people during the 20th century. Jinx's original design appeared in several American broadcasts, but future episodes had the Jinx scenes removed altogether. In one instance, an episode that featured Jinx prominently, titled The Ice Cave, wasn't aired in America at all. Jinx's design was eventually recolored purple to address the racism allegations. This was first implemented in the games, followed by the show a few years later. The show was also impacted by the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Center. Despite being created years before September 2001, 2 early Pokemon episodes were taken out of circulation following the attacks. An episode titled The Tower of Terror was removed. Though no official statement was given, it's believed the episode was pulled because its name could evoke memories of the attack. The episode titled Tentacool and Tentacruel was also removed. This was due to the episode's content, which had a giant Tentacruel attacking the city. A character in the episode is also seen using an automatic weapon. Although the episode was temporarily pulled, a shot of Tentacruel striking a skyscraper wasn't cut from the show's opening. This particular episode was also pulled for a short time after the passing of Hurricane Katrina, as the episode shows the damaged city flooded. The success of the Pokemon anime led to over 20 Pokemon movies being made. One of the earliest Pokemon films, Movie 3, was originally going to be completely different. It involved a real-world T-Rex, and would question what happened to the real-world animals that once lived in the Pokemon world. Writer Shudo Takeshi wanted to introduce real animals into the world, and address questions like why are there real trees and flowers but not real animals, and what's the difference between plant Pokemon and regular plants. This would have been done with scientists discovering a T-Rex fossil. The eyes of the T-Rex fossil would start to glow, and it would come back to life, endlessly striding forward. It would be crushing everything in its path, and even makes its way to Ash's hometown. Ash, his friends, and Team Rocket would all try to stop this fossil's rampage. The dinosaur would have been stopped eventually, but Mr. Shudo never explained how. As this story was being made, no new Pokemon had been announced, and Pokemon Gold and Silver were a while away. As such, there were no new Pokemon for the movie staff to advertise, and the game staff weren't willing to make a Pokemon just for the movie. Shudo was stuck with the original 151 and the handful of Generation 2 Pokemon that had been revealed. The idea was ultimately rejected because a story where a bunch of minerals gain consciousness and come to life won't be a hit. Mr. Shudo says he went home and drowned his sorrows in alcohol after his script was rejected. A few days later, Shudo was set designs for 4 new Pokemon, including Entei and Unknown. A new film would be based around these Pokemon to advertise Gold and Silver. Did you know? The idea for Pokemon Detective Pikachu stemmed from one of the rejected pitches for the Pokemon anime. While developing the anime, the show's staff wanted to have Pokemon talk in full sentences. However, the developers of the original games, Game Freak, felt that Pokemon shouldn't speak at all. While a compromise was reached, with Team Rocket's Meowth being the only Pokemon capable of speaking the human language, many staff members still wanted to hear Pikachu talk. The original concept for the 3DS version of Detective Pikachu was simply to have a Pikachu that could talk and express various emotions. This resulted in a tech demo shown off in 2013, which included a motion-captured Pikachu that would talk to its audience. Game Freak were still reluctant to allow the team to break the rules of the series, and producer Hiroyuki Janai had to spend a lot of time convincing them that it was a good idea. Pokemon Company president Tsunekazu Ishihara was also unsure about the project. When he made an appearance on the Japanese television show Professional Shigoto no Ryugi, the show's blurb read, "This summer, Ishihara started development on a never-before-seen game. It's a new game featuring the very popular character Pikachu in a bold way. There is concern, however, that if it's bad, the long-loved character would lose popularity in the blink of an eye." Fortunately, the Detective Pikachu game was a success. In April 2016, movie studios were allowed to bid for the rights to make Pokemon movies. The franchise was in high demand in 2016, thanks to the massive success of the mobile game Pokemon Go, which saw Nintendo's stocks rise by $9 billion. The rights were eventually won by Legendary Pictures, who were bidding against Warner Bros. And Sony. Legendary winning the bid was seen as remarkable, as they're owned by the Chinese company Dalian Wanda Group. Historically, China and Japan have been bitter rivals, and some thought it was unusual for a Chinese company to be handling a prominent Japanese property. Universal Pictures were later slated to handle the film's distribution outside of Japan and China. However, on July 25, 2018, it was announced that Warner Bros. Would be distributing the film instead. This would be the first Pokemon film they distributed since Pokemon 3, the movie. Speculation arose that this change was a precursor to Legendary forming a new deal with Warner Bros. After their contract with Universal expired on December 31, 2018. Once they obtained the rights, Legendary wasted no time in fast-tracking the movie's production so they could capitalize on the Pokemon Go craze. It was decided, at the behest of the Pokemon Company, that Ash Ketchum would not be the protagonist of the new film. Ash already had a lot of backstory and character development from the animated show and movies, so the company wanted to try something new, starring a new character. Rumors began to circulate that Max Landis, who wrote 2017's Bright, would be providing the film's script. Another batch of rumors stated that Nicole Perlman of Thor and Guardians of the Galaxy fame and Gravity Falls' Alex Hirsch were in negotiations to write the film. When the movie started filming in January 2018, however, the draft was credited to Perlman and the film's director Rob Letterman, with no mention of Hirsch. Letterman was approached with the pitch for Detective Pikachu and, quote, fell in love with the story behind it. Actor Justice Smith was the first person confirmed to have a role in the movie. Interestingly, Smith's character in the film Paper Towns sang the Pokemon theme in a scene along with his co-stars Austin Abrams and Nat Wolff.
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, it's you and me.
Speaking of music, Detective Pikachu is the second time a Nintendo product used Happy Together by the Turtles in a trailer. It was also used for the Nintendo 64 title Super Smash Bros. Another interesting audio secret comes from the 2018 Pokemon World Championships in Nashville, Tennessee. After revealing the official title for the movie on stage, Rob Letterman asked the crowd to chant as if Pikachu and Charizard were fighting in front of them. This chanting was recorded and used during the film's fight scene between the two Pokemon. The plot of the Detective Pikachu movie loosely follows the plot of the game, with the two versions having many similarities. The protagonist, Tim Goodman, and the location, Rhyme City, share their names between the two versions. Various scenes from the movie also reference other Pokemon games and properties. Alongside all the Pokemon that cameo, locations like the Sinnoh region from Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum are named. Tim's train ticket also shows that he departed from Leavin' Town, a pun on Leaving Town. The staff of the 3DS game were excited at the prospect of their work becoming a full Hollywood production, calling it a huge honor. While working on the game, the most that they'd hoped for was an animated short for Japanese television, and so they were amazed when they were told that it would be turned into a full movie. However, they were also nervous, as they had to leave creative control in the hands of Legendary Pictures. When the 3DS version of Detective Pikachu was unveiled, many fans began wondering who would voice the iconic character in English. While the role would eventually go to Kaiji Tang, fans overwhelmingly wished that actor and director Danny DeVito would take the spot. A video titled Great Detective Pikachu English trailer featuring Danny DeVito was uploaded by YouTube user TealHollow1 on January 29, 2016, a mere 3 days after the Japanese trailer launched. The video dubbed over the trailer with voice clips from DeVito's previous roles, most notably Frank Reynolds from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. A Change.org petition asking DeVito to be cast in the role gained over 50,000 signatures before it closed. DeVito's response to the overwhelming fan demand came on the 1st of April 2016, where he was asked during a panel if he would voice Detective Pikachu in the game. His response was a firm no, followed by the question, "What the f*** is Pokemon?" However, this wasn't the end of DeVito's unwitting involvement with the property. Visual effects producer for the film, Greg Baxter, confirmed to the Nerdist that the team tested audio from DeVito's role in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for use in the movie. While he liked the voice, it was Ryan Reynolds' voiceover that really struck a chord with the producers. Other actors considered for the role were Hugh Jackman, Mark Wahlberg, and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Longtime Pikachu actress Ikue Otani voiced Pikachu's regular speech in all versions of the movie. In the German version of the initial trailer, though, Pikachu is dubbed with a different voice.
Sie kann ihn doch hören, oder? Pika, Pika!
It's unknown who this actor was or why the voice was changed for this version specifically, as it's identical in all other languages. Regardless, the voice was quickly changed, with Warner Brothers uploading a new version of the German trailer soon after. Reynolds, famous for his guerrilla marketing campaigns as Deadpool, adopted a similar tactic with Detective Pikachu. He uploaded a humorous video to his YouTube channel that parodies method acting, telling viewers how he gets into the role. Reynolds' anecdotes involve leaving his daughters at school because Detective Pikachu doesn't know who those two little girls are, and trying to lose 182 pounds in order to better fit the character. Reynolds not only voiced Pikachu, but also provided motion capture for the character. Pokemon were chosen to appear in the movie based on 3 criteria: their popularity, what the story needed, and what looked good or interesting in a live-action setting. Legendary worked closely with Game Freak and the Pokemon Company to narrow these choices down. They tried to include a good range of Pokemon from every generation, although Letterman expresses a certain fondness for the original 151. Pokemon Detective Pikachu is the first Pokemon movie to incorporate live-action elements. Artist R.J. Palmer is known for his realistic interpretations of various Pokemon, with his art having gone viral online. He began drawing Pokemon as a hobby in 2013, and this directly led to him being approached to work on Detective Pikachu. The film's production designer Googled realistic Pokemon and, after finding Palmer's art, invited him to help work on the film designing the creatures. The first trailer for Detective Pikachu gained more than 30 million views in 2 days on YouTube alone. Upon the movie's reveal, some longtime fans were skeptical about the realistic Pokemon designs, as well as the fact that Pikachu could talk. While the realistic look of the creatures was well received by some, others felt the choice was ugly, considering the series' original simple and cartoony aesthetic. Concerns about the film's popularity were set aside when test audiences responded very positively. In January 2019, 3 months before the Detective Pikachu film had even released, it came to light that Legendary were already working on a sequel. According to HollywoodReporter.com, the studios hired 22 Jump Street writer Oren Uriel to write the script. Uriel also worked on the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog movie and Men in Black International, but has so far made no comment on his work for the next Pokemon film. Also in January, WeGotThisCovered.com uncovered that 2 new movies are also being made for the franchise. The first will be a spin-off of the Pokemon Mewtwo, which is not the upcoming film Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution, and a movie adaptation of the games Pokemon Red and Blue. Legendary apparently wants to flesh out the events of the games, using live action and CGI to tell the story of Red and his journey through the Kanto region. It seems that both of these projects are set in the Detective Pikachu universe. It appears as though Legendary are launching a cinematic universe of live-action Pokemon films, with one of Detective Pikachu producers seemingly confirming it. Later in March, IGN published an article about their visit to the set of Detective Pikachu during filming in 2018. While on this visit, IGN asked producer Ali Mendez about Legendary producing more live-action Pokemon movies. Mendez seemed to imply a Pokemon cinematic universe was in the works, saying, "Pokemon is such a rich universe. There are so many ways you can go inside it. We're trying to get the first movie right, and then once we've done that, we'll see where we go from there." But absolutely. Even the Pokemon themselves, there are 800 of them. We're going to have a lot of them in Detective Pikachu, but we want to play with all of them at some point. Whatever the case, the future of Detective Pikachu seems bright. The film's opening weekend box office earnings are estimated to be up to $100 million, putting the film in line with several Marvel movies.